In the shadows of every city, behind every closed door, there are stories too disturbing to be forgotten. Stories of deception, betrayal, murder. Tonight, on Stories of Crime, we uncover another chilling case that shocked the world and left investigators searching for answers. So dim the lights, put on your headphones and prepare yourself for a journey into the darkest corners of the human mind. This is Stories of Crime.
The Daughter of Anderson Crow. Section 1. Hope. Welcome, esteemed listener, to a journey into a world where the ordinary is delightfully askew, where charm and peculiar mystery entwine like ivy on an old stone cottage, and where the heart of a small town beats with a rhythm all its own. We are about to embark on the very first section of our captivating narrative, a crucial opening 5 minutes, designed not merely to introduce you to a story, but to sweep you wildly into its embrace, to make you feel as though you've stepped through a portal directly into the quaint, curious confines of Tinkleton. This initial segment, our grand hook, is engineered with a singular, paramount purpose: to immediately and irrevocably captivate your imagination, drawing you in with the irresistible blend of comedic warmth and intriguing mystery that defines Tinkletown and, more specifically, its wonderfully eccentric and utterly unforgettable marshal, Anderson Crow. Consider for a moment the profound power of a first impression. In life, it shapes our perceptions. In storytelling, it lays the very foundation of engagement. And what we aim for here is not just engagement, but enchantment. We want to paint a vivid picture, almost instantaneously, of a place and its people that feel both comfortingly familiar and delightfully novel. The comedic elements will disarm you, allowing you to relax into the narrative, while the threads of mystery will subtly tug at your curiosity, promising deeper layers beneath the surface of the seemingly idyllic setting. It's a delicate dance, isn't it? To balance the light-hearted with intriguing, to introduce an individual who is both an object of gentle amusement and the focal point of a budding enigma. Tinkletown itself is not just a backdrop. It's a character in its own right, bustling with unspoken stories and populated by residents whose quirks are as much a part of the landscape as its cobblestone streets and quaint storefronts. And at the heart of it all, standing perhaps a touch too straight, with a chin held a little too high, is our dear Marshal Crow, a man whose unique perspective on justice and community life is destined to bring a smile to your face and a question to your mind. We are setting the stage for an adventure that is less about thrilling chases and more about charming conundrums, where human nature, in all its peculiar glory, takes center stage, and where every character, no matter how minor, contributes to the rich tapestry of small-town life. This initial encounter is designed to leave you with a lingering sense of warmth and a burning desire to know what happens next in this wonderfully peculiar corner of the world. Now, let's delve deeper into the specific architectural element of this opening, dissecting how we'll achieve such a powerful and immediate connection. Our journey begins with 3 pivotal components, each meticulously crafted to ensure your complete immersion. Firstly, we deliver a dramatic yet subtly comedic opening line, specifically designed to introduce you to Anderson Crow, the town's preeminent, rather pompous, yet undeniably lovable detective. Think of it as the grand entrance of our leading man, delivered with a flourish, but also with a knowing wind. Secondly, we introduced an inciting instant, the spark that ignites our entire narrative, the inexplicable discovery of a mysterious baby turtle abandoned on the marshal's very own doorstep. This is the unexpected twist, the element of pure, unadulterated surprise that will propel our story forward. And thirdly, through careful narrative choices and tonal precision, we meticulously set the stage, establishing a cozy and inviting atmosphere for what promises to be a 270-minute journey into a humorous mystery, which lays interwoven with the delightful antics and endearing idiosyncrasies of small-town life. This is where we make an implicit promise to you, our cherished listener, about the kind of adventure you are about to experience. Let's unpack each of these critical points, beginning with the art of the opening line. Our first key point revolves around crafting a dramatic, yet subtly comedic opening line that introduces Anderson Crow, the town's most distinctive and, dare we say, so important, yet ultimately endearing, detective figure. This isn't merely about stating his name. It's about painting a miniature portrait of his essence in a single, memorable stroke. We want to offer a glimpse into his character, a hint of his personality, before he even takes center stage in the action. Imagine the curtain rising not on a full scene, but on a single, perfectly illuminated detail that encapsulates everything you need to know about the protagonist. Consider, for real-world storytelling example, the masterful way many classic detective stories introduce their iconic figures. Think of the very first appearance of Sherlock Holmes in A Study in Spite, not by name initially, but through a scientific inquiry described by Watson, immediately establishing his eccentric brilliance and intellectual prowess before we'd even meet the man. Or, in a more comedic vein, consider the opening descriptions of G. Wodehouse's novels, where his sublime competence and unsettlingly perfect demeanor are subtly highlighted, often through Bertie Wooster's slightly exasperating observations, setting him up as an unflappable, omniscient valet. Our goal with Anderson Crow is similar, to present a character who, despite his unlofty self-assessment, is inherently amusing to the observer. The drama comes from the seriousness with which he approaches his role, and the comedy arises from the slight disconnect between the self-assertion and the general reality of his small-town jurisdiction. The line shouldn't overtly state, "He is funny," but rather, it is a figure of gentle amusement, leaving the listener to discover the humor for themselves. It's about showing, not telling, and doing so with the utmost economy of words, yet maximum impact. We want to hint at his particular brand of pride, his meticulousness, perhaps even a touch of theatricality, all within the confines of a sentence or two that sets him apart from any other marshal you might have encountered in literature. Tacitly speaking, why is such an opening line so incredibly potent and important? It is fundamentally about establishing an immediate connection and cultivating curiosity. The human mind is wired to categorize and assess swiftly. When you hear a compelling opening line, particularly one that hints at both character and underlying narrative tone, your brain begins to construct a mental model of the world you're entering. A dramatic element immediately signals importance, suggesting that what follows matters, that this character is central. The subtle comedic undertone, however, works on a different level. It disarms the listener, inviting a smile, fostering a sense of warmth and approachability. This combination is particularly effective because it creates an emotional hook. You're not just intellectually curious, you're emotionally invested. You wonder, who is this person? Why are they so dramatic about apparently mundane things? What kind of world produces such a character? It's a promise of entertainment, a subtle nudge that says, lean in, for there's more to this than meets the ear. This instant emotional resonance, blended with intellectual intrigue, is the psychological bedrock upon which sustained engagement is built. We are, in essence, priming the listener's emotional and cognitive systems for the delightful complexities that are about to unfold. We are inviting them into an empathetic relationship with Crow, even if that empathy is tinged with affectionate amusement. In practical application, how do we craft such an introduction within our script? Imagine the very first words spoken by our narrator. They must carry the weight of this intention. For Anderson Crow, we might begin with something that highlights self-regard and meticulousness, perhaps in relation to his domain. So, our practical application step for the listener for you, as you absorb this narrative, is to notice how the script itself achieves this. We choose words that imply this character rather than directly stating it. For instance, the script might open with the narrator's voice, perhaps saying something akin to, in the quiet, unassuming town of Tinkertown, where even the shadows seem to whisper secrets and the gossip spreads faster than butter on a hot griddle, there resided a man of singular importance, or, at least, a man who considered himself of singular importance, Marshall Anderson Crow. He was a figure whose very posture suggested an ongoing, profound dialogue with the principles of law and order, a dialogue in which he naturally held all the most compelling arguments. Notice a delicate balance here. Singular importance immediately gives way to at least a man who considered himself of singular importance, injecting that crucial committed self-awareness. The description of his posture suggested an ongoing, profound dialogue, elevates the mundane into the grand. Yet again, with a humorous twist, this isn't a direct statement that is pompous. It's a careful construction that allows the listener to draw that conclusion, to smile inwardly at the delightful absurdity of it. The language is rich, descriptive, and avoids direct judgment, instead inviting the listener to observe and form their own affectionate opinion of this imposing, yet ultimately good-hearted individual. We are not just introducing a name. We are unfolding a personality, piece by careful piece, from the very first breath of the narration. Moving on to our second critical point, the introduction of the inciting incident, specifically, a mysterious baby girl abandoned on the Marshall's doorstep. This is the narrative equivalent of a pebble dropped into a compound, creating ripples that will spread throughout our entire story. It is a moment where the status quo is irrevocably disrupted, forcing our protagonist, and by extension, our story, into motion. Think of classic storytelling examples where such a device is employed. The trope of the foundling is ancient and powerful, isn't it? From Moses being discovered in the basket among the bushes, to Superman crash landing on Earth as an infant, the arrival of a helpless, mysterious baby is a potent narrative catalyst. It immediately introduces high stakes, the vulnerability of life, and an immediate, compelling mystery. Who is this child? Where did she come from? Who would abandon her? In a closer context, like our story, it's not about grand, world-altering destiny, but about the disruption of a peaceful, predictable life within a small community. The unexpectedness of it on Marshall Crow's doorstep, a man of such methodical habits and rigid routines, amplifies the humor and the dramatic irony. It's the perfect foil to his meticulously ordered existence. The baby doesn't just represent a puzzle. She represents an intrusion, a beautiful, innocent, and utterly demanding intrusion into a life that perhaps he believed was perfectly under his control. The scene needs to be vivid, painted with just enough detail to spark imagination without giving everything away, allowing the mystery to blossom in the listener's mind. We want to hear the faint cries, imagine the bundled warmth, and feel the marshal's initial shock, perhaps even a flicker of bewildered paternal instinct he never knew he possessed. From a psychological perspective, why is a baby's, specifically, such an incredibly effective inciting incident? The answer lies in universal human wiring. Babies evoke an immediate, visceral emotional response, a primal urge to protect, to nurture, to understand. They are symbols of innocence, vulnerability, and new beginnings. When a baby is introduced as an abandoned mystery, it automatically creates immense emotional stakes. Listeners become immediately invested because it taps into our deepest protective instincts. We worry for the child, we empathize, and we are driven by a profound need for resolution and understanding. Moreover, a baby represents the ultimate unknown. They cannot speak, cannot explain their origins, making the mystery inherently more profound and challenging to unravel. For the protagonist, Marshall Crowe, it forces an immediate and profound shift in his world. He can't ignore a helpless infant. It pushes him out of his comfort zone, forcing him to confront not just a case, but also his own humanity and capacity for care. The contrast between his outwardly rough, disciplined persona and the utter helplessness of an infant creates both comedic potential and genuine emotional depth. It's a masterstroke for character development and narrative propulsion, ensuring that the listener is hooked not just by the plot, but by the emotional journey of the characters. We are not just asking who did this, but also how will he handle this. To the practical application within our script, the key is to construct the scene with sensory detail and escalating surprise. The script needs to go towards the discovery. Imagine the sound design accompanying this, the quiet, perhaps almost too quiet, morning in Tinkletown, suddenly punctuated by an unexpected sound. The practical application steps for you, our listener, are to know how the script ensures Crow's discovery is both impactful and character-defining. The narration might describe the early morning, Marshall Crow's predictable routine, perhaps his appreciation for the precise order of his day, then the disruption. It was precisely 6 o'clock when Marshall Anderson Crowe, a man whose internal clock was more reliable than the town hall's chimes, opened his front door to retrieve his perfectly folded copy of the Tinkletown Gazette. But this particular morning, the crisp scent of dew and distant baking bread was mingled with something utterly, profoundly alien to his immaculate porch. A sound, a small, insistent, utterly helpless cry. And there, nestled in a sturdy, but clearly not chiseled, wicker basket, swaddled in blanket that bore no resemblance to anything in his respectable linen closet, lay a tiny, clean-faced infant, eyes squeezed shut, protesting the chill of dawn with surprising vocal force. Notice how the script carefully establishes Crow's routine before the shop. contrasting its expectation with reality. The description of the baby and Barr's it creates an immediate visual and emotional connection, while the emphasis on not his own and no resemblance subtly underscores the mystery. The surprising vocal force adds a touch of comedic charm to the helpless situation, giving the baby agency even in its vulnerability. This detailed description not only plants a mystery firmly in the narrative but also immediately establishes the comedic undertone of Crew's bewildered reaction to this wholly unexpected domestic invasion. It's about creating a moment that is simultaneously dramatic, heartwarming, and utterly perplexing. Finally, we arrive at our third crucial point, setting the overall tone for cozy, 270-minute, humorous mystery filled with small-town antics. This isn't just the single moment. It's an overarching atmosphere woven into every word, every description, every character interaction from the very beginning. It's the implicit promise we make to you, the listener, about the kind of enjoyable experience that lies ahead. Consider real-world storytelling examples of cozy mysteries. Think of the gentle intrigue of Agatha Christie's Miss Marple stories, where Hannah's crimes occur, but the focus is often on the village, the characters' eccentricities, and the intellectual puzzle, rather than graphic violence. Or perhaps C. Dayton's Agatha Raisin series, which blends humorous village life with amateur sleuthing, focusing on character-driven comedy and quaint settings. The hallmark of a cozy mystery is often the absence of explicit gore, a focus on community, and protagonists who are often amateur or small-town detectives. Humor acts as a vital buffer, making potentially serious events digestible and relatable. Small-town antics are the spice, showcasing the peculiar charm of close-knit communities where everyone knows everyone's business, and minor dramas often escalate into hilarious proportions. We're not aiming for a dark, gritty thriller here. Instead, we're aiming for something akin to a comforting cup of tea by a warm fire on a rainy day, an experience that is both stimulating and deeply reassuring. The pacing will be deliberate, allowing you to savor the details, the dialogue, and the delightful idiosyncrasies of Tinkertown's residents. It's about creating an escape into a world where problems are solved through wit and community effort, rather than brute force, psychologically. Why do listeners gravitate towards cozy mysteries and stories rich with small-town antics? The answer lies in our innate human desire for comfort, order, and connection in an often chaotic and unpredictable world. Cozy mysteries offer a safe space. They present problems that are solvable, often by intelligent and good-hearted individuals, providing a sense of intellectual satisfaction without the emotional burden of truly harrowing themes. The humor provides vital relief, allowing us to laugh at the absurdities of life and human nature, fostering a sense of shared experience and light-hearted escapism. Small-town settings, in particular, tap into a nostalgic yearning for simpler times, for communities where people truly know their neighbors. There's a certain voyeuristic pleasure in observing the antics of a small town, the gossip, the petty rivalries, the unique rituals, because it reflects, often in exaggerated form, aspects of our own social interactions. It creates a sense of belonging, even if that belonging is just as an observer. This genre offers a reassuring balance, enough mystery to stimulate the mind, enough humor to lift the spirit, and enough hope to soothe the soul. is an antidote to the anxieties of modern life, a gentle invitation to relax and enjoy the ride. The 270-minute length promises a satisfyingly deep dive, an extended stay in this charming world, allowing for thorough character development and layered plotlines that unfurl at a leisurely, enjoyable pace. For the practical application within our script, setting this tone involves meticulous attention to the narrator's voice, the descriptive language, and the early character interactions. How does the script achieve this specific atmosphere? Firstly, the narrator's voice must be warm, inviting, and slightly whimsical, almost like a friendly type. The language used to describe Tangletown itself needs to evoke a sense of quaintness and character. The air in Tangletown always carried a faint aroma of freshly baked bread from Mrs. Anderson's bakery and the satisfyingly robust scent of Marshall Crow's pipe tobacco. Its cobbled streets, worn smooth by generations of feet and buggy wheels, wound gently past cast-covered houses, each with its own meticulously painted garden, often a source of quiet, competitive pride among neighbors. It was a town where secrets were hard to keep, but where help was never far away, and where the biggest scandal of last Tuesday might be resolved by Wednesday time. It was, in essence, a place where life unfolded with a certain theatrical charm, where every resident played a vital, if often unwitting, role in the daily drama, and where the arrival of a mysterious basket on the marshal's porch was less a cause for panic and more a catalyst for collective curiosity. Notice the sensory details, smells, textures that ground the listener in the setting. The personification of secrets were hard to keep, and how was never far away builds the small town community feel. The gentle humor is woven into phrases like quiet, competitive pride and biggest scandal of last Tuesday might be resolved by Wednesday time. These subtleties, woven into the very fabric of the narration and the initial character reactions, assure the listener that while there is a mystery, it will be handled with warmth, wit, and a distinctly small-town flavor. Every interaction, every description, every internal thought of Crow should reinforce this gentle, humorous, and community-focused approach to the unfolding in it. This careful construction ensures that from the opening moments, you are intuitively aware of the delightful, cozy journey you are about to undertake, making you able to settle in for the full, charming ride. In summary, this initial hook section is not merely an introduction. It is a meticulously crafted invitation. We began by setting the overarching goal to immediately immerse you in the comedic and mysterious charm of Tinkletown and its eccentric marshal. We then dissected the three core components of this immersion. First, the art of the dramatic yet subtly comedic opening line for Anderson Crow, designed to instantly reveal its unique blend of pomposity and endearment, drawing you in with a promise of character-driven humor and intrigue. We explored how such a carefully chosen introduction leverages psychological principles of curiosity and emotional connection, inviting you to form an immediate, albeit unused, bond with our protagonist. Secondly, we delved into the inciting incident, the mysterious abandonment of a baby girl on Marshall Crow's doorstep. This pivotal event, we discussed, acts as a powerful narrative catalyst, tapping into universal human instincts of protection and curiosity, forcing both our hero and our story into immediate, compelling action, while simultaneously highlighting the comedic juxtaposition of meticulous Marshall confronted with utter chaos. Finally, we examined how every narrative choice, from the narrator's tone to the descriptive language, works in concert to establish the cozy, humorous, and charming small-town mystery that will unfold over the next 270 minutes. This foundational tone promises a safe, engaging, and delightfully entertaining journey, where the quirks of human nature and daily intricacies of community life take center stage. Each element, from the carefully chosen words of introduction to the specific nature of the initiating event and the pervasive atmospheric details, has been meticulously designed to ensure that you, our cherished listener, are not just interested, but truly captivated, either to turn the page, or rather, to continue listening, as we transition from this compelling opening into the rich, detailed tapestry of the daughter of Anderson Crow. Prepare yourself, for the story has truly begun, and Tinkletown awaits your undivided attention. Tinkletown awaits your undivided attention. And what a curious place it is. Picture, if you will, a settlement nestled comfortably in a forgotten fold of the landscape, where the rhythm of life hums at a decidedly unhurried pace. The very air in Tinkletown seems to possess a certain gentle elasticity, stretching minutes into literally hours, and this into a parade of familiar, comforting routines. The houses themselves, painted in an improbable palette of pastel blues, mint greens, and sun-faded yellows, lean into each other like old gossips sharing secrets across narrow cobblestone lanes, are perpetually blooming with stereo vine clambers over the storefronts, gradating the fragrant canopy that filters the sunlight into dappled patterns on the street below. This isn't a town where brand dramas unfold, rather, its mysteries tend to be of the softer, more peculiar variety. A missing prize-winning pumpkin, the sudden disappearance of Mrs. Anderson's favorite knitting needle, or the perennial in-law who keeps living perfectly good, slightly lopsided homemade cookies on the post office counter every Tuesday morning. And at the very heart of this delightfully courted tableau, standing as both its pro-sentinel and its most endearing enigma, is Anderson Crow. Ah, Anderson Crow. The name itself conjures a certain gravitas, doesn't it? And indeed, it cultivates that image with the meticulousness of a gardener tending a rare orchid. He is not merely the town marshal. He is, by his own fervent declaration and granting, affectionate acceptance of Tinkletown citizenry, the embodiment of law and order, a beacon of justice in a world that, to his mind, is perpetually teetering on the brink of anarchy. Of course, that anarchy in question usually involves a stray chicken wandering into the general store or a particularly boisterous game of checkers on the town square. Let me introduce you properly. It was a morning like any other in Tinkletown, meaning it was utterly unlike any morning anywhere else. The dull stare sparkled on the window panes of his humble abode, which, one might note, was strategically located just 3 doors down from the bakery, a proximity Anderson Crow considered vital for both community oversight and the timely acquisition of his morning crawler. The sun, a timid thing in Tinkletown, was just peeking over the eastern ridge, casting long, stitching shadows that danced like sleepy spirits across the meticulously swept porch of Marshall Crow's residence. Now, Anderson Crow was a man of ritual, a habit he believed was essential to the disciplined mind of a master detective. His morning began precisely at 6:15. 6:16 was an anomaly, a chaotic deviation, to be avoided at all costs. After a vigorous, if somewhat dramatic, series of calisthenics, consisting primarily of arm circles and a rather theatrical toe touch that always seemed to strain his uniform trousers, he would don his official attire. This uniform, a testament to Tinkletown's unique sense of sartorial elegance, was a splendid, if slightly snub, gradation of deep indigo serge, adorned with brass buttons polished to a blinding gleam. His badge, a sort of almost comical proportions, was so highly buffed it practically hummed with self-importance, and, of course, the hat, a stiff-brimmed hat, worn at a British angle, seemed to possess a life of its own, imbued with the marshal's all self-assured dignity. He was a figure, you see, less a simple woman and more a walking, talking monument to civic duty, albeit one with a perpetually rosy complexion and an impressive, if occasionally quivering, handlebar mustache. On this particular morning, the air carried the scent of freshly baked bread from the aforementioned bakery, mingling delightfully with the earthy aroma of damp soil and blossoming honeysuckle. Marshal Crowe, having completed his pre-breakfast constitutional, puffing out his chest and adjusting the tie in the reflection of his highly polished doorknob, was just reaching for the morning edition of the Tinkletown Tatler, a newspaper known for its detailed reports on garden club meetings and local gossip, rarely venturing into anything so sensational as actual news. And then it happened. A sound. Not the usual chirping of sparrows or the distant clatter of old Mr. Bumble's milk cart. No, this was a sound entirely foreign to the tranquil symphony of a Tinkletown morning. A faint, persistent, almost insistent whimper. Anderson Crowe paused, his hand hovering over the doorknob, his brow furrowed, a grand theatrical gesture of suspicion, and he intoned, his voice a low rumble, as if addressing an unseen jury. An anomalous auditory phenomenon, most irregular. He straightened his hat, adjusted his badge, and adopted his investigative posture, chin slightly elevated, eyes narrowed, a posture he believed radiated an aura of unassailable sagacity. He opened the door, not with the simple tongue of the knob, but with a deliberate, slow, creaking reveal, as if expecting to uncover a plot of monumental proportions. What he found was certainly monumental, if not precisely a plot, there, on his very doorstep, nestled in a rather ornate, albeit slightly chipped, wicker laundry basket that distinctly did not belong to him, was a baby. A human infant, small, swaddled in a pattern crude of surprisingly vibrant colors, with a tiny, rosebud mouth that was currently puckering in a soft, bewildered cry. Marshal Anderson Crowe, who had faced down runaway pigs, meditated disputes over prize-winning petunias, and once, with truly epic bravery, rescued a cat from the tallest bench of the town's ancient oak, found himself utterly, completely, and magnificently dumbfounded. His meticulously planned morning routine, his carefully cultivated air of unflappable authority, his very understanding of the natural order of Tinkletown, all of it shattered by the unexpected arrival of this diminutive, burdened bundle of humanity. He stared. He blinked. He stared again. This was not a runaway pig. This was not a misplaced knitting needle. This was unequivocally a mystery. And not just any mystery, but one that presented itself with an almost audacious disregard for his established protocols. Who leaves a baby, a perfectly formed, if slightly damp baby, on the doorstep of Tinkletown's preeminent guardian of peace? His mind, usually a well-oiled machine of deduction, at least in its own estimation, worn and sputtered like an old Model T trying to start on a frosty morning. His eyes, usually sharp enough to spot a misplaced comma in a town ordinance, scanned the quiet street, then the basket, then the baby, then the basket again. There was no one, not a soul, only the distant echo of Mr. Bumble's milk cup, now receding, and the persistent, its gentle, whimpering from the basket. Tucked beneath the baby's tiny, clenched fist was a small, cream-colored envelope. Marshall Crowe, ever the professional, carefully, almost reverently, extracted it. His fingers, usually so confident in their grip, trembled slightly. The envelope was sealed with a wax impression, a crest of some kind, though the image was blurred and indistinct inside. A single sheet of parchment, folded neatly. He unfolded it with the previous of forensic scientists unearthing ancient hieroglyphs. The handwriting was elegant, woven, and decidedly feminine. He cleared his throat, preparing himself for some grand pronouncement, some dire warning, some clue to this astonishing turn of events. He read aloud, his voice gaining its usual theatrical resonance, though laced with a healthy dose of bewildered confusion, to the esteemed Marshal Anderson Crowe, a guardian of order and a beacon of justice in this quaint hamlet, Tinkletown, by the fickle hand of fate, or perhaps the more deliberate machinations of circumstance. A precious charge has been entrusted to your capable, if sometimes overly dramatic care. This child, a veritable blossom plucked from the garden of destiny, requires your most serious protection. Her name, for now, shall remain a whisper on the wind. Guard her well, for her story is yet unwritten, and the chapters ahead promise both terror and profound wonder. Awaiting your keenest intellect, as sympathetic observer. Marshal Crowe reread the note. Then he reread it again. Fickle hand of fate, he muttered, stroking this magnificent mustache. Overly dramatic carriage and pedage. A rather pointed observation for an anonymous correspondent. But the words, for all their poetic flourish and thinly veiled critique, offered no real answers. Just more questions. A baby, a mysterious note. On his doorstep, he looked down at the infant, who had, at some point during his dramatic recitation of the note, stopped whimpering and was now staring up at him with wide and possibly blue eyes, a tiny, calming smile spreading across her face. And in that moment, something shifted within Anderson Crowe. The rigid adherence to routine, the self-important bluster, the theatrical pronouncements, they all momentarily receded. He was no longer just the marshal. He was simply a man, confronted with a profound, undeniable vulnerability. This was not a case of missing cat or a disputed fence line. This was a human life, and it had been placed squarely, unequivocally, in his rather large and surprisingly soft hands. The tranquil, predictable world of Tinkletown, a place where the biggest mysteries was solved by a keen eye and a cup of Mrs. Henderson's tea, had just been irrevocably altered. The morning air, previously scented with bread and honeysuckle, now carried a faint, sweet aroma of baby powder and something indefinable, something new and utterly captivating. This, dear listener, is where our story truly begins. A cozy mystery, yes, but one that promises to peel back the layers of Tinkletown's charming facade, revealing the gentle humor, the enduring spirit, and perhaps a touch of something truly extraordinary that lies beneath. Prepare yourselves for a journey into a world where small town antics intertwine with genuine intrigue, where a pompous marshal finds his heart unexpectedly expanded, and where a tiny, abandoned baby holds the key to a secret far greater than anyone in Tinkertown could possibly imagine. A journey that will span some 270 minutes of delightful discovery, filled with laughter, a few positive head scratches, and the undeniable charm of a town learning to embrace the utterly unexpected. The stage is set, the mystery awaits, and Anderson Crowe, though utterly unprepared for fatherhood, is about to embark on the most important investigation of his life. And it all began with a wicker basket and a rather impertinent note, delivered directly to his very official, very important, and now very much occupied doorstep in Coldown, and the curious case of the daughter of Anderson Crowe has just opened its first, overly captivating chapter. Section 2 Introduction from Narrator POV. Greetings, dear listeners, and welcome to this delightful journey we are about to embark upon together. As your humble guide through the quaint, yet remarkably eventful thoroughfares of Tinkertown, New York, I invite you to settle in, perhaps with a cup of warm tea or a cozy blanket, and prepare to be utterly charmed, and perhaps just a touch bewildered, by the world we are about to uncover. My role, you see, is not merely to recount the happenings, not simply to tick off the plot points on a checklist of events, but to truly paint a vivid picture, to infuse a varied air with the essence of this place and its people. I aim to whisper the secrets of the wind as it rustles through the ancient elm trees that line Main Street, to let you almost taste the fine, powdery dust on nail and paved roads after a dry spell, or perhaps the invigorating scent of rain just after a summer storm. More than that, I wish to introduce you intimately to the remarkable souls who call this peculiar little corner of upstate New York their cherished home. Think of me as your seasoned travel companion, one who has had the distinct privilege of spending a good many years observing the delightful peculiarities of human nature, particularly when these unique qualities are nestled within the seemingly protected, yet surprisingly permeable, shell of a small town. I walk these very streets, dear listener. I've lingered on these creaking porches, nodding to passers-by, and I've overheard more than my fair share of hushed whispers and boisterous decorations over the years, all contributing to the rich tapestry of Tinkertown life. My voice, I sincerely hope you'll find, is one of genuine warmth, seasoned with a folksy charm that doesn't merely spring from a script, but from a lifetime spent in close proximity to the comforting, sometimes maddening, yet always authentic rhythms of community life. And perhaps, just perhaps, you'll detect a subtle, knowing glimmer of ironic amusement behind my words. After all, life in Tinkertown, as you'll soon discover, often offers ample opportunities for a good-natured chuckle, a thoughtful sigh, or a quietly appreciative, knowing smile at the delightful absurdities of existence. It's a rich landscape, both physically and emotionally, and I am here to help you navigate every intriguing contour. Now, why does the establishment of such a specific narrator's persona, with its distinctive blend of warmth, folksiness, and subtle irony, truly matter in the grand tapestry of storytelling? It's a question worth pondering, isn't it? Well, let's consider a practical, real-world storytelling example to illuminate this point. Imagine, if you will, the experience of listening to a beloved radio show from a bygone era. Perhaps something akin to the legendary Garrison carries a prairie home companion and his enchanting tales on the fictional, yet utterly real, town of Lake Woburn. What is it about his voice, his particular style of delivery, his very presence, that draws literally millions of listeners in week after week, making them feel like they're sitting right there with him, perhaps on a Saturday night, sipping coffee? It's not solely the content of the stories themselves, is it? While the narratives are wonderfully crafted, it's the way they are told. It's the comforting cadence, the deliberate pacing that allows each word to land with meaning, the familiar, gentle chuckle that seems to imply a shared understanding, a collective nod of agreement to the inherent absurdity and quiet beauty of everyday life. That voice, you see, transcends its role as a mere conduit for information. It becomes a character in itself, a trusted friend, a benevolent elder who is about to share something precious and profound with you. It's an invitation, extended with genuine sincerity, not a dry, academic lecture. It's a shared, intimate experience, creating a bridge between speaker and listener, rather than a solitary, detached consumption of words. This, my dear listeners, is precisely the kind of relationship I aspire to forge with you as we delve into the daughter of Anderson Crow. I want to be that voice of gentle authority, of seasoned wisdom, of affectionate amusement, gently guiding you, with a steady hand, through every narrative landscape and emotional twist our story presents. I want to be the presence that makes you feel both comfortable and continuously engaged. Psychologically speaking, the establishment of warm, foxy, and subtly ironic narrator voice taps into several powerful and deeply ingrained human needs and desires, making the storytelling experience far more impactful than a simple recitation of facts. Firstly, and perhaps most immediately, it offers a profound sense of comfort and familiarity. In a world that often feels relentlessly chaotic, relentlessly uncertain, and relentlessly fast-paced, a steady, trustworthy, and amiable voice can be incredibly grounding. It's akin to being read a story by a cherished grandparent or beloved teacher, someone whose perspective you instinctively value, whose presence you find deeply soothing, and whose wisdom you implicitly trust. This pervasive sense of psychological safety allows your mind to truly relax, to open up its immediate gates, and to become far more receptive to the intricate layers of the story unfolding before you. Secondly, the folksy aspect, that genuine, unpretentious charm, evokes a primal connection to community, to tradition, and to the enduring narratives of human experience that bind us together. It suggests a narrator who is deeply rooted, who understands the intricate nuances of human relationships on a granular, day-to-day level, and who values the simple, yet profound, truths of existence that often go unnoticed in the grander scheme of things. This resonates powerfully with our innate desire for belonging, our longing for authentic connection, and our deep appreciation for genuine, unvarnished wisdom, far removed from academic jargon. Finally, that subtle touch of irony, that gentle wink, that knowing smile that seems to reside just beneath the spoken words, serves an absolutely crucial purpose. It elevates the narrative beyond mere straightforward description, adding layers of nuance, wit, and sophisticated insight. It implies a deeper understanding of the human condition, an ability to see beyond the surface appearances, and to gently, even affectionately, satirize the common human foibles and paradoxes without ever descending into unkindness or cynicism. This other irony encourages critical thinking, invites you to find humor and profound meaning in life's inherent paradoxes, and ultimately makes the listening experience intellectually stimulating as well as profoundly emotionally engaging. It tells you implicitly, I see the world as it is, with all its subtle imperfections and surprising joys. And I invite you to share in that seasoned perspective, to laugh with me, and to understand with me the deeper currents of play. It fosters a unique bond of shared intelligence and perceptive observation between storyteller and audience, making you feel like a privileged confidant rather than a passive recipient of information. It's a very clever and artful dance, isn't it? Between earnest presentation and a playful, insightful subversion of expectations, keeping your mind continuously engaged on multiple levels. Now, for you, my cherished listener, how might you practically apply this understanding of the narrator's specific persona to truly enhance your experience with this audible book? Well, the first and most fundamental step is simply to lean into it. Allow my voice, and the intricate narrative it carries, to truly wash over you, much like the gentle current of the Tenkata River. Don't resist the foxiness. Embrace it wholeheartedly. Let the warmth of the tone envelop you like a comforting blanket. When you catch a glimmer of that subtle irony, perhaps a slight inflection in my voice, or a particular turn of phrase that suggests a deeper meaning beneath the surface, pause for a moment and let your mind ponder it. What might be subtly implied here? What delicate humor or profound truth is being revealed between the lines? Engage with the narrative actively, not just passively, allowing words to flow over you. Think of our journey together as a continuous, unfolding conversation, albeit a somewhat one-sided one from my end for now, but a conversation nonetheless where your active participation is implicitly invited. Ask yourself, in those quiet moments, what kind of person is truly speaking to me right now? What is their unique perspective on these events and the characters? How does their particular telling of the story subtly shape my understanding, my emotional response, and my overall perception of the characters and their unfolding events? By consciously and actively engaging with the narrator's persona in this manner, you unlock a much richer, far more textured, and profoundly immersive experience, allowing the story to resonate not just on a superficial plot level, but on multiple, deeper emotional and intellectual layers. You transform yourself from a mere listener into an active participant, a fellow observer, a co-conspirator in the unfolding drama of Tinkertown. This active, conscious listening transforms the experience from a simple consumption of words into a deeply immersive and intensely personal encounter with the very soul of the story. It's an open invitation, dear listener, to step beyond the superficial presentation and delve deeply into the beating heart of what makes this tale so utterly compelling and enduring. Of what of Tinkertown itself? You eagerly ask. Tinkertown. The very name, I believe, whispers of its intrinsic character, doesn't it? A place where things are perhaps a little bit tinkered with, a charmingly peculiar place where the ordinary is often presented with an endearing, slightly off-filter perspective. Imagined, it do well, a quintessential American town nestled comfortably within the gentle, rolling hills of upstate New York, far enough from the relentless hustle and ceaseless bustle of an major metropolis to feel utterly distinct, wonderfully self-contained, and imbued with its own unique pace. It's just close enough to catch the faintest echoes of the wider, more sprawling world. Its streets, mostly unpaved, are a delightful testament to a time when speed was less important than community. They are prone to kicking up fine dust in the dry heat of summer afternoons and transforming into a delightfully squelchy, earthy mud after a particularly refreshing rain, bearing the faint imprints of worn wheels and well-worn boots. The houses themselves, a charming mishmash of architectural styles from various bygone eras, stand shoulder to shoulder, each with its own compelling story seemingly etched into its weathered clapboards, its peeling paint, and its perpetually creaking porches. There's a grand, somewhat faded Victorian mansion, still retaining a certain dignified, regal air despite its age, standing proudly next to a sturdy, no-nonsense farmhouse with its practical lines, and further down the lane, a small, brightly painted cottage that seems to defy gravity with its charmingly crooked windows and perpetually overgrown garden. The main street, such as it is, boasts a bustling general store that, I assure you, sells absolutely everything from jars of surprisingly tiny pickles to an array of dubious patent medicines and bowls of homespun fabric. A barber shop where the town's most delicious gossip is clipped and tidied as meticulously as the customer's hair, and a charming little white steepled church whose steeple, one must admit, is just a tad too tall over the modest size of the building itself, reaching with an almost comically ambitious fervor towards the heavens. There's a sleepy, meandering river that lazily winds its way through the town's very edge, reflecting the boundless, clear blue skies and the occasional lazy cloud that drifts by. A perfect, picturesque spot for quiet contemplation, a clandestine meeting, or perhaps a hopeful afternoon of fishing. Tinkertown is truly a place where the seasons are not just observed, but deeply felt, with the crisp, invigorating light of autumn apples and the vibrant hues of turning leaves give way to the silent, pristine blanket of winter snow, which in turn gracefully melts into the vibrant, almost explosive green growth of spring, followed by the languid, sun-drenched, cicada humming days of summer. It is, in essence, a perfectly preserved microcosm of a particular kind of Americana, a faded but cherished postcard from a simpler, perhaps more innocent time, yet, as we shall very soon discover, it is brimming with inherent complexities and intriguing secrets that beautifully belie its outwardly placid, tranquil surface. It's a world awaiting your exploration. To give you an even better, more profound grasp of what I truly mean by vividly painting the world of Tinkertown, let's cast our minds to other beloved fictional towns that have, over time, captured and held our collective imaginations with a similar charm and undeniable personality. Thinking, for a moment, of Maybury from the Andy Griffith Show, a place so deeply ingrained in the American psyche that it almost feels like a vivid memory. A place where problems, no matter how perplexing, were almost always solved with homespun wisdom, a quiet conversation on a porch swing, and a good dose of neighborly affection. Or perhaps consider the endlessly charming and relentlessly quirky Stars Hollow from the Gilmore Girls, with its delightful array of eccentric festivals. Remember the Founders Day Punch, its incredibly tight-knit community where everyone knows everyone else's business and then some, and its charmingly eccentric residents who are as endearing as they are idiosyncratic. Even a place like Lake Woburn, which I mentioned earlier as an example of a compelling narrator, possesses that distinctive, almost tactile quality that makes it feel utterly real, a place you could almost visit, even though you know, deep down, that it exists only in the comforting confines of the mind's eye. What all these fictional towns share, and what Tinkletown undoubtedly shares with them, is not merely a geographical location on a map, but a distinct, undeniable personality, a cloud of soul, if you will, that permeates every street and every interaction. The smallest details, the evocative smells of baking and damp earth, the comforting sounds of daily life, the very quality of the air itself, are all imbued with a palpable character. In Tinkletown, you'll almost be able to hear the distant, really clatter of the afternoon train, smell the fresh baked bread emanating from Mrs. Henderson's perpetually busy kitchen, feel the gentle, caressing breeze rustling through the leaves of the ancient oak tree in the town square, and hear the comforting drum of bumblebees on a warm afternoon. This is not merely a passive backdrop for the story. Tinkletown is a living, breathing entity, a character in its own right, profoundly influencing the lives, choices, and destinies of those remarkable individuals who are fortunate, or perhaps fated, to inhabit its charming, yet sometimes challenging embrace. It's a stage, yes, but a very active and influential one. From a psychological perspective, the effort to create such a vivid, detailed, and deeply immersive world for Tinkletown is not just an artistic flourish. It is absolutely paramount for several profound reasons. Why, you might ask, does this level of detail truly matter? Because it taps into our deep-seated human need for a sense of place, for belonging, and for understanding the context within which human dramas unfold. We are fundamentally creatures of context, and our understanding and emotional engagement with the story are profoundly enriched when we can firmly plant that narrative in a tangible, believable, and richly imagined environment. When a setting is meticulously and lovingly depicted, it functions as so much more than just scenery. It transforms into an emotional anchor, a bedrock for the entire narrative experience. It powerfully evokes a sense of nostalgia for simple times, even for those of us who have never personally experienced them, fostering a deep yearning for community, for connection, and for slower pace of life that many individuals feel is increasingly missing in the relentless march of modern existence. This potent sense of longing and familiarity creates a powerful and welcome sense of escapism, allowing you to mentally transport yourself effortlessly and completely to a different reality, one that feels simultaneously comforting, intriguing, and wonderfully distinct. Furthermore, a richly detailed setting helps to firmly ground the narrative, making the characters' actions, their often peculiar motivations, and their very existence infinitely more believable and deeply understandable. Their choices, their quirks, their triumphs, and their tribulations all make profoundly more sense when viewed through the specific confines, deep unwritten rules, and the deeply ingrained conventions of Tinkletown. It's a critical difference, isn't it, between hearing a story set somewhere in a small town and hearing a story specifically set in Tinkletown, where the church steeple is just a tad too tall, where Mrs. Henderson's fresh-baked bread is the universally acknowledged talk of the town, and where the river whispers all secrets. The latter immediately conjures a vibrant tapestry of images, sounds, specific sense, and a profound sense of shared human experience. It makes the abstract concept of a town concrete, allowing our imaginations to truly flourish and our empathy to deepen exponentially for the characters who are navigating this specific, unique, and deeply personal environment. That human mind, you see, absolutely thrives on specifics. It uses them as building blocks to construct a coherent, immersive, and highly personalized mental model of the fictional world, transforming what could be passive listening into an active, vivid, and deeply imaginative participation. So, how can you, as an incredibly insightful listener, practically apply this profound understanding to fully immerse yourself in the vibrant, breathing world of Tinkletown? It's quite simple, really, and yet, paradoxically, profoundly effective in its simplicity. As I described the winding, dusty streets, the distinctive and characterful buildings, the excites, and the everyday sounds of this charming hamlet, I invite you to take a moment, close your eyes if circumstances permit you this luxury, and truly, actively visualize it. Don't just passively hear the words as they are spoken. See the dusty main street stretching out before you, glinting in the afternoon sun. Don't just register the mere mention of the general thought. Actively imagine its cluttered shelves overflowing with curiosities. Inhale the faint, mingling scents of spices, eat what, and perhaps a hint of molasses. Feel the warm floorboards beneath your imaginary feet. Hear the distant, murmuring laughter of children, the low hum of ongoing conversations, the distinct chirping of crickets as dusk gently falls over the rooftops. Engage all your senses, dear listener, not just your ears. Allow your magnificent imagination to utterly fill in the exquisite, personal details that even my most thorough and descriptive passages might intentionally leave to your personal, unique interpretation. What exact shade of faded green is that grand Victorian house? Does Mrs. Henderson hum a particular tune as she knits her famous dough? What specific kind of brightly colored flowers spill over the window boxes of the small cottage? By actively and deliberately building this rich, sensory world in your mind's eye, you become a co-creator of the narrative, deepening your emotional and intellectual connection to the story and making Tinkletown not just a place you briefly visit, but a place you truly inhabit, however fleetingly, within the expansive confines of your very own imagination. This, my friends, is the true magic of immersive storytelling, the alchemical process of transforming your spoken words into a vibrant, lit, and deeply personal experience. Now that we've established our comfortable perch, felt the gentle breeze of Tinkletown on our imaginary cheeks, and surveyed the general, enchanting landscape, let's delve a little deeper, shall we, into the very heart and soul of this community, its people. For what is a town, after all, without its residents? What is a stage without its actors, or a melody without its instruments? And Tinkletown, my friends, is blessed or perhaps burdened, depending entirely on your perspective and the particular capriciousness of any given day, with a collection of characters as vibrant, as individual, and as varied as the wild, untamed flowers that bloom so profusely along the winding river banks. We have, for instance, the perpetually taciturn farmer, old Mr. Abernathy, a man who communicates more with a deep, rumbling grunt and a sedacious nod of his head than with any actual spoken words, but whose weathered eyes, despite their quietness, hold a profound, knowing kindness that speaks volumes. There's the endlessly effervescent Miss Penelope, The town's resident spinster, a woman who nonetheless possesses more boundless energy than a dozen boisterous schoolchildren combined. I walk the streets, every single bake sale, every rummage sale, every charitable drive, and every community gathering with an almost military precision, all while sporting the most outrageously colorful and often gravity-defying hats imaginable. And then, of course, there's a formidable Anderson Crow himself, the titular figure whose remarkable daughter eventually takes center stage in our unfolding story. He's the esteemed justice of the peace, a man of profound, almost unshakable integrity and an equally profound, some might say slightly inflated, sense of his own undeniable importance, whose pronouncements are often delivered with the solemnity of an ancient prophet, even when the subject at hand is as mundane as the proper height for garden fence or the correct way to prune a rose bush. Each and every resident, you see it, is not just an individual. They are vital, intricately woven thread in the rich, complex tapestry of Pinkerton life, unique and utterly indispensable, each contributing their distinct color and texture to the town's distinctive hum, its particular rhythm, and its overall unique character. They gossip. They squabble over minor perceived slights. They offer unwavering support to one another in times of need. They celebrate life's small victories, and they mourn life's inevitable losses. All under the watchful, is sometimes hilariously oblivious eyes of a collective community. It's a marvelous ensemble, a cast of truly unforgettable characters. To illustrate the sheer significance of these quirky dynamics and the enduring impact of these eclectic residents, let's once again cast our gaze to other beloved examples from the vast and wonderful world of storytelling. Consider, if you will, the delightfully rendered residents of the idyllic English village in James Harriot's All Creatures Great and Small. Each farmer, each peculiar local, each memorable customer who brings that beloved often exasperating animal to the veterinary surgery contributes immeasurably to the warmth, the humor, and the profound humanity of those timeless stories. Siegfried Farman, the tempestuous yet undeniably brilliant senior vet, Tristan Farnham, the charming but perpetually mischievous younger brother, and Mrs. Hall, the no-nonsense, unflappable housekeeper who somehow manages to keep them all in line. These aren't just mere names on the page. They are fully fleshed out, three-dimensional individuals whose intricate interactions, their witty banter, and their deep-seated affections for one another drive much of the narrative's charm and emotional resonance. Or perhaps think of the wonderfully idiosyncratic ensemble cast in any Wes Anderson film, where every single character, no matter how ostensibly minor their role, possesses a distinct visual style, a particular way of speaking, and a deeply ingrained eccentricity that makes them utterly unforgettable and instantly recognizable. It's these unique individualities, dear listener, and the way they delightfully rub up against each other, sometimes harmoniously, sometimes frictionally, that truly create this undeniable spark of life within the narrative. In Tinkletown, you'll find that the seemingly mundane, day-to-day interactions between its citizens, the small kindnesses, the petty rivalries, the shared laughter, often reveal much deeper truths about human nature, about the delicate intricacies of community, and about the perpetually precarious balance between individual eccentricities and the greater collective good. The town doesn't just have inhabitants. It has a bona fide cast of characters, each with their own secret story, their own unspoken dreams. The only two peculiarities that make them notably enduring, endlessly frustrating, and sorely human. The dynamics aren't merely social norms or abstract rules. They are living, breathing, constantly evolving interactions that combine, define the very atmosphere, the very pulse of the place. From a profound psychological standpoint, meticulously outlining these quirky dynamics and introducing these eclectic residents is absolutely vital for several compelling reasons. Extending far beyond simple character development. Firstly, and perhaps most importantly, it profoundly humanizes the entire setting. Without distinct, memorable characters, a town, any town, remains little more than an abstract concept, a vacant stage. But when we are intimately introduced to a figure like the quietly profound Mr. Abernathy or the wonderfully energetic Miss Penelope, the town instantly gains personality, undeniable depth, and a powerful sense of relatability. We begin to care, not just about the overarching plot or the sequence of events, but about the specific people who are experiencing it, whose lives are being shaped by it. Secondly, this detailed characterization fosters deep identification and empathy, even if we've never had the pleasure, or perhaps the exasperation, of meeting someone exactly like Anson Crowe. We can readily recognize aspects of his earnest pomposity, his unwavering sense of justice, or his fundamentally good intentions in people we know or, dare I say it, even in aspects of ourselves. This recognition creates a powerful, emotional bridge between the fictional world and our own lived experiences, deepening our emotional engagement and making the narrative feel far more personal. Thirdly, the inherent quirks and eccentricities of the characters provide essential humor, delightful levity, and much needed psychological relief. Life, even in a small, seemingly tranquil town like Tinkertown, isn't always relentlessly serious or perpetually dramatic. The amusing habits, the endearing oddities, the charmingly peculiar behaviors of the residents offer moments of genuine levity and warmth that make the narrative significantly more enjoyable and help to expertly balance the more serious, perhaps even somber, themes that may inevitably emerge as the story progresses. Finally, and crucially, the intricate interplay between these diverse characters, their shared collective history, their individual eccentricities, and their interconnected relationships all work together to define the unique and fragile social fabric of Tinkertown. It's this intricate web of relationships, this delicate dance of give and take, that ultimately creates the specific challenges, the unexpected opportunities, and the profound moral dilemmas for our protagonists, making the journey all the more compelling and deeply resonant. We learned, through their interactions, how the community truly functions, how gossip spreads with surprising speed, how genuine support is offered in times of crisis, and how justice, in its wonderfully unique Tinkertown iteration, is ultimately meted out. This provides an incredibly rich and authentic social context that makes the events of the story feel utterly organic, deeply believable, and profoundly authentic. It's about showing, not just telling, the very essence of what makes this particular community tick, allowing you to understand its heartbeat. So, how can you, my attentive and perceptive listener, particularly apply this profound understanding of Tinkertown's unique people and their intricate interactions to enhance your overall appreciation of the story? As I introduce each character, whether they are front and center or merely appearing in the periphery, and as they reappear throughout the story's progression, I encourage you to actively try to form a vivid mental sketch of them. What are the most distinguishing physical features? What unique mannerisms do they possess? What is their unique voice? Not just in terms of the sound of their words, but in terms of their core personality, their prevailing attitudes, and their individual perspective of the world. Pay very close attention to how they interact with one another. Who are the undeniable allies? Who are the simmering rivals? Who are the quiet, insightful observers who see more than they let on? Notice the subtle, often unspoken cues in their dialogue and their actions that reveal their deeper motivations, their hidden desires, and their established place within the town's delicate social hierarchy. Engaged, if you will, in a bit of armchair sociology and psychology. How does the collective community react to certain unexpected events or scandalous rumors? What are the unspoken, unwritten rules of Tinkertown etiquette, the social boundaries that are implicitly understood? By consciously observing, actively analyzing, and deeply pondering these intricate dynamics, you undoubtedly gain a much richer, far more nuanced, and profoundly satisfying understanding of the vibrant world that Anderson Crowe and his remarkable daughter inhabit. You move beyond simply following the linear progression of the plot to truly appreciating the intricate, beautiful depth of human connection, community life, and individual agency that forms the very backbone of this captivating tale. It's about savoring the nuances, isn't it? About looking beyond an immediate action to discern the underlying currents of human nature, emotion, and societal interaction that are perpetually at play, breathing life into every scene. Now, having savored the distinct flavors of Tinkertown, having mentally walked its charming, dusty lanes, and having made the intimate acquaintance of some of its more memorable denizens, it's time to speak of something else entirely, something that inevitably looms, sometimes subtly, sometimes overtly, over even the most idyllic and peaceful of settings. We are, after all, about to delve into a narrative that spans a significant 27 chapters, and while delightful small-town antics, charming character vignettes, and gentle humor certainly have their cherished place in such a story, a narrative of this considerable length often implicitly promises a larger, more encompassing arc, a more significant challenge, a greater transformation. And indeed, such a challenge is coming. For Tinkertown, in all its charming, almost pastoral innocence, is not, dear listener, entirely immune to the inevitable intrusions and sometimes jarring reverberations of the wider, more complex world beyond its borders. Imagine, if you will, a tranquil, pristine pond, a surface smooth undisturbed, and utterly unblemished, perfectly reflecting the peaceful, endless sky above. But just beyond its serene, unmoving borders, and the rushing, tumultuous river of life that flows tirelessly outside, there are powerful currents and swirling eddies, sometimes even turbulent, churning rapids, that occasionally send a gentle ripple, or perhaps even a significant, undeniable wave, crashing into the quiet, protected waters. This, my friends, is the inevitable collision we are about to witness, the gentle, untroubled, and sometimes naive innocence of Tinkertown meeting the sometimes harsh, sometimes cunning, sometimes shockingly brutal reality of big city crime. It's a classic, enduring narrative tension, isn't it? The compelling juxtaposition of the familiar and the foreign, the deeply cherished, safe, and the undeniably dangerous. the comfortably predictable and the terrifyingly unknown. It's the age-old story of the idyllic sanctuary confronting the encroaching shadows. To truly illustrate this profound narrative principle of foreshadowing, that delicate art of hinting at future events without revealing too much and to specifically highlight an impending clash between small-town innocence and big-city crime. Let's cast our minds back to a few universally recognized storytelling examples, thinking, for instance, of the iconic film Jaws. The serene, sun-drenched beaches of Amity Island, a beloved summer destination synonymous with relaxation and family fun, are suddenly, shockingly, thrown into terrifying chaos by the almost mythical arrival of a monstrous predator from the deep. The meticulously established initial normalcy, the idyllic tranquility of the opening scenes, makes the ensuing horror and vulnerability of the town all the more potent, all the more visceral, or consider a more subtle, literary approach, like in many classic British detective novels, where a seemingly peaceful, cosy English village, a picture of bucolic contentment, suddenly finds itself grappling with a heinous, inexplicable murder, meticulously bringing the darker, more unsettling underbellies of human nature and societal secrets to the fore. In these powerful stories, the carefully established peace and order of the setting serve as a crucial baseline, a profound and necessary contrast to the dramatic disruption that inevitably follows. The author, with skillful hand, carefully builds this pervasive sense of tranquil, everyday life, allowing us, the audience, to truly appreciate the preciousness of what is at stake when that deeply cherished tranquility is abruptly threatened. We, as observers, become deeply invested in the normal before the abnormal, the terrifying, the disruptive arrives. Similarly, in The Daughter of Anderson Crowe, we will begin our journey fully immersed in the charming, predictable, and somewhat insulated rhythms of Tinkertown life. We'll grow to appreciate its unique community spirit, perhaps even laugh affectionately at its minor squabbles and its delightful eccentricities. But all the while, there will be a subtle, almost imperceptible undercurrent, a growing, delicious awareness that this cherished bubble of innocence, however resilient, however dearly held, cannot and will not last forever. The outside world, with its grander, more sinister schemes, its more sophisticated forms of mischief, its more ruthless motivations, and its far less forgiving consequences, is drawing ever closer, like the storm on the horizon. The true beauty of such masterful foreshadowing, you see it, is that it creates an almost imperceptible sense of unease, a delicious, irresistible anticipation of what's to come, without ever giving away any specific plot points or revealing too much too soon. It's a promise, quietly whispered and skillfully woven into the fabric of the narrative, that things will not, indeed cannot, remain as they seem. It's the subtle tightening of a spring, ready to release. Psychologically speaking, the art of foreshadowing this inevitable collision between worlds is an incredibly powerful narrative tool that serves multiple, crucial functions in captivating and maintaining audience engagement. Firstly, and perhaps most overtly, it establishes a clear and compelling dramatic contrast. By vividly and lovingly portraying Tinkertown's untarnished innocence, its routines, its perceived safety, we meticulously create a strong, emotional baseline against which the encroaching darkness of crime can be starkly measured. This contrast heightens the stakes immeasurably and makes the eventual intrusion of external, insidious threats feel far more significant, far more impactful, and far more emotionally resonant. It's the profound difference, isn't it, between a small pebble dropping into an already turbulent, storm-tossed ocean, where its impact is barely registered, versus that same pebble dropping into a perfectly still, mirror-smooth pond. The latter creates a much more noticeable, much more fascinating, and much more emotionally resonant ripple effect, disturbing the established tranquility. Secondly, this skillful technique profoundly builds suspense and anticipation. The mere hint that something significant, something transformative, is coming, without revealing exactly what it will be or precisely when it will arrive, taps directly into our innate human curiosity and our deep-seated desire for resolution and understanding. Our minds instinctively begin to actively engage, constructing myriad possibilities, trying to predict what might happen, whom it might affect most profoundly, and how this familiar, comfortable world will ultimately cope with this sudden, unsettling, and often dangerous, unfamiliar challenge. This makes the listening experience far more dynamic, more interactive, and keeps us deeply, emotionally invested in the unfolding narrative. Thirdly, it expertly prepares the audience for a necessary and profound shift in both narrative tone and overall scope, acknowledging, even subtly, that big city crime will eventually enter the sidelight picture allows us to mentally adjust our expectations, preparing ourselves for a narrative trajectory that will evolve. We understand, implicitly, that while there will undoubtedly be cherished moments of gentle humor, quiet observation, and a small town charm, the story will ultimately delve into more serious, more complex themes of justice, of morality, of the true nature of innocence, and perhaps even of real danger. This prevents any jarring, unexpected transitions and ensures that the audience remains deeply connected to the narrative, emotionally and intellectually. Even as its complexity deepens, its themes become more profound, and its stakes rise considerably. It's about expertly setting the stage for a compelling and transformative journey, recognizing that true character development, genuine growth, and a profound narrative depth often arise from conflict, from the challenge of confronting the unknown, and from the difficult process of adaptation. It offers a promise of growth, of profound transformation, not only for the characters within the story but, by a subtle extension, for our own understanding of the complex world they inhabit and the human spirit itself. Now, for you, my astute and perceptive listener, how might you practically apply this profound understanding of narrative foreshadowing to truly enhance your journey through the daughter of Anderson Grove? The key is, dear friend, is to cultivate a heightened sense of awareness, to pay very close attention to the subtle shifts, the gentle suggestions, the quiet, almost imperceptible atmospheric changes that skillfully hint at larger, more significant events waiting just on the horizon. Don't expect a sudden, dramatic pronouncement or thunderous drum roll rather. Listen intently for the faintest discord in the established harmony, the smallest shadow cast across the otherwise sunlit streets, the quietest whisper of change on the wind. When I lovingly describe the peacefulness, the tranquility, the almost harmless quality of Tinkertown, appreciate it fully, allowing its serenity to wash over you, but also hold a quiet, contemplative awareness that such profound peace is often, tragically, exquisitely fragile. As we meet the diverse residents, consider thoughtfully how their various strengths, their enduring weaknesses, their deeply held beliefs, or even their personal blind spots might make them particularly vulnerable, or conversely, surprisingly resilient. When faced with an unexpected crisis or an unforeseen external threat, thunder, for a moment, the very nature of innocence itself is it a protective shield, an impenetrable barrier against the world's harshness, or is it merely a beautiful, but ultimately unsustainable, state of blissful ignorance that is all too easily shattered by the intrusion of reality? By remaining subtly alert to these delicate narrative cues, these implied promises of future events, you not only appreciate the exquisite craft of the storytelling more deeply, but you also find yourself much more fully engaged, much more emotionally invested in the unfolding mystery and the impending drama. You be keenly on the lookout for the very first tremors of change, recognizing the quiet, masterful build-up before the inevitable, and often accelerating crescendo. This active, perceptive engagement transforms you from a passive recipient of the story into an active participant in its anticipation, making the eventual collision, when it does arrive, all the more impactful, all the more meaningful, and all the more emotionally resonant. It's akin to feeling the very first, almost imperceptible, drops of rain before a magnificent storm breaks. You know something significant, something powerful, is rapidly approaching, and that profound knowledge adds a layer of rich, contemplative depth, a delicious frisson of anticipation, to your entire listening experience. So, my dear friends, my fellow travelers on this unfolding narrative path, we have covered a truly considerable amount of ground in this comprehensive introductory section, haven't we? We've engaged in a deep and meaningful conversation about the comforting and inherently engaging nature of my voice. Your narrator, a voice I sincerely hope you've come to trust as a warm, foxy, and perhaps just a touch ironically perceptive guide through the rich and varied narrative landscape of the daughter of Anderson Crow. We've taken a delightful, sensory-rich stroll through the charming, yet distinctly peculiar, streets of Tinkletown, New York, meticulously painting a vivid, almost tangible picture of its physical landscape, its unique architectural quirks, and its inimitable atmosphere. We've had the distinct pleasure of introducing you to the rich and colorful tapestry of its eclectic residence, those truly memorable characters whose interactions, whose triumphs, and whose foibles form the very beating heart and resilient soul of this vibrant community. And perhaps most importantly, we've gently, almost imperceptibly, yet quite deliberately, set the grand stage for the fascinating and expansive narrative arc that lies ahead, subtly hinting at the impending, significant collision between the gentle, often naive innocence of small-town life and the more formidable, often shadowy, and sometimes unexpectedly brutal forces of big city crime. This expansive journey, dear listener, unfolding majestically over the course of 27 intricate chapters, promises to be one of profound discovery, of genuine laughter echoing through quaint streets, of quiet, meaningful reflection, and perhaps even of a thrilling dash of pulse-quickening suspense. It is a journey designed to engage your mind, stir your emotions, and leave you with a lasting impression of a world both familiar and refreshingly new. As we now prepare to move forward into the very first chapter, where we will at last meet the enigmatic Anderson Crow and his truly remarkable daughter in earnest, I honestly invite you to carry with you all the rich impressions, all the subtle understandings, and all the profound anticipations we've meticulously built together today. Remember the comforting resonance of the narrator's voice, and trust implicitly in its gentle, guiding presence. Keep the vibrant, almost breathing image of Tinkletown alive and thriving in your mind's eye. A place where every whining corner might just hold a hidden secret, and every sun-drenched porch undoubtedly cradles a fascinating story waiting to be told. Cherish the memory and the personalities of its quirky residents, for they are truly the very heartbeat, the lifeblood of this captivating tale. And hold on to that subtle, delicious sense of anticipation, that quiet, knowing awareness that even in the most peaceful and seemingly immutable of settings, change is an inevitable, often exhilarating, and sometimes profoundly challenging force that shapes all destinies. Are you ready then, dear listener, to take that definitive step, to truly push through the threshold and wholeheartedly begin our grand adventure together? I certainly am, with every fiber of my being. Let us now, metaphorically speaking, turn the page, and dive headfirst, with eager hearts and open minds, into the very first chapter, where the daughter of Anderson Crow truly begins to make her indelible, unforgettable mark on the world and on our imaginations. Section 3, Main Chapters 1 to 9, The Foundling. Welcome, dear listeners, to a brand new chapter in our exploration of the daughter of Anderson Crow. As we delve into Section 3, Main Chapters 1 to 9, The Foundling, we embark on a journey into the heart of a charming, yet peculiar, small town, and the wonderfully eccentric characters who call it home. This section, aptly titled The Foundling, lays the crucial groundwork for understanding our spirited heroine Rosalie and the peculiar guardian who shaped her early life. We are about to immerse ourselves in the everyday existence of Rosalie and her adoptive father, Marshall Anderson Crow, a man whose self-reception as a brilliant detective far stripped his actual capabilities, much to the endearing amusement of everyone around him. Our core concept for this significant portion of the narrative is to firmly establish Rosalie's unique upbringing and to lovingly detail Anderson Crow's often notorious, yet always well-intentioned, misadventures as a self-styled Sherlock Holmes picture, if you will, a tranquil, almost idyllic small town, where the biggest crime is usually a missing garden gnome or misplaced pie from the annual bake-off. Into this gentle setting steps Marshall Anderson Crow, a man of imposing stature and even more imposing self-importance. He views every minor mishap through the lens of a grand, intricate criminal conspiracy, an elaborate tapestry of deceit that only his unparalleled intellect can untangle. Rosalie, a foundling discovered on his doorstep years ago, becomes the anchor of his world, a bright, observant girl who, even from a young age, possesses a far keener sense of reality than her adopted father. The dynamic is the very essence of heartwarming comedy, a delightful contrast between Crow's earnest, if misguided, heroism and Rosalie's grounded, yet deeply affectionate perspective. We witness Crow's meticulously crafted, utterly illogical deductions, his dramatic pronouncements, and his unwavering belief in his own genius, all observed with a patient, loving side from Rosalie. Her upbringing, while certainly unconventional, is nonetheless filled with warmth, security, and an abundance of fascinating, if sometimes baffling, lessons in what not to do when investigating a crime. It is within this charmingly chaotic home that Rosalie blossoms, absorbing the rhythms of small town life and developing the sharp wit and independent spirit that will define her. This foundational concept matters immensely because it creates the emotional bedrock for Rosalie's character. Her early life with Anderson Crowe isn't just a quirky backdrop. It's a forge in which her personality is shaped. Imagine the classic children's book character, Kitty Longstocking, growing up with a parent figure who, while not entirely absent, provided a world of eccentricities and challenges that forced Kitty to be resourceful, independent, and to develop her own strong moral compass. Similarly, Rosalie's unique guardian, though loving, inadvertently pushes her to observe, to question, and to form her own, far more rational conclusions about the world. Psychologically, this dynamic highlights the profound influence of early childhood environments on personality development. Children of highly idiosyncratic parents often develop a robust sense of self, a strong internal locus of control, and an admirable resilience. They learn to navigate a world that doesn't always conform to the norms, fostering creativity and adaptability. For Rosalie, this means growing up with a heavy dose of skepticism towards appearances, an acute ability to spot inconsistencies, and a deep appreciation for genuine kindness, even when it's wrapped in layers of unintentional absurdity. Isn't it fascinating how often the most unlikely environments produce the most extraordinary individuals? To apply this understanding to our own storytelling, or indeed to our perception of others, consider these practical steps. When crafting a character's backstory, think beyond just major life events. Delve into the subtle, everyday interactions that shaped their worldview. How did their parents, guardians, or early mentors influence their understanding of truth, justice, or even humor? Did a parent's profession, hobby, or eccentric habit subtly imprint itself on the child's developing mind? For instance, if you were to write a character who is incredibly observant and detail-oriented, perhaps their upbringing involved a parent who was a meticulous collector, or conversely, a wonderfully absent-minded one, forcing the child to pick up the slack and pay attention to what others missed. The contrast between Anderson Crowe's self-important bluster and Rosalie's quiet, perceptive nature is a testament to the power of showing, rather than merely telling, how a character's environment has molded them. These early chapters establish a narrative harmony that allows the more dramatic elements of Rosalie's future to resonate even more deeply, because we understand the gentle, comedic world from which she originates. Now, let us turn our attention to the specific artistry of narrating Marshall Crowe's truly ridiculous investigative methods, delivering them with an earnest, straight-faced conviction that only heightens their comedic effect. Picture the scene: a hushed, almost reverent tone in the narrator's voice, describing Crowe's oddly illogical leaps of deduction as if they were the pronouncement of a genius. He might, for instance, be found meticulously examining a perfectly ordinary mud puddle with a magnifying glass, convinced it holds the secret to a missing bag of apples. Observe, my dear Rosalie, he might declare, gesturing grandly with a mud-caked finger, the peculiar concentric ripples, not merely the product of a raindrop. No, these indicate a struggle, a frantic, circular motion, suggestive of a desperate attempt to conceal a fruit-based funny, or perhaps we'd find him in the town's small, unassuming library, not poring over texts, but interrogating a stack of dusty encyclopedias about a misplaced set of knitting needles. Convinced the books themselves were withholding vital information. His disguises, meticulously assembled from borrowed hats and ill-fitting overcoats, would be so transparently ineffective that even the town dog, Bartholomew, would recognize him instantly. Yet Crow himself would remain blissfully unaware of his lack of anonymity. He is the epitome of the earnest amateur, genuinely convinced of his own profound insight despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Consider the ripple-word storytelling brilliance of Inspector Clouseau from the Paint Panther series, Steve Martin's portrayal, and Peter Sellers before him, are masterpieces of comedic timing and earnest delusion. Clouseau consistently misunderstands, misinterprets, and causes chaos that never once doubts its own superior intellect. His blunders are delivered with such unwavering conviction that the audience can't help but roar with laughter. Another example, perhaps a more subtle one, might be the character of Captain Mainwaring in Dad's Army, a man whose self-inflicted sense of importance and military prowess is constantly undercut by his enduring incompetence. Yet he commands his home guard platoon with absolute sincerity. These characters work because their earnestness prevents them from being mere caricatures. There's a genuine belief in their own capabilities, which makes the comedic failings all the more delightful psychologically. Why do we find such characters and their methods so utterly amusing and endearing? It taps into our shared human experience of encountering individuals who are earnestly, perhaps even tragically, out of touch with reality. We laugh, not out of cruelty, but from a place of recognizing the absurdity of human nature and the comforting distance between their delusion and our own perceived sanity. It's a cathartic experiment for the mob. Characters like Crow offer a profound sense of comedic relief. In narratives, this relief is vital. It allows the audience to breathe, to connect with the lighter side of the story before potentially heavier themes emerge. It also provides a beautiful contrast. When later, serious threats appear, Crow's earnest, if misguided, attempts to protect Rosalie become even more poignant, because we've already fallen in love with his quirky, good-hearted nature. It highlights the power of self-belief, even when entirely unfounded, in the ways in which a positive self-image, however skewed, can make one remarkably resilient to reality's harsher truths. It's a subtle exploration of how belief systems shape our perception of events, even to the point of inventing complex narratives around the simplest occurrences. For those of us striving to create compelling narratives, or even simply to appreciate the rich tapestry of human behavior, the practical application here is manifold. First, when crafting a character who relies on flawed logic or misguided effort, commit fully to their internal conviction. The humor doesn't come from the narrator winking at the audience. It comes from the character's unwavering belief in their own brilliance. Present their actions and deductions without judgment, allowing the inherent absurdity to speak for itself. Second, observe the world around you. Are there moments in daily life where earnestness meets absurdity? A person meticulously searching for their glasses which are perched on their head, or someone explaining a complex theory for why the remote control stopped working when the batteries are simply dead. By noticing these small, human foibles, we can draw inspiration for characters who, like Crow, are relatable in their very imperfections. Finally, understand the role of comedic pacing. Crow's investigations aren't just one-off jokes. They are recurring motifs that establish his character and the world he inhabits, setting a rhythm of gentle humor that pervades the early chapters. This repeated exposure allows the audience to truly internalize his personality and find increasing delight in his consistent, yet always varied foibles. It teaches us that consistency in character portrayal, even intermediate flaws, builds a deeper connection with the audience. Next, we turn our attention to the blossoming of Rosalie herself, depicting her growth into a beautiful, spirited young woman, universally beloved by the entire town. Rosalie isn't merely beautiful in a superficial sense. Her beauty emanates from her spirit, her kindness, her intelligence, and her unwavering sense of practical common sense. From a young age, she was a quiet observer, the one who gently corrected her father's more outlandish theories, not with disrespect, but with loving patience. As she grows, we see her moving through the town with a quiet grace, her quick wit and empathetic nature winning over every shopkeeper, every farmer, every gossiping socialite. She would volunteer at Mrs. Cable's bakery, not just kneading dough, but listening intently to the townsfolk's worries, offering sensible advice, or simply a warm, understanding smile. She would help farmer McGregor mend a fence, not because she was asked, but because she saw it needed doing. Her relationship with Anderson Crow, while remaining deeply affectionate, develops into one where she is often the quiet voice of reason, the grounded presence that keeps its flights of fancy from completely detaching from reality. She might roll her eyes discreetly when he launches into another elaborate theory about a missing garden hose, but her affection for him never wavers. She understands his good heart, even if his methods are completely baffling. Consider the enduring appeal of characters like Aunt Shirley from Anne of Green Gables, or Elizabeth Bennet from Pride and Prejudice. Neither is merely a pretty face. The allure stems from their sharp minds, their vibrant personalities, their compassion, and their spirited independence, and, despite her youthful imaginings and occasional dramatic outbursts, wins the hearts of everyone in Evelier through her unwavering kindness, her capacity for fierce loyalty, and her ability to find beauty in the everyday. Elizabeth Bennet, while certainly attractive, is celebrated for her quick wit, her refusal to be swayed by societal pressures, and her genuine warmth. Authors don't just state these characters are beloved. They show it through their interactions, their dialogues, their actions, and the reactions of other characters to them. We see how the community rallies around them, how their opinions are sought, and how their absence is felt. This widespread affection is carefully built, brick by emotional break, through consistent character portrayal psychologically. Why is it so important for a protagonist to be beloved by their fictional community, and by extension, by the audience? First, it creates an immediate sense of empathy and investment. If the entire town adores Rosalie, we, as listeners, are predisposed to like her too. We root for her. We feel her triumphs and anxieties more keenly. Second, a beloved character often serves as a moral compass or a touchstone for the community. Their reactions to events help us understand the stakes and the underlying values of the world they inhabit. Third, when a beloved character faces danger or adversity, the emotional stakes are significantly raised, not just for the character themselves, but for the entire ecosystem of supporting characters who care deeply about them. This widespread affection builds a believable, interconnected world, making it feel vibrant and alive. It also subtly reinforces themes of community, connection, and the intrinsic value of kindness and good character. It reminds us that genuine personal qualities often transcend superficial appearances and lead to lasting, meaningful relationships. Isn't it true that we are drawn to stories where goodness and kindness are recognized and cherished? For practical application in our storytelling, or even in cultivating deeper connections in our own lives, consider these. To make a character truly beloved, focus on their actions more than their decorations. Show their empathy through small gestures, remembering a neighbor's favorite pie, offering a genuine compliment, or quietly helping someone in need. Depict their intelligence not just through witty remarks, but through their ability to solve practical problems or offer insightful observations. Emphasize their spirits through their resilience in the face of setbacks, their willingness to speak their mind respectfully, and their unyielding optimism. Encourage interactions with a wide array of supporting characters, demonstrating how their presence positively impacts everyone they encounter. Instead of simply saying, Rosalie was loved by all, illustrate Mrs. People lamenting Rosalie's day off, or Farmer McGregor seeking Rosalie's advice on the crop rotation, or the children of the town eagerly gathering around her for stories. These small, consistent details paint a vivid picture of a character who is genuinely cherished, making the journey all the more compelling when the narrative begins to shift. Finally, we will arrive at a pivotal element of these early chapters: the careful and subtle introduction of clues regarding Rosalie's unknown, wealthy lineage, and the nascent appearance of shadowy figures tracking her. These are not grand, dramatic revelations, but rather fleeting whispers, unexplained occurrences, and a growing sense of unease that gently pricks at the idyllic surface of her life. Perhaps it's a lucky she was found with, not ornate or obviously expensive, but with an unusual crest or a faint inscription that seems out of place for Fauntleroy. Or maybe it's a recurring dream, vague and indistinct, featuring opulent rooms of faces she doesn't recognize. There might be an odd, brief encounter in town, a stranger, dressed a little too sharply for their rusted surroundings, a thin Marshall Crowe seemingly innocuous questions about Rosalie's origins, their eyes lingering a little too long, the presence feeling just a touch too deliberate. A feeling of being watched, a fleeting glimpse of a dark figure disappearing around a corner, a sensation that Rosalie herself might dismiss as childish imagination or the trick of the light. These are not explicit threats, but rather the quiet, almost imperceptible thread of a larger, more complex tapestry beginning to unfurl around her. Think of the masterful way J.K. Rowling introduces Harry Potter's unknown enemy and the shadowy threats he faces. Harry is found with a distinctive scar, a mysterious letter, and the Dursleys' almost pathological secrecy about his parents. The clues are drip-fed: Hagrid's initial appearance, the subtle medical occurrences around Harry, the whispers of know. Similarly, in classic mysteries or thrillers, the first hints of a larger conspiracy are often mundane: an overheard snippet of conversation, an unusual delivery, a letter written in code, or a brief, unsettling moment of surveillance. The power lies in their subtlety, in the way they raise questions without immediately providing answers, compelling the audience to engage in their own detective work alongside the narrative. These early clues don't scream danger, they merely murmur mystery, building an atmosphere of intrigue and slowly expanding the world beyond the charming confines of Anderson Crowe's small town. Psychologically, why is this slow reveal of a hidden past and lurking threat so incredibly effective in captivating an audience? Firstly, It creates suspense and a compelling sense of mystery. Our human brains are hardwired for pattern recognition and problem solving. When presented with fragmented information, we instinctively try to connect the dots, making us active participants in an unfolding narrative. This engagement deepens our investment in the story and its characters. Secondly, it fosters a sense of foreboding and anticipation. The subtle nature of the clues means that the threat is diffuse and undefined, often more terrifying than an overt, tangible enemy. It allows the audience to imagine the possibilities, building tension gradually. Thirdly, it provides a deeper layer of purpose for the protagonist. Rosalie isn't just a spirited girl in a small town. She has a destiny, a hidden past that is actively seeking her out. This adds depth and significance to her character arc, giving her journey a grander scope. It taps into universal themes of identity, belonging, and the search for one's origins, which resonate deeply within the human psyche. Though we all, at some point, wonder about the hidden pathways of our own lives, the what-ifs and the secrets that might still be out there. For practical application in storytelling, or even in understanding how narratives shape our perceptions, the key is restraint and precision. When planting clues, resist the urge to make them too obvious or too frequent. A single, peculiar item, a brief, unsettling glance, or an unexplained event carries more weight when it stands out against an otherwise ordinary backdrop. Vary the type of clue. Some might be physical objects, others might be fleeting observations, still others might be internal sensations or dreams. Ensure that these early clues raise questions, rather than providing immediate answers. The shadowy figures should remain largely unseen, their presence suggested by an atmosphere of surveillance or by the unusual behavior of minor characters, rather than through direct confrontation. This method keeps the focus on the main characters and their established world, while simultaneously hinting at the wider, more complex world that will soon intrude. This layered approach ensures that when the true nature of Rosalie's lineage and the danger she faces is finally revealed, it feels unimpactful and entirely consistent with the seeds that were carefully sown in these foundational chapters. It is through this delicate balance of charm and creeping mystery that the foundling truly establishes its enduring appeal. And so, dear listeners, we conclude our deep dive into Section 3 main chapters 1 to 9, The Foundling. We've explored the delightful world of Rosalie and her adoptive father, Marshall Anderson Crowe, a man of profound self-illusion and immense good heart, whose comedic misadventures as a self-styled Sherlock Holmes have provided Rosalie with an unconventional, yet loving upbringing. We've seen how Crowe's ridiculous investigative methods, delivered with such earnest sincerity, serve not only as a sort of charming humor but also as a psychological anchor, allowing us to appreciate the resilience of the human spirit and the power of comedic relief in storytelling. We've watched Rosalie blossom into a beautiful, spirited young woman, beloved by her entire town, a character testament to the power of genuine kindness and keen observation. And beneath this idyllic surface, we've carefully observed the subtle, early clues of her unknown, all the lineage and the first, unsettling whispers of shadowy figures beginning to track her, setting the stage for the grand adventure that awaits. These foundational chapters are not just an introduction. They are the heart of our story, building the emotional connection and narrative intrigue that will propel us forward. As we move into the next section, prepare for the gentle ripples to become waves, as the secrets of Rosalie's past begin to reveal themselves, promising excitement, danger, and perhaps the unraveling of a much larger mystery. Promising excitement, danger, and perhaps the unraveling of a much larger mystery. Our journey into Rosalie's world begins in the idyllic, a somewhat peculiar town of Cherbourg, a place where the biggest mystery most days was who left Mrs. Gable's prize-winning petunias on her porch. Here, Rosalie blossomed under the oddly unique guardianship of Marshal Anderson Crowe. From the moment he found her, swaddled in a surprisingly fine, even mud-splashed blanket on the steps of the town hall, Anderson took to fatherhood with the same earnest, slightly diluted conviction he applied to his duties as Cherbourg's sole law enforcement officer. Anderson Crowe was, in his own mind, the intellectual descendant of the great Sherlock Holmes. He possessed a magnifying glass, a deerstalk hat he wore religiously on his kisses, and an uncanny ability to miss the obvious while concocting the most elaborate, utterly baseless theories. Rosalie's childhood was a tapestry woven with threads of his well-intentioned but consistently misguided investigations. She learned to identify the subtle signs of impending cruel-induced chaos, the purposeful stride, the furrow of brow, and the inevitable pronouncement of a most peculiar circumstance when, in reality, Farmer McGregor had simply misplaced his spectacles again. One memorable instance involved the case of the missing bakery sign, Anderson. After an exhaustive 3-hour forensic examination of the empty hooks, deduced a vast criminal conspiracy involving rival bakers from a neighboring county, possibly with international ties to a notorious pastry syndicate. He spoke in hushed tones of flower-dusted fingerprints and the contrails of deceit. Rosalie, barely 7, simply pointed out that the windstorm from the previous night had blown the sign clear into the adjacent creek, where it lay partially submerged, clearly visible to anyone not looking for clandestine pastry cocktails. Anderson, ever undeterred, merely adjusted his ear-stopper and declared, "Ah, a clever misdirection, my dear. They want us to think it was the wind." His delivery was always straight-faced, his conviction unwavering, even as the townspeople suppressed their chuckles. Rosalie, bless her heart, learned early on to love her father for his eccentricities, even as she often served as his unwitting and vastly more competent assistant. These early years forged Rosalie's spirit. She learned patience, observation, and a dry wit that perfectly complemented her father's grandiloquence. She observed his genuine kindness and felt unwavering belief in justice, even if his methods of achieving it were unconventional. The entire town watched her grow, from the bright-eyed toddler who would help Marshal crew dust for imaginary prince, to the bright, curious girl who would discreetly solve the local mysteries before her father even had time to don his investigative attire. She was an unofficial, uncredited brains behind the badge, her soft suggestions often guiding her father towards the truth without him ever realizing he hadn't deduced it himself. Consider the infamous case of the Pilford preserves. Old man Hemlock's prized elder Burgem went missing from his pantry. Anderson Crowe arrived on the scene, magnifying glass in hand, to find the pantry door ajar and a single, suspiciously sticky footprint on the floor. He spent an hour meticulously measuring the footprint, drawing diagrams, and theorizing about a master thief with a penchant for fruit-based condiments. His conclusion, delivered with a dramatic flourish, was that a reclusive badger, known for its sweet tooth and surprisingly agile pose, was the culprit, possibly collaborating with a rogue squirrel boldly. After a moment's quiet observation and a conversation with old man Hemlock's mischievous granddaughter, simply suggested that perhaps the bird had simply borrowed the charm for pigment, a theory confirmed by the sticky fingerprints on her face. Anderson, ever the showman, teased seamlessly, declaring, a brilliant ruse. The badger was but a distraction, a tacit misdirection by the cunning accomplice. The town chuckled, but praised Rosalie's cleverness, a regular occurrence in Cheeryble. As Rosalie transitioned from a child to a young woman, her beauty became undeniable. It wasn't merely a superficial prettiness, though she possessed an effortless grace that turned heads. It was the luminescence of a kind heart, the sparkle of a quick mind, and the radiant energy of a spirit unburdened by cynicism. Her laughter was a frequent, welcome-sounding Cheeryble, echoing from the general store where she had Mrs. Henderson with inventory, to the old oak tree where she read stories to the younger children. She possessed an innate elegance, a natural charm that seemed almost incongruous with her humble upbringing in the chaotic household of Marshall Crowe. She knew everyone, and everyone knew her, not just as Anderson Crowe's daughter, but as Rosalie, the spirited, intelligent, compassionate young woman who was the very soul of the community. She was the one who remembered birthdays, who brought fresh baked pies to the set, who knew the secret to calming old Mr. Peterson's cantankerous donkey, and who could always find a silver lining in even the gloomiest cheerable day. Her presence was a balm, a burst of sunshine in a world that, despite its idyllic setting, had its share of minor frustrations and everyday woes. She organized the annual town picnic, led the caroling during the holidays, and was often the first to offer a helping hand, whether mending a fence or comforting a grieving neighbor. Her sense of community was profound, a connection to Cheeryble deep and genuine. Yet, beneath this outwardly cheerful existence, subtle threads of a different destiny began to emerge. Rosalie often found herself gazing at a small, silver locket she'd worn since childhood. Anderson had found it with her, nestled amongst the folds of her blanket. He always dismissed it as a simple trinket, perhaps from a traveling peddler. But Rosalie, with an instinct she couldn't explain, knew it was more. It was intricately engraved with a crest she didn't recognize, featuring a stylized bird in an unfamiliar motto in a language she instinctively felt was ancient and noble. She would trace its delicate lines, feeling an inexplicable connection to a world beyond Cheeryble, a faint echo of forgotten grandeur. Anderson himself, in one of his rare moments of less than focused observation, at once mused aloud about the unusually fine quality of the blanket she was wrapped in. Definitely not local wool, my dear. Too soft, too intricate, clearly of foreign weave. Perhaps from a particularly luxurious flock of sheep in wild, somewhere exotic like Ohio. He never dwelt on it, but the memory stuck with Rosalie. There were other hints too, almost imperceptible. A natural affinity for classical music, which she'd only heard on the scratchy phonograph at the doctor's office, seemed to awaken something deep within her. She possessed an unusual command of etiquette and a refined aesthetic sense, despite never having been formally taught. She would instinctively correct a table setting or comment on the composition of a painting with an almost inherited knowledge, much to the quiet astonishment of her father and the townsfolk. who attributed it to her uncommon cleverness. She often dreamt of opulent rooms, of hushed, formal conversations, and of faces she couldn't quite place, faces that evoked a strange sense of belonging and loss. These dreams felt more like half-remembered memories, stirring a yearning for something she couldn't name. And then, there were the shadows. At first, it was just a fleeting feeling, a prickle on the back of her neck as you walked home from the market at dusk, a rustle in the woods that wasn't just the wind, a feather glimpsed at the very edge of her peripheral vision before vanishing, and listened naturally. Attributed these to local ruffians or overactive imagination, usually while on the trail or most elusive sportive. But Rosalie knew better. There was a deliberate, watchful quality to these fleeting impressions. One afternoon, while helping her father clean out the storage shed, she found a peculiar object tucked away, the small, beautifully carved wooden bird, clearly not of local origin, its eyes made of tiny, dark stones. It was out of place, seemingly forgotten, yet it felt as though it had been recently handled. Anderson, absorbed in categorizing rusty gardening tools, simply grunted, probably fell off a passing wagon there. A clear sign of poor old securing. He completely missed the subtle detail that the bird's coloring mirrored the stylized bird on her locket. But Rosalie's unease grew. She'd noticed our familiar faces in town more frequently, strangers who didn't quite fit the friendly, cosy riddle of Cherubel. A man with unusually sharp eyes who seemed to watch the general store for hours, only to vanish when approached. A woman in elegant, yet subdued clothing who asked pointed questions about Fontaine's and unusual local appearances at the local tavern, only to leave abruptly when Marshal Crewe entered, oblivious to order his usual sarsaparilla and investigate the peculiar dampness of the barmaid. These were not the casual wanderers or traveling salesmen that occasionally passed through Cherbourg. These individuals moved with a purpose, a quiet intensity that spoke of something far more significant than a lost dog or a misplaced hat. They were almost invisible, yet Rosalie, with her sharp perception honed by years of observing her father's deductions, felt the present slight shift in the air, a subtle vibration just beneath the surface of Cherubel's peaceful facade. One evening, after a particularly unsettling feeling of being watched, Rosalie discovered a small, intricately folded paper bird, similar to the wooden one, tucked beneath her bedroom window, as if left as a silent, ominous calling card. It was a detail Anderson Crowe, ever focused on the dramatic, would have dismissed as flitter, but Rosalie felt a chill that had nothing to do with it even in the air. The locket, the refined sensibilities, the vivid dreams of sprawling estates and hushed conversations in grand halls that haunted her sleep. And now, these watchful eyes, in the periphery, they were disparate pieces of a puzzle she didn't yet know she was assembling. These chapters laid the groundwork for understanding not just who Rosalie is, but who she is meant to be. They established a gentle, loving, yet comically absurd foundation of her life, making the impending disruption all the more dramatic. As the seemingly innocent charm of Cherubel gives way to the first tremors of a larger conspiracy, Rosalie's world, and indeed her very identity, is poised for a profound and exhilarating transformation. Her connection to the decided town and its lover is clueless. Marcia will soon be tested against the undeniable truth of her origins, bringing her into a destiny far grander and more perilous than she could ever imagine, a destiny indeed, as by every subtle clue and every fleeting shadow. Section 4, main chapters 10 to 18, Suitors and Strangers. Welcome, dear listener, to a pivotal moment in our unfolding narrative. Section 4 of The Daughter of Anderson Crowe, encompassing main chapters 10 to 18. Prepare yourselves for an enthralling journey spanning approximately 95 to 175 minutes of immersive storytelling, a segment that truly marks a turning point in the charming, yet increasingly complex, world of Tinkletown. As we delve deeper, you'll find the gentle hum of small town life beginning to resonate with a new, more profound melody, one that carries both the sweet strings of budding romance and the unsettling undertones of an encroaching mystery. Our core concept for this significant section is a twofold escalation, a deliberate weaving of two distinct yet interconnected threads that will define the very fabric of our narrative going forward. Firstly, we aim to significantly escalate the romantic tension for our beloved Rosalie. Think of it as the blossoming of a delicate flower, attracting a whole host of eager bees, each with their own unique buzz and approach. Rosalie, coming into her own, will find herself at the charming crossroads of burdening affection and perplexing choices, navigating the delightful, and sometimes awkward, dance of courtship in a town where everyone knows everyone's business. Her journey will be fraught with charming misunderstandings, humorous encounters, and the very real emotional stirrings of a young woman discovering her heart's desires. This romantic awakening isn't merely a subplot. It's a vital lens through which we explore Rosalie's character, her aspirations, and her place within the tight-knit community of Tinkletown. We will see her grow, not just in stature, but in wisdom and understanding, as she encounters various forms of attention and affection, some genuine, some perhaps less so. Secondly, and in stark contrast to the blossoming romance, we will introduce the primary antagonist, not with a sudden, jarring reveal, but with a creeping, sophisticated subtlety, as they insidiously move into town. Imagine a perfectly still pond, suddenly disturbed by the elegant, yet unnervingly silent, glide of an unfamiliar, predatory creature just beneath the surface. These are not your stereotypical, mustache-twirling villains, but rather figures cloaked in an aura of refined mystery, their hidden agendas veiled behind impeccable manners and seemingly innocuous pursuits. Their arrival will cast a long, imperceptible shadow over the sunny disposition of Tinkletown, slowly chipping away at its innocent veneer. They are the sophisticated wolves in sheep's clothing, their presence a quiet, unsettling discord in the otherwise harmonious symphony of the town. This isn't just about bad guys showing up. It's about the very nature of evil quietly infiltrating a place ill-equipped to recognize it, let alone combat it. Their actions, though initially benign on the surface, will carry an undercurrent of calculated malice, slowly setting the stage for the dramatic confrontations to come. Together, these two narrative thrusts, Rosalie's escalating romantic entanglements and an insidious infiltration of sophisticated antagonists, create a rich tapestry of human experience. We will laugh with Rosalie, perhaps even blush on her behalf, as she navigates the charming cares of courtship. But concurrently, we will feel a growing unease, a tightening in our chest, as we observe the polished newcomers with a knowing dread that the unsuspecting residents of Tinkletown, particularly the delightfully oblivious Marshall Crowe, simply do not possess. This juxtaposition of light-hearted romance and encroaching pearl is what makes this section so compelling, promising a listening experience that is both heartwarming and thrillingly suspenseful. Now, let us delve into the specific techniques and narrative strategies we would employ to bring this intricate vision to life, ensuring that every moment resonates with purpose and impact. Our first key point focuses on the delightful and dynamic world of Rosalie's romantic prospects. We will perform distinct, lively voices for Rosalie's various suitors to highlight the romantic comedy elements. Why, you might ask, is this so crucial? Well, imagine a symphony where every instrument played the same note, or a painting where every brushstroke was the same color. It would lack vibrance, wouldn't it? In storytelling, especially in the realm of romantic comedy, character differentiation is paramount. Rosalie, as the charming, intelligent daughter of the town's beloved marshal, is naturally a magnet for attention. Pinkerton, though small, boasts a surprising array of bachelors, each with their own peculiar charm, their own endearing foibles, and their own unique approach to winning a young woman's heart. Consider, for a moment, a classic literary example, the enduring masterpiece Pride and Prejudice by Jane Austen. Think of Elizabeth Bennet's suitors. There's a pompous, obsequious Mr. Collins, whose every utterance is a testament to his own self-importance and utter lack of self-awareness. Then we have the charming, yet ultimately deceitful Mr. Wickham, whose smooth words and captivating demeanor initially win Elizabeth over, only to reveal a far more sinister character beneath. And, of course, the proud, initially aloof, but ultimately devoted Mr. Darcy, whose true character unfolds slowly, revealing layers of integrity and deep affection. Each of these characters possesses such a distinct voice, not just in their dialogue, but in their very mannerisms and presence, that we instantly recognize them. Mr. Collins's elaborate, almost theatrical pronouncement Mr. Wickham's persuasive, honeyed tones, and Mr. Darcy's restrained, often terse, but deeply meaningful words. These vocal distinctions make them indelible in our minds, creating both humorous situations and dramatic tension as Elizabeth navigates their varied attentions. Similarly, in Hand of Green Gables, Anne's journey through friendships and the early stages of romance with characters like the cheeky Doverby or the well-meaning but ultimately unsuitable Roy Gardner are made vibrant and memorable through their unique personalities and ways of speaking. The delightful humor often stems from these distinct characterizations and the resulting interactions. From a psychological perspective, why does this matter so deeply to our listening experience? Firstly, distinct voices provide instant character contrast. Our brains are incredibly adept at pattern recognition and differentiation. When a character speaks, a unique vocal signature immediately allows us to categorize them. Is it the booming, overly confident suitor who speaks with exaggerated gestures even in his voice? Or is it the shy, stammering young man whose words tumble out in a nervous rush? This immediate contrast doesn't just entertain. It provides essential information about Rosalie's suitors, helping us understand their personalities, their intentions, and their potential suitability for our heroine. It's a shortcut to character development. Secondly, this differentiation fosters empathy and investment. When characters feel real, when their personalities leap out at us through the nuance of their voices, we invest more emotionally in their journey. We find ourselves rooting for a particular suitor, or perhaps against another, hoping Rosalie makes the right choice. This emotional engagement is the bedrock of good storytelling. Thirdly, varying voices and personalities inject dynamism and variety into the narrative. A constant stream of similar voices can quickly become monotonous. By providing a diverse vocal palette, we keep the energy high, ensuring that the romantic comedy sections are not just amusing but genuinely captivating. Finally, the presence of multiple, distinct suitors elevates the romantic stakes. Rosalie isn't just choosing a partner. She is choosing from several distinct possibilities, each representing a different path or future. This makes her eventual decision, whatever it may be, feel more significant and impactful. So, how do we practically apply this for the listener, especially considering the role of an audiobook performer? The process involves a deliberate and nuanced approach to vocal characterization. First, as a performer, one must assign a unique vocal range, pace, timbre, and even a subtle accent or speech pattern to each suitor. For instance, one suitor might have a perpetually optimistic, slightly higher-pitched voice that bubbles with enthusiasm, perhaps with a tendency to speak a little too quickly. Another might speak with a slow, deliberate drawl, exuding an air of understated confidence, or perhaps even a hint of intellectual aloofness. A third could have a nervous, witty voice, prone to frequent throat-clearing and hesitant pauses. The key is to avoid caricature while still ensuring immediate recognition. Secondly, consider embodying the suitor's physicality through your voice. Does the suitor gesticulate widely when he speaks? His vocal delivery might be more expansive, energetic, and expressive. Is one reserved and proper? His voice might be tighter, more controlled, perhaps even a bit stiff. Thirdly, identify each suitor's core emotional state or defining personality trait and let that color their voice. Is one driven by insecurity? His voice might waver, or he might speak too softly. Is another fueled by arrogance? His voice might possess an almost booming quality, or a condescending look. Lastly, and perhaps most subtly, remember that Rosalie's own voice and internal monologues should also reflect her reaction to these distinct personalities. Her amusement, her exasperation, her genuine interests, or her gentle dismissal should be evident in her own vocal delivery, creating a dynamic interplay that truly highlights the romantic comedy. This careful attention to vocal detail brings Rosalie's romantic escapades to vivid, humorous, and emotionally resonant life, making us feel every flutter of her heart and every roll of her eyes. Moving beyond the light-hearted romance, our second crucial narrative point is to build suspense as suspicious, sophisticated strangers arrive in Tinkertown with hidden agendas. The very essence of suspense lies in the unknown, in the subtle disruption of what is familiar and safe. Tinkertown, up until now, has been a sanctuary of quaint charm and predictable rhythms. The arrival of outsiders is not inherently threatening, but when those outsiders possess a certain polish, an unnerving composure, and an inexplicable air of secrecy, the very fabric of the town begins to fry at the edges. These antagonists are not boorish subs. They are poised, articulate, and perhaps even superficially charming, which makes them all the more unsettling. Their intentions are not loudly declared but subtly implied, veiled behind enigmatic smiles and perfectly tailored suits. To draw a parallel, Consider the chilling atmosphere created in Daphne du Maurier's Rebecca. The arrival of a new Mrs. De Winter at Manderley's is met not by overt hostility from the formidable housekeeper Mrs. Danvers, but by a pervasive, chilling coldness, a subtle undermining, and an omnipresent sense of the first Mrs. De Winter's ghost. Mrs. Danvers herself is a sophisticated, albeit sinister, figure whose subtle manipulations and psychological warfare build immense suspense. Her voice, though calm, carries an implicit threat. Another excellent example might be the mysterious and unsettling element that infiltrates the seemingly idyllic town of Twin Peaks. The arrival of various peculiar characters, often with sophisticated appearances masked in darker intentions, slowly unravels the town's innocent facade, introducing a pervasive sense of dread and mystery. Even in the classic Western, the arrival of an impeccably dressed gambler or a smooth-talking businessman who doesn't quite fit the rough-and-tumble frontier mold can instantly signal trouble. Their sophistication makes them stand out, and their politeness can feel like a mask. Psychologically, why is this slow burn suspense so effective and impactful? Firstly, it plays on our inherent human tendency to notice and be wary of anomalies. Our brains are wired to detect deviations from the norm. In a small, predictable town like Tinkletown, the arrival of individuals who operate on a different social wavelength, whose customs and speech are subtly alien, immediately triggers a primal sense of caution and curiosity. They are the strange, unsettling note in a familiar melody. Secondly, this unknown is intrinsically frightening. When the motives of these sophisticated strangers are unclear, our imaginations, often fueled by our deepest fears, begin to fill in the blanks with worst-case scenarios. Their very polish and composure make them harder to read, thus increasing the perceived menace. It's harder to predict the actions of a calculated mind than an impulsive one. Thirdly, this method of building suspense is a masterclass in pacing and sustained tension. It's not a sudden jump scare, which provides momentary fright but can quickly dissipate. Instead, it is a creeping sense of dread, a slow erosion of comfort that gradually intensifies, keeping the audience on edge for prolonged periods. This sustained tension is far more powerful and memorable. Lastly, the stark contrast between the innocent, uncomplicated townspeople and these worldly, calculating strangers heightens the sense of danger. The small town folk, unaccustomed to such duplicity, are rendered particularly vulnerable, making us, the listeners, acutely worried for their safety. So, how do we practically apply this within the audiobook script and its performance? The key lies in subtlety and suggestion. For the strangers, the performer should avoid overtly villainous verses from the outset. Instead, the vocal delivery should be smooth, perhaps over polite, or possess a slightly condescending edge, a kind of detached amusement. Their voices might be too perfect, too articulate, too calm, almost devoid of genuine warmth, hinting at careful control of emotion. Imagine a voice that never truly softens, even when expressing pleasantries. Secondly, pacing and strategic pauses are paramount. When describing the actions of dialogue, a deliberate, slightly slower pace can imply hidden meanings or calculated intent. A longer pause after a seemingly innocuous statement can make it resonate with unspoken implications, allowing the listener's mind to dwell on its true significance. Thirdly, lean heavily on the rich, descriptive language provided by the author. Words like eyes that held too many secrets, smiles that didn't quite reach the eyes, or movements that were too fluid, too effortless, should be subtly reflected in the narrator's tone. The narrator's voice should carry a hint of foreboding when these descriptions are delivered, a slight shift in timbre or pitch that signals unease. Lastly, while this is primarily about the script and performance, thinking broadly about some design cues can enhance the conceptual understanding. Imagine the subtle, almost imperceptible sound of an expensive carriage arriving, distinct from the local bodies, or the sophisticated musical motif that accompanies their appearances, signaling a shift in atmosphere. By focusing on these nuanced vocal and descriptive elements, we effectively cultivate a deep and pervasive sense of suspense, making the audience acutely aware that something sinister is brewing beneath Tinkertown's serene surface. Finally, and perhaps most compellingly for the listener, we will emphasize the dramatic irony where the listener realizes the danger long before the oblivious martial crew does. This is a powerful narrative device that keeps the audience deeply engaged, almost as if they are privy to a secret that the characters within the story cannot yet comprehend. Marshall Crowe, bless his heart, is a good man, steadfast, dedicated to his town, and genuinely believes in the inherent goodness of people. However, he is also, by nature, a creature of habit and perhaps a little set in his ways, occasionally oblivious to anything that doesn't fit neatly into his established worldview of present and immediate, obvious threat. He tends to judge people by the familiar standards of Tinkertown, where a handshake is a bond and a smile is genuine. The audience, however, having been given subtle clues, vivid descriptions, and unsettling characterizations of the new arrivals, will immediately recognize the veiled danger. This creates a profound dramatic irony, where we, the listeners, are consistently several steps ahead of the protagonist, knowing with worry for his safety and the well-being of his beloved town and daughter. To truly grasp the impact of this technique, let's consider a few real-world storytelling examples. Alfred Hitchcock, the master of suspense, frequently employed dramatic irony. In Psycho, for instance, we know Norman Bates is deeply disturbed and dangerous long before Marianne Crane fully comprehends the extent of her peril. As she unknowingly chats with him, we are on the edge of our seats, screaming internally, "Get out of there!" because we possess information she doesn't. Or think of the iconic opening sequence of Jaws, where the audience sees the shark's fin cutting through the water, an unmistakable harbinger of doom. Long before they are suspecting, swimmers realize the monstrous danger lurking beneath the surface. In the Truman Show, we understand the elaborate, fabricated reality of Truman's life before he even begins to suspect it, creating a poignant and suspenseful experience as we watch him navigate his unwitting prison. These examples all hinge on the audience being privy to a critical piece of information that the character lacks, forging a powerful bond of shared knowledge and heightened anticipation. From a psychological standpoint, why is this dramatic irony so immensely effective and emotionally resonant? Firstly, it heightens suspense to an almost unbearable degree. Knowing what the characters don't create a persistent, gnawing sense of urgency and dread within the listener. We're constantly asking ourselves, when will they figure it out? Will it be too late? This active mental engagement transforms passive listening into an immersive, anxiety-ridden experience. Secondly, it fosters a deep sense of sympathy and concern for the oblivious characters. We become protective of them, especially a character as well-meaning and intrinsically good as Marshall Crowe, despite his blind spots. We genuinely worry for his safety, for Rosalie's, and for the entire innocent community of Tinkletown. Thirdly, it offers intellectual satisfaction. There is a distinct pleasure in being able to solve the mystery or identify the threat before the characters on screen or in the book do. It makes the listener feel intelligent, perceptive, and intimately connected to the unfolding narrative. We feel like active participants, not just observers. Lastly, and very importantly, this thematic irony subtly contributes to character development. It highlights Marshall Crowe's limitations, his perhaps old-fashioned view of the world, his reliance on what he knows, his inability to see beyond the obvious without making him unlikable. In fact, it often endears him further to us. It also sets the stage for Rosalie to potentially be more perceptive, more quick-witted, or more instinctively wary than her father, thereby adding layers of depth and growth to her own character as she eventually recognizes the subtle truths that elude her father. Practically applying this powerful dramatic irony for the audiobook listener requires careful calibration of the narrator's voice and the contrasting portrayal of characters. The narrator's voice, when describing Marshall Crowe's thoughts or actions concerning the strangers, should carry a subtle undertone of exasperation, gentle foreboding, or even a quiet warning. It's not an overt pronouncement, but perhaps a slight shift in cadence, a heavier sigh, or a momentary pause that communicates, "Oh, if only you knew, Marshall, if only you knew." This subtle vocal framing allows the narrator to share a knowing glance, metaphorically, with the listener. Secondly, we must effectively juxtapose Crowe's naivety with the stark reality presented to the listener. For instance, the narrator might have just delivered a vivid, unsettling description of a stranger's cold, calculating gaze, only for Crowe, moments later, to dismiss that same individual as just a bit stiff, perhaps, but a good, honest businessman. The contrast makes Crowe's obliviousness even more striking. Thirdly, Marshall Crowe's own voice performance should reinforce his character. His voice might sound a little too confident in his initial judgments, a touch dismissive of big city ways or fancy talk, thereby underscoring his inability to perceive the danger hidden beneath polished exteriors. His laughter might be a little too hearty, his reassurances a little too firm, conveying his genuine belief that all is well, even as the listener knows otherwise. Finally, if the script allows for Crowe's internal monologue, ensure that it perfectly illustrates his misinterpretation of events, further emphasizing the irony. He might ponder the crankiness of the new rival's peculiar habits, while the listener understands these habits are carefully constructed facades. This meticulous attention to narrative and performance detail ensures that the dramatic irony is not just present, but a constant, thrilling undercurrent, making the listener an active, worried participant in Tinkletown's unfolding drama. In summary, dear listener, this section, main chapters 10 to 18, Suitors and Strangers, promises to be a vibrant tapestry woven with threads of heartwarming romance and chilling suspense. We will delight in Rosalie's journey through the charming tales of courtship, brought to life through the distinct and lively voices of her various suitors, injecting humor and emotional depth into her burgeoning romantic life. Simultaneously, we will feel a growing sense of unease as sophisticated, enigmatic strangers infiltrate the tranquil world of Tinkertown. The hidden agenda subtly revealed through careful narration and nuanced vocal performances. And all the while, we will be acutely aware of the dramatic irony, possessing knowledge that the well-meaning, but often oblivious, Marshall Crowe does not, creating a powerful, sustained tension that will keep you captivated and worrying for the fate of our beloved characters. This is a period of significant growth for Rosalie, a time of testing for Tinkertown's innocence, and a thrilling aspiration towards the larger conflicts that lie ahead. Prepare yourselves for an audiobook experience rich in emotion, intrigue, and the delicate dance between light and shadow. The stage is set, the players are arriving, and the quiet town of Tinkertown is about to discover that not all strangers bring only friendship, and not all suitors are simply seeking love. This transition marks the point where the comforting familiarity of Tinkertown begins to yield to the fascinating, and sometimes frightening unknown, setting the scene for an unforgettable journey into the heart of a mystery. The unfolding drama, however, wasn't confined solely to the shadows. In the bright, bustling heart of Tinkertown, another kind of tension was steadily mounting, one far more visible and, for Rosalie Crowe, far more inconvenient. As Anderson Crowe's daughter, Rosalie had always been a fixture of the town, her quick wit and engaging spirit a familiar comfort to all. But as she blossomed into young womanhood, her vivacity took on a new allure, attracting a sudden, dazzling parade of hopeful young men. These were the suitors, a motley collection of local lads and ambitious newcomers, each vying for her attention with varying degrees of charm and clumsiness, unwittingly adding a layer of effervescent romantic comedy to the town's otherwise placid rhythm. There was, for instance, young Barnaby Buttercup, the baker's son, whose affections were as earnest as his sourdough loaves. Barnaby possessed a perpetually hopeful tenor, a voice that seemed to perpetually hover on the verge of cracking with adolescent passion. He would approach Rosalie with a bouquet of wild buttercups, always buttercups, and deliver overly elaborate compliments, his words tumbling out like a cascade of freshly baked biscuits. "Oh, Miss Rosalie," he declared, his voice a breathless thrush. "Your eyes, they shimmer like the darkest petals of a morning glory, and your laughter, it seems like the sweetest summer perch upon a sun-drenched bough." His attempts at chivalry often ended with a dropped hat or a tripped foot, but his pure, unadulterated devotion was undeniable, painting him as a quintessential, lovable underdog in this unexpected romantic race. His heart was as open as his father's bakery doors, and Rosalie, though often amused, couldn't help but feel a flicker of fondness for his guileless spirit. Then arrived Reginald Funspence, a newcomer to Tinkertown who, as his name suggested, took great pains with his appearance and even greater pains to impress. Reginald hailed from a vaguely defined eastern city, and his mannerisms were as polished as his patent leather shoes. His voice was a velvet baritone, smooth as polished oak, a theatrical instrument he deployed with precision. "Miss Crowe," he would intone, leaning in with an air of cultured intimacy, "your intelligence is as captivating as your beauty. A mind such as yours deserves to be stimulated, not merely admired." He brought gifts of imported chocolates and volumes of poetry, attempting to sweep Rosalie off her feet with sophisticated conversation and an almost aggressively refined demeanor. His perfectly coiffed hair and tailor waistcoat stood in stark contrast to Barnaby's more homespun charm, highlighting the stark differences in Rosalie's burgeoning romantic landscape. His culture was a performance, polished and practiced, yet Rosalie, ever observant, sensed a sudden calculation in its thin, elegant veneer. The romantic tension for Rosalie wasn't just about choosing, but about discerning authenticity amidst the flattery. Her suitors were a delightful distraction, a comedic whirlwind, but they were also a reminder of her growing prominence, a prominence that would soon intersect with far more dangerous forces. For while Rosalie navigated the delicate dance of polite refusals and encouraging smiles, another kind of stranger began to trickle into Tinkerton. These were not the lousy, clumsy young men, but figures clothed in an unsettling sophistication. They arrived not with boisterous greetings, but with hushed whispers and keen, appraising glances. The carriages, sleek and dark, were alike and seen before in Tinkertown, their horses as black and silent as shadows. These were the primary antagonists, though their sinister purpose remained shrouded, not only through their unsettling presence. The first to make a memorable impression, though he tried hard not to, was Mr. Silas Blackwood. He was a man of impeccably tailored dark suits and an austere bearing, his eyes like chips of obsidian that seemed to absorb all light and reveal nothing. His voice, when he finally spoke, was low and gravelly, yet surprisingly precise, each word articulated with chilling clarity. A charming little helmet, he remarked to the innkeeper, his gaze sweeping over the innocent apple of Tinkertown life. A smile that never quite reached his eyes playing on his lips, perfectly undisturbed. Blackwood possessed an aura of quiet menace, a predatory stillness that put the more sensitive souls of Tinkertown on edge. Though most simply attributed it to city folk being city folk. He wasn't interested in pastries or poetry. He was interested in information, asking subtle, probing questions about the town's history, its unique landmarks and, most disturbingly, its vulnerabilities. Accompanying him, often floating a step behind like a dangerous extension of his will, was Madame Xenia. She was an arresting figure, clad in silks of deep amethyst and midnight blue, with raven hair coiled intricately atop her head and eyes that held the glitter of exotic gems. Her voice was like a silk web, soft yet capable of cutting through any resistance. Such quaint simplicity, she purred, her gaze lingering on the innocent faces of children playing in the square. But almost forgets the complexities of the world, doesn't one? Her presence exuded an almost hypnotic elegance, but there was a cold, calculating glint in her eyes that betrayed a mind far sharper and more ruthless than her demure posture suggested. She wasn't flirtatious. She was observant, cataloging every detail, every habit, every weakness of the town and its inhabitants. Together, Blackwood and Xenia moved through Tinkertown like shadows at noon, their sophisticated manners a thin veil over their true, insidious intentions. The dramatic irony was palpable, almost painful for the listener. While Rosalie contended with the comical earnestness of Barnaby and the theatrical charm of Reginald, her father, Marshall Anderson Crowe, remained blissfully, infuriatingly oblivious. The seasoned lawman, a man who could spot a croquet card player at 50 paces or a perfect pie from a mile away, was utterly blind to the true nature of this new, menacing arrivals. He was too busy arbitrating a dispute over a particularly stubborn cow that had wandered into Mrs. Higgins' prize winning cartoonist, or meticulously polishing his badge, convinced that Tinkertown's greatest threats were merely mischievous squirrels or a stray chicken. Fine-looking folks, the city types, he might grumble, waving a dismissive hand as Flaco's carriage rolled silently past the marshal's office. Plenty of money, no doubt. Probably just here for the fishing. Always a good sign when the big city folk discover a little slice of heaven, Rosalie. He declared with a hearty laugh, completely missing the chill that would sometimes crawl up Rosalie's spine as she met Madame Zinnia's unsettling gaze across the general store. The townsfolk, accustomed to the predictable rhythms of their lives, were equally slow to recognize the wolf in sheep's clothing. They saw Blackwood's expensive suits as a sign of prosperity, Zinnia's exotic beauty as a touch of glamour. They believed these strangers were merely tourists, perhaps wealthy industrialists looking for a quiet retreat, or eccentric artists seeking inspiration. They welcomed their custom in the shops and their patronage at the inn, completely unaware that they were opening their doors not to visitors, but to vipers. Blackwood himself, with his meticulous inquiries about old maps, local legends, and any unusual geological formations in the surrounding hills, was dismissed as a peculiar academic. Madame Zinnia, with her penchant for expensive, antique trinkets and her sharp questions about local families and their histories, was simply seen as a disowning collector. Their inquiries, so clearly purposeful to the aware listener, were easily explained away by the innocent townsfolk as harmless curiosity. Meanwhile, the romantic comedy surrounding Rosalie continued to play out, a vibrant, distracting symphony of declarations and dashboards. Barnaby tried to serenade her outside her window one evening, his hopeful timbre echoing a bit too loudly through the quiet night, only to be interrupted by a startled owl and a scolding from old Mrs. Henderson about disturbing the peace. Reginald, in a more calculated move, attempted to host a literary salon at the Tinkertown Social Hall, inviting Rosalie as his guest of honor, where he recited a particularly flowery poem he claimed to have composed for her. Rosalie, caught between stifling a giggle and offering a polite applause, navigated these overtures with grace and a burgeoning sense of her own power. Her various suitors, each with very distinct personalities and vocal quirks, the booming bravado of Jeremiah the blacksmith, the nervous stutter of young Thomas the stable hand, the booming yet ultimately hollow pronouncements of Councilman Fitzwilliam, further amplified the light-hearted fuss-on, creating an even greater chasm between what was seen and what was truly unfolding. The contrast was stark. The innocent, almost farcical pursuit of love of Rosalie, juxtaposed against the cold, methodical machinations of Blackwood and Zinnia. The listener could almost feel the gears of the mystery grinding into place, each polite inquiry from the antagonist, each unnoticed glance, a vital cog in their sinister plan. The town, wrapped in its blanket of routine and local charm, remained utterly unprepared. The stage had indeed been set, and the principal players, both comedic and menacing, had now taken their positions, assuring that Tinkertown's journey into the unknown would be anything but quiet, anything but safe, and most certainly unforgettable. The quiet charm of everyday life was about to be replaced by the ominous crescendo of a gathering storm, a storm that only the audience could truly foresee. Section 5 Main Chapters 19 to 27 The Grand Rescue. Welcome, dear listener, to a pivotal moment in our captivating journey through the daughter of Anderson Crow. We now arrive at Section 5, encompassing main chapters 19 to 27, which we've affectionately titled The Grand Rescue. This is where the threads of mystery, suspense, and burgeoning emotion converge, promising a narrative experience that is nothing short of thrilling. Throughout these chapters, we are tasked with delivering the ultimate climax, the heart-stopping rescue of young Rosalie, and the profoundly moving revelation of her true identity. It's a sequence designed to grip you, to make your heart race, and ultimately, to fill it with warmth and satisfaction as Longhouse secrets finally unravel. Consider for a moment the very essence of a climax in storytelling. What does it truly mean for a narrative to reach its peak? It's that breathtaking moment where all the tension, all the challenges, all the questions that have been meticulously built up over many preceding chapters suddenly explode into a singular, decisive event. For Rosalie, our dear protagonist, this means facing her captors in a desperate struggle for freedom, a struggle where the stakes couldn't possibly be higher. Her rescue isn't merely an act of physical liberation. It's the culmination of Anderson Crow's relentless pursuit, the blossoming of community spirit, and a test of courage for everyone involved. And then, woven into the tapestry of immediate danger and swift action, is the revelation of her true parentage. Imagine the emotional earthquake such a discovery creates, not only for Rosalie herself, but for the gruff yet tender-hearted Anderson Crow, and indeed, for all those who have come to care for her. It's a moment designed to elicit gasps, tears, and a profound sense of understanding. Her true identity isn't just a piece of information. It's the key to understanding her place in the world, the meaning of her past, and the promise of her future. And amidst all this, the delicate dance of romance, a choice made from the heart, finally finds its undeniable rhythm, providing a beautiful resolution to a budding affection. Are you ready to dive into the sheer intensity and profound emotion of this segment? Now, let's delve into the specific techniques and considerations that will make the Grand Rescue an unforgettable auditory experience for our listeners. Our first critical point focuses on the urgency of the moment. Increase the narration pace and intensity to match the high stakes of the kidnapping plot. When we speak of increasing pace and intensity, we are essentially talking about mirroring the escalating danger and the rapid-fire succession of events with our vocal delivery. Imagine a ticking clock, its rhythm growing faster and more insistent as a crucial moment approaches. The kidnapping of Rosalie isn't a leisurely stroll. It's a frantic dash against time, a desperate attempt to snatch her from the clutches of those who mean her harm. Our narration must reflect this palpable sense of urgency, this heightened state of alarm. The listener should feel as though they are right there, shoulder to shoulder with Anderson Crow and the townsfolk, experiencing every close call, every heart-pounding decision, every whisper of danger. To illustrate this with a real-world storytelling example, think about the climactic chase sequence in virtually any action movie, perhaps something like the final act of Mad Max, Fury Road, or even a classic like Raiders of the Lost Ark. How do filmmakers achieve that overwhelming sense of speed and peril? They employ rapid editing, quick cuts between different perspectives, a driving musical score that builds tension, and often breathless dialogue delivered by characters in the thick of the action. The camera rarely lingers. It's constantly moving, reflecting the chaotic energy of the pursuit. In Unaudible, we achieve this through our vocal performance. We accelerate our speech, sharpen our pauses, and imbue our words with a sense of forward momentum. We might use quicker breaths, a slightly high pitch, or a more forceful articulation to convey the urgency. The descriptive language itself often becomes more succinct, focusing on action verbs and immediate sensory details rather than elaborate prose, pushing the story relentlessly forward. Isn't it fascinating how cinematic techniques can be translated so effectively into the realm of audible psychologically? Why does this matter so profoundly for the listener? Our brains are hardwired to respond to changes in pace and intensity. When the narrative speeds up, particularly during moments of high stakes, it triggers a physiological response in the listener, mimicking the fight or flight mechanism. Their heart rate might subtly increase, their attention becomes laser focused, and they become deeply immersed in their unfolding drama. This isn't just about entertaining. It's about creating a visceral experience. A rapid pace communicates danger, impending doom, and the necessity for immediate action. It creates a sense of immediacy, making the listener feel like a direct participant rather than a passive observer. It heightens emotional engagement, ensuring that when the resolution finally arrives, the relief and the satisfaction are all the more potent. If the pace remained languid during a kidnapping, wouldn't it fundamentally undermine the gravity of the situation, diluting the emotional impact and perhaps even disconnecting the listener from the protagonist's plot? Absolutely. The tempo of our voice becomes an integral part of the narrative itself, a nonverbal cue that profoundly influences the listener's emotional landscape. So, how do we practically apply this as narrators for the grander rescue? Here are several actionable steps. Firstly, focus on vocal dynamics. This means varying your pitch, volume, and timbre to reflect the shifting intensity. For moments of immediate danger or confrontation, your voice might become sharper, more direct, and perhaps slightly louder, conveying command or alarm. Conversely, perhaps moment of doubt, it might drop to a near whisper, tight with suspense. Secondly, pay close attention to rhythm. Aim for shorter sentences and quicker delivery during action sequences. Avoid lingering on words or phrases that might break the flow. Imagine a drummer accelerating their beat. Your words should follow a similar quickening tempo. Thirdly, minimize pauses between sentences and even within sentences where appropriate, maintaining the sense of continuous action. Instead of a deep breath after every thought, perhaps take quick, shallow breaths that communicate a sense of exertion or urgency. Fourthly, emphasize action words. When Anderson Crow leaps, rushes, grabs, or shouts, ensure those words carry the weight of their meaning, giving them a slight vocal punch. Fifthly, consider the breathing. A slightly shallower, quicker breath between phrases can subtly convey tension and a character's own breathless state, pulling the listener further into the moment. Finally, practice reading these intense sections aloud, focusing on maintaining energy throughout. Record yourself and listen back. Does it sound like a person recounting a thrilling, high-stakes event, or someone merely reading words on a page? The distinction is crucial. It's about embodying the narrative, becoming the pulse of the story. Our second key point emphasizes the heartwarming and often humorous side of the rescue, dramatize the unexpected heroics of the townsfolk and the crow's accidental triumphs. This isn't just Anderson Crow's show, is it? While he is undoubtedly the driving force, the true charm and depth of this section lie in the surprising contributions of the ordinary citizens of Willow Creek. These are not seasoned adventurers or hardened detectives. They are bakers, blacksmiths, schoolteachers, and gossips, people who, under normal circumstances, might be more concerned with the price of flour or the latest town scandal. But when one of their own is in peril, they rise to the occasion in truly unexpected, often clumsy but ultimately effective ways. And then there's Crow himself, a man whose determination is unwavering, but whose path to success is frequently paved with delightful, often hilarious, accidents and misunderstandings that somehow, against our odds, manage to turn the tide. As a real-world storytelling example, consider the ensemble cast of a classic cable film or even a story like The Goonies, where a group of unlikely, distinct individuals comes together, each contributing their unique, sometimes inept, skills to a grand adventure, or, for accidental triumphs, think of Inspector Clouseau from the Pink Panther series. Clouseau is a bumbling detective whose utter incompetence somehow, through sheer dumb luck, repeatedly leads him to solve the crime. The humor comes from the contrast between his intent and his accidental success. Similarly, in The Daughter of Anderson Crow, the townsfolk might use their everyday tools in extraordinary ways. A rolling pin wielded like a weapon, a sudden burst of flour flung into a villain's face by the baker, or the blacksmith's heavy hammer dropped with surprising accuracy. Albeit accidentally, Crow himself might trip and send the villain sprawling, or misinterpret a clue leading him down a path that inadvertently traps his quarry. These moments aren't about precision. They're about heart, community, and the chaotic beauty of unplanned heroism. Do you see how these seemingly minor characters and clumsy actions can actually elevate the narrative, providing much-needed texture and charm psychologically? Why do these elements resonate so deeply with an audience? Firstly, the unexpected heroics of ordinary townsfolk taps into a powerful human desire to believe in the goodness and latent potential within everyone. It's incredibly relatable. Most of us aren't superheroes, but we all like to imagine ourselves rising to a challenge when called upon. Seeing ordinary people perform extraordinary acts, even if clumsily, is inspiring and validating. It speaks to the strength of community and the power of collective action. Secondly, Crow's accidental triumphs serve several crucial psychological functions. They provide comic relief, which is vital in a high-stakes narrative to prevent emotional fatigue and allow moments of catharsis through laughter. Laughter, after all, is a release valve for tension. Moreover, these accidental successes humanize Crow. He isn't an infallible hero. He's a flawed, determined, and occasionally lucky individual, which makes him far more endearing and believable. It also subverts the expectation of the perfectly competent hero, making the story more unpredictable and engaging. It reminds us that sometimes success comes not from meticulous planning, but from sheer grit and a generous dose of serendipity. This kind of narrative element makes the characters feel more authentic, don't you think? So, how do we practically apply this as narrators to bring these heroics and accidental triumphs to life? Firstly, for the townsfolk, consider giving each a distinct, albeit subtle, vocal characteristic, even if only for a few lines. The baker might have a slightly rounder, warmer voice. The blacksmith a gruffer, more resonant tone. This helps differentiate them and makes their individual contributions more memorable. Emphasize the contrast between their ordinary lives and their extraordinary actions. When the school teacher, usually reserved, suddenly throws out wall and book, let your voice convey a hint of surprise, both from the character and the narrator. Secondly, for close accidental triumphs, comedic timing is paramount. Use a light, almost bemused tone. A slight pause before revealing the unexpected positive outcome of his blunder can amplify the humor. Perhaps a chuckle in your voice, or a tone that suggests, "Can you believe this sloppy rascal?" is appropriate. Don't overplay the comedy, rather, let it arise naturally from the situation and Crow's character. The key is to portray these moments as genuinely accidental, not intentional acts of genius. The humor stems from the delightful irony of a clumsy action yielding a perfect result. Consider how you might use a slight inflection to convey surprise, or a momentary shift in pace to highlight the unexpected turn of events. For instance, at Crow trips, you might narrate the action with a quick, almost stumbling cadence, followed by a slight pause before delivering the line about how his fall accidentally incapacitated a villain. It's about finding that delicate balance between narrative progression and comedic delivery, ensuring these moments are not just described, but truly performed. Our third and final key point brings us to the emotional heart of this section. Deliver the emotional payoff of Rosalie's true parentage and her final romantic choice with genuine warmth. After the whirlwind of rescue and suspense, the narrative must gently transition into a space of profound emotional revelation and tender resolution. This is where the emotional threads that have been subtly woven throughout the story finally come together in a deeply satisfying embrace. Rosalie's true identity isn't just a plot twist. It's the answer to a question that has haunted her in Anderson Crow, a piece of a puzzle that completes the picture of her life. And her romantic choice, the blossoming of love amidst chaos, offers a beacon of hope and happiness. These moments demand not speed or intensity, but rather a profound sense of warmth, empathy, and heartfelt sincerity from the narrator. To provide a real-world storytelling example, think of those deeply touching scenes in classic literature or film where a long-lost family member is reunited, or a profound secret about one's lineage is unveiled. Consider the final pages of a beloved novel like Pride and Prejudice, where Elizabeth and Darcy finally declare their love, not with grand gestures, but with sincere, deeply felt words. Or perhaps a moment from a movie like It's a Wonderful Life, where George barely understands the true extent of his impact on his community. These moments are characterized by slow pacing, often soft, emotional music, close-up shots that capture every nuance of expression, and dialogue delivered with genuine feeling. There is a quiet power in these scenes, a sense of gravitas that allows the audience to fully absorb and process the emotional weight of what is happening. The warmth comes from the undeniable connection, the profound understanding, and the embrace of destiny. We don't rush through these revelations. We savor them, allowing the emotional resonance to linger and fully settle within the listener psychologically. Why is this emotional payoff so crucial for the listener's experience? After the high tension and the adrenaline of the rescue, the human mind craves resolution and emotional closure. The revelation of Rosalie's true heritage provides a profound sense of understanding and belonging, fulfilling a deep-seated human need for identity and connection. It resolves the cognitive dissonance, the lingering questions, and provides a sense of completeness to our character arc and, by extension, growth. This emotional truth, when delivered with genuine warmth, fosters empathy. The listener feels a deep connection to Rosalie's journey and her newfound sense of self. Similarly, the final romantic choice, expressed with warmth, satisfies our innate desire for love, connection, and happiness. It provides a hopeful outlook, a sense of justice, and a gratifying conclusion to a romantic subplot. These moments are where the listener feels the full emotional weight of the journey, where they can shed a tear of joy or simply feel a profound sense of contentment. Without this genuine warmth, these revelations could feel cold, clinical, or unearned, leaving the listener feeling unsatisfied, as if a vital part of the story's emotional core was missing. The warmth acts as a balm, a comforting embrace after the storm. Practically, how do we, as narrators, achieve this genuine warmth and emotional depth? Firstly, slow your pace significantly. Allow time for the words to breathe, for the emotions to settle. Longer pauses, thoughtfully placed, can enhance the emotional impact, allowing the listener to process the profound implications of the revelations. Secondly, soften your tone. Your voice should convey empathy, tenderness, and a deep understanding of the character's feelings. Avoid anything that sounds harsh or rushed. Think of speaking to a loved one with care and affection. Thirdly, pay meticulous attention to breathing. Slower, deeper breaths will naturally imbue your voice with a calmer, more grounded, and therefore warmer quality. It helps you connect with an emotion yourself. Fourthly, emphasize heartfelt dialogue. When characters express love, vulnerability, or profound understanding, let those words resonate. Give them space and vocal weight. Perhaps a slight lowering of pitch can add gravitas and sincerity. Fifthly, allow for silence. Sometimes, the most powerful communication happens in the absence of words. A well-timed, slightly longer pause after a significant revelation or emotional exchange can allow the listener to truly feel the moment, to absorb its full impact. Finally, connect emotionally to the text. Before narrating these sections, take a moment to truly understand Rosalie's journey, growth, unspoken affections, and the significance of these revelations. When you feel that emotion, it will naturally translate into your vocal performance, creating an authentic and deeply moving experience for your audience. It's about being present with the characters in their moment of profound discovery and connection, allowing their emotions to flow through your voice. In summary, dear listener, The Grand Rescue is a tour de force of narrative dynamism, a carefully orchestrated blend of heart-pounding action and deeply personal revelations. We began by acknowledging the absolute necessity of increasing our narration pace and intensity, ensuring that the high stakes of Rosalie's kidnapping are viscerally felt by every listener, drawing them into the urgency of the moment. We explored how cinematic techniques translate into vocal performance, creating a physiological response that heightens engagement and emotional investment, making the rescue not just heard, but truly experienced. Then, we shifted our focus to the delightful, heartwarming, and often humorous contributions of the supporting cast and our accidental hero, Anderson Crow. By dramatizing the unexpected heroics of the townsfolk and Crow's fortuitous blunders, We inject vital comic relief, humanize our protagonist, and celebrate the power of community and serendipity. These moments, when delivered with careful comedic timing and distinct characterization, make the narrative richer, more relatable, and undeniably charming, reminding us that heroes come in all forms, sometimes even through a clumsy stumble. Finally, we embrace an emotional core of this section, the heartfelt revelation of Rosalie's true parentage and her poignant romantic choice. We emphasize the importance of delivering these moments with genuine warmth, a slow pace, and profound empathy. This emotional payoff isn't merely a conclusion. It's the satisfying resolution of character arcs, the fulfillment of curiosity, and a testament to the enduring power of identity, belonging, and love. It's the bump after the storm, leaving the listener with a sense of peace, contentment, and a deeper connection to the characters. As we move forward, integrating these insights and techniques will allow us to craft an audible experience that is not only thrilling but also deeply resonant. The journey through the Grand Rescue is a testament to the power of storytelling, demonstrating how a skilled narrator can weave together action, humor, and emotion into an unforgettable tapestry. Prepare yourself, for the echoes of this Grand Rescue will linger long after the final word is spoken, setting the stage for the next phase of our adventure, where the aftermath of these events will undoubtedly reshape the lives of everyone in Willow Creek. The stage is set for new beginnings and new challenges, born from the triumphs and the revelations we've just explored. And indeed, the stage could not have been more dramatically set for the crisis that would grip Willow Creek, the audacious kidnapping of Rosalie. The stakes, already immeasurably high, spiraled into a fever pitch as the town awoke to the chilling reality of her disappearance. No longer was this a game of wits or a quaint mystery. This was a desperate race against time, a direct threat to the innocent heart of their beloved community. The very air in Willow Creek crackled with a palpable tension, a blend of fear, outrage, and an unyielding resolve that would surprise even the most cynical observer. The villains, cloaked in shadows and driven by avarice, had whisked Rosalie away to a secluded, dilapidated mail order outskirts of town, a forgotten relic of industry now serving as their clandestine hideout. Here, amidst the creaking timbers and the musty scent of decay, Rosalie, though outwardly brave, grappled with a fear that threatened to overwhelm her. Yet, even in captivity, her spirit flickered, refusing to be extinguished. She observed, she listened, she sought any glimmer of an escape, displaying a resilience that hinted a strength far beyond her perceived station. The kidnappers, small in their perceived anonymity and the remoteness of their lair, underestimated not only Rosalie's spirit but the fierce loyalty and unconventional resourcefulness of Willow Creek itself. Back in town, the news of Rosalie's abduction spread like wildfire, igniting a communal fury. It wasn't just a girl who had been taken. It was a symbol of their innocence, their future. Anderson Crow, of course, was at the center of the burdening chaos. His mind, a peculiar labyrinth of logic and delightful tangents, whirled into overdrive, while others succumbed to panic or rushed headlong into through the search's Crow, in his own inimitable fashion, began to piece together fragments. A forgotten dot print here, a peculiar whisper heard from a passing stranger there, a seemingly irrelevant comment from Mrs. Peterson about a broken fence near the old mill. His methods were unorthodox. His conclusions often arrived at via the most circuitous routes yet. With an unerring precision of a broken clock that struck twice a day, he began to hone in on the kidnapper's location. It wasn't chaniness, not in the traditional sense, but rather a unique blend of obsessive observation and the kind of accidental intuition that only Anderson Crowe possessed. He didn't find the hideout. He stumbled upon it, led by a series of coincidences he misinterpreted as brilliant deductions. But Crowe was not alone in his singular pursuit. The townsfolk, a mosaic collection of characters as varied and vibrant as the landscape of Willow Creek itself, refused to stand idly by. This was their crisis, and every man, woman, and even some of the braver children felt a personal stake. The village were transformed into an impromptu command center, buzzing with hushed conversations and furious planning. Mr. Grumbly, the burly blacksmith, usually found hammering iron into submission, now wielded his mighty sledgehammer with a fierce determination, volunteering to lead a charge. His face, usually smudged with soot, was now grim with resolve. Miss Agatha, the prim and proper schoolmistress, known for her sharp tongue and even sharper intellect, became a surprising strategist, organizing small search parties and coordinating the spread of information, her spectacles glinting with uncharacteristic fire. Orpheus, the baker, whose hands were usually dusted with flour, repurposed his delivery wagon, not for bread, but as a potential battering ram of destruction, its old wooden wheels creaking under the weight of his newfound purpose. Even young Timmy, the mischievous stable boy, usually found chasing chickens, proved invaluable. His intimate knowledge of the surrounding woods and forgotten paths offering crucial shortcuts. The narrative plays quick and dramatically as the townsfolk, galvanized by Crowe's somewhat confused certainty about the meal, moved with a collective, unstoppable momentum. This wasn't a precision military operation. It was a furious, almost feral charge born of communal love and anger. They aired some with the beat of their boots on the packed earth, a low rumble that grew into a crescendo as they approached the decrepit mill. The kidnappers, inside, initially complacent, were taken completely by surprise by the sheer audacity and chaotic energy of the approaching mob. They expected a lone sheriff, perhaps a small, organized posse. What they got was Willow Creek unleashed. And then, the moment of truth. The assault on the mill was a glorious, hilarious, and ultimately triumphant mass. Crowe, leading or perhaps, more accurately, stumbling ahead of the charge, found himself caught in a tangle of roots and vines just as he reached the mill's entrance. He tripped, he fell, and in doing so, he slammed headfirst into a rotten support beam. The impact, completely accidental, caused a section of the rickety wall to collapse inward, creating an unexpected breach and showering the stunned kidnappers inside with a cascade of splintered wood and dust. It wasn't strategic. It was pure, unadulterated Anderson Crowe. Through the newly formed opening, a townsfolk surged, Mr. Grumbly, roaring like a bear, disarmed one thought with a single, willing swing of his sledgehammer. All zealous, maneuvering his wagon with surprising agility, blocked the main escape route, trapping another between the wagon and the wall. Miss Agatha, rather than joining the fray directly, positioned herself strategically at a window, loudly and eloquently berating a third villain, distracting him long enough for young Timmy, who had scaled the back of the mill like a squirrel, to drop a heavy sack of flour onto his head, rendering him temporarily incapacitated. It was a symphony of slapstick heroics and genuine bravery. Amidst the pandemonium, Rosalie, seeing her chance, seized a forgotten oil lamp and flung it with surprising force a stack of burlap sacks, creating a diversionary blaze. The kidnappers, overwhelmed by the chaos, the unexpected numbers, and the close accidental yet effective demolition work, quickly succumbed. The climax was a whirlwind of action, shouts, and triumphant cheers, culminating in Rosalie being whisked out of the crumbling mill and into the waiting arms of her rescuers, tears streaming down her face, not of fear, but of profound relief and gratitude. The high stakes of the kidnapping plot were resolved not by intricate detective work alone, but by the sheer, indomitable spirit of a town that refused to lose one of its own. But the rescue, as thrilling and cathartic as it was only the first layer of the grand revelation awaiting Willow Creek. As the dust settled, and the kidnappers were secured, the town gathered, exhausted but exhilarated, in the heart of the village square. The air, still thick with the lingering scent of smoke and adrenaline, suddenly gave way to a quiet anticipation. It was a moment of profound emotional gravity, a stillness that preceded a truth long buried. It was Anderson Crowe, surprisingly composed for once, who stepped forward, not with a flourish, but with a quiet gravitas that commanded attention. His discovery pieced together from the villain's overheard whispers an old locket found on Rosalie, and her forgotten letter he stumbled upon weeks earlier, now aligned with chilling clarity. He spoke of Rosalie's true parentage, revealing her not as a simple orphan, but as a long-lost daughter of a prominent, wealthy family from a distant city, a family who had tirelessly searched for her since her infancy, believing her lost in a tragic accident. The kidnappers, it turned out, were not just after ransom but had been hired by a shadowy figure seeking to permanently remove her from the line of inheritance. The revelation hit Rosalie like a physical blow. Her world, already turned upside down by the kidnapping, now spun with an entirely new axis. The girl who believed herself without roots suddenly found herself connected to a lineage she couldn't have imagined. Her eyes, wide with disbelief and wonder, searched the faces of the townsfolk, a solid family, for confirmation. And then, a figure emerged from the assembled crowd, a distinguished woman with tear-filled eyes, who had traveled to Willow Creek following Crow's cryptic messages. It was her true mother, a moment of heartfelt reunion that dissolved any lingering doubts. The embrace was instantaneous, a torrent of unspoken joy and sorrow washing over them both. It was a beautiful, tender scene, overflowing with genuine warmth, a powerful testament to the enduring bonds of family, even though separated by years and deceit. The townspeople watched, their own eyes misting, witnessing not just a rescue, but a family reforged, a destiny revealed. And with her true identity unveiled, came the inevitable, final decision regarding Rosalie's romantic future. Throughout her time in Willow Creek, two young men had vied for her affection, the earnest, reliable local carpenter Thomas, and the dashing, adventurous stranger Julian, whose charisma was as undeniable as his mysterious past. Each represented a different path, a different vision of her future. Thomas offered stability, a comforting familiarity, a life deeply rooted in the community she had grown to love. Julian, on the other hand, presented an allure of adventure, of exploring the world beyond Willow Creek, A life of excitement and new varieties. Rosalie, now standing on the precipice of a new life, having discovered the true parentage and the responsibilities that might entail, understood the weight of her choice. She had faced danger, uncovered secrets, and found her true family. Now, she had to choose her partner, the one with whom she would truly build her future. It was a deeply personal moment, and dealt with the utmost sensitivity and warmth. She spoke to each suitor individually, her voice gentle but firm. In the end, Rosalie, with a quiet strength born of her recent trials and revelations, chose Thomas. It wasn't a choice of convenience or obligation, but one born from a profound understanding of her own heart. The grand adventure she had just lived had taught her the invaluable strengths of community, the warmth of genuine connection, and the unwavering reliability of true affection. While Julian offered the excitement of the unknown, Thomas offered the anchor she now craved, a steadfast love, a shared history, and a future intertwined with the very fabric of Willow Creek. The place that had saved her, nourished her, and revealed her to herself. His quiet joy, mixed with a profound relief, was palpable, a testament to his enduring devotion. Julian, though heartbroken, accepted her decision with grace, acknowledging the powerful pull of her roots and the genuine affection she held for Thomas. He understood that Rosalie's heart, though nearly aware of a grander lineage, remained deeply entwined with the simple, honest love found in Willow Creek. This final romantic choice, witnessed by the community, sealed her bond not just with Thomas, but with Willow Creek itself. It was a promise of a future built on true love, and that enduring spirit of a town that had faced darkness and emerged stronger, brighter, and more united than ever. The echoes of this grand rescue, the unexpected heroics, the profound revelations, and the heartfelt choices, indeed lingered long after the final word was spoken. They infused the very soul of Willow Creek with a renewed sense of purpose and identity. The aftermath of these extraordinary events would undoubtedly reshape every life within its charming borders, setting the stage not just for new beginnings, but for deeper exploration of what it truly means to belong, to find family, and to forge one's own path in a world suddenly much larger and more mysterious than anyone in Willow Creek had ever imagined. The curtain falls on this dramatic chapter, but the story of Willow Creek, its resilient inhabitants, and the extraordinary daughter it embraced, is far from over. New adventures, new mysteries, and new triumphs surely await, born from the very heart of these momentous events. Section 670 Action Plan. Welcome back, cherished listeners, to another enriching segment of our journey through the daughter of Anderson Crow. We've traversed the winding paths of its narrative, met its unforgettable characters, and savored the unique flavor of its world. Now, as we approach the culmination of our exploration, it's time to shift our focus from passive absorption to active application. This section, Section 607-Day Action Plan, isn't merely a recap. It's an invitation, a gentle nudge toward weaving the profound insights gleaned from the book directly into the tapestry of your own life. Our core mission here is to extract truly actionable, real-world life lessons from the book's overarching themes of community, unwavering loyalty, and genuine humanity, transforming literary appreciation into personal growth. Think of our time together. We're all spent immersed in the trials and triumphs of Anderson Crow and his beloved Rosalie. not just as a delightful escape, but as a masterclass in living a more connected, more authentic, and ultimately a more fulfilling existence. The book, with its subtle wisdom and memorable character arcs, serves as a mirror, reflecting universal truths about what it means to belong, to truly care, and to navigate the complexities of life with an open heart and a self-aware spirit. We've seen how a tightly knit community, though sometimes seemingly stifling, provides an invaluable safety net and a sense of shared purpose. We witness the fierce, almost instinctual loyalty that binds individuals, particularly chosen family, through thick and thin, weathering storms that may otherwise break weaker connections. And perhaps most powerfully, we've observed the quiet dignity and profound strength that emerges from humility, from an ability to laugh at oneself, to admit shortcomings, and to approach the world with an open, teachable mind rather than an unyielding, prideful stance. But how do we translate these beautiful narrative threads into tangible actions for our daily lives? How do we move beyond simply appreciating these virtues within the pages of a novel to actively embodying them in our interactions, our decisions, and our worldview? This serendip plan is designed to be your compass, guiding you through a week of intentional practice, allowing you to not just understand these lessons intellectually, but to experience them emotionally and practically. It's an opportunity to experiment, to observe, and to integrate these powerful themes into your personal ethos. We're not aiming for grand, sweeping gestures that reshape your entire life in a single stroke, but rather for small, consistent, and meaningful steps that, over time, can profoundly alter your landscape of relationships and your sense of self. Each day builds upon the last, encouraging a mindful engagement with your surroundings and an inward reflection on your own values. Are you ready to embark on this journey of transformation, to take the profound wisdom of Anderson, Crow, and Rosalie and make it your very own? Let's begin. Our initial 2 days, Day 1 and Day 2 of this transformative 7-day action plan, are dedicated to a cornerstone of human connection, cultivating unwavering loyalty to your chosen family, drawing profound inspiration from the formidable and boundless love Anderson Crow held for Rosalie. Consider for a moment the very essence of Crow's commitment to Rosalie, a bond forged not by bloodline alone, but by shared experience, mutual respect, and an unshakable dedication to the well-being and happiness. This wasn't a fair-weather loyalty. It was an enduring, steadfast anchor in her life, a promise whispered through actions more than words. In a world that often prizes individualism and fleeting connections, the deep, abiding loyalty to a chosen family stands out as a beacon of true human flourishing. It's about recognizing those individuals in your life who may not share your DNA, but who undeniably share your heart, your burdens, and your triumphs. These are the friends who have weathered every storm with you, the mentors who saw potential when you saw it out, the colleagues who became confidants, the neighbors who transcended mere proximity to become genuine lifelines. Let me share a real-world story that beautifully illustrates this profound concept. Picture Elena and Marcus, who met during their very first week of college, two nervous freshmen navigating a sea of unfamiliar faces. They quickly became inseparable, sharing late-night study sessions fueled by cheap coffee, celebrating minor victories, and consoling each other through heartbreaks and academic troubles. Their friendship deepened over the decades that followed, enduring geographical distance, career changes, and the complexities of adult life. Fast forward 20 years, Marcus, a single father, faced an unexpected and severe health crisis that left him unable to work and struggling with mounting medical bills. His biological family lived far away and, though well-meaning, were limited in their ability to provide consistent, all-round support. It was Elena who stepped in, not out of obligation, but out of a deep-seated, unconditional love and loyalty. She organized a meal train with other mutual friends, took Marcus's son to school every morning, made appointments, and even helped navigate the labyrinthine medical insurance paperwork. When Marcus confessed his financial anxieties, Helena, without a moment's hesitation, quietly set up a crowdfunding page, discreetly circulated it among their extended network, and contributed a significant sum herself, insisting it was just helping family. She was his rock, his advocate, and his unwavering support system during one of the most challenging periods of his life. Elena didn't just offer sympathy. She offered sustained, practical, and deeply personal loyalty, embodying the very spirit of chosen family. Her actions weren't flashy. They were consistent, dedicated, and profoundly impactful, a testament to the enduring power of such bonds. From a psychological perspective, why does this type of unwavering loyalty to chosen family matter so profoundly? It taps into our fundamental human needs for belonging, for feeling seen, understood, and truly valued. When we experience this kind of steadfast support, our brains release oxytocin, often dubbed the love hormone, which fosters feelings of trust, security, and connection. This creates a powerful psychological safety net, a bedrock of emotional security that allows us to take risks, navigate failures, and pursue our dreams with the knowledge that there are people who genuinely have our back. In a society that can often feel isolating, where superficial connections abound, the depth of chosen family loyalty provides an antidote to loneliness and fosters robust mental well-being. It strengthens our sense of identity, anchoring us in a web of relationships where we are truly known and accepted, flaws and all. Furthermore, this act of giving loyalty is just as psychologically beneficial as receiving it. It reinforces our sense of purpose, our capacity for empathy, and our ability to contribute meaningfully to the lives of others, enhancing our self-esteem and overall life satisfaction. It's a reciprocal loop of positive reinforcement that enriches everyone involved, building a resilient personal ecosystem that can withstand life's inevitable storms. This profound sense of belonging provides a buffer against stress and adversity, empowering us to face challenges with greater fortitude and a clearer sense of self. So, how can you practically apply this insight over day 1 and day 2? First, dedicate some quiet time to thoughtfully identify your chosen family members. Who are the individuals who have consistently shown up for you, who celebrate your victories as if they were their own, and who offer solace during your darkest hours, irrespective of blood ties? Write down their names, and perhaps a brief note about why they hold this special place in your heart. Second, reflect deeply on specific moments when these individuals demonstrated their loyalty to you, and conversely, when you were able to demonstrate your unwavering loyalty to them. What did those moments feel like? What actions were taken? How did those experiences solidify your bond? Allow yourself to truly appreciate the depth of these connections. Third, plan a specific, tangible act of affirmation or support for one of these chosen family members this week. This doesn't have to be a grand gesture. Perhaps it's a handwritten letter expressing your gratitude and admiration, a carefully chosen small gift that speaks to an inside joke or shared memory, or simply dedicating an hour to a truly present, uninterrupted phone call where you actively listen to their joys and their struggles. It could be offering practical assistance with a task they're facing, or simply sending a text that says, "Thinking of you, I'm here for whatever you need." The key is intentionality and genuine care. Fourth, make a conscious commitment to being a more consistently reliable presence in their lives. This means following through on promises, showing up when you say you will, and being present not just for the celebratory moments, but especially for the quiet, challenging, or mundane ones. Consistency breeds trust, and trust is a bedrock of deep loyalty. And finally, practice active listening and empathy with these individuals. When they speak, truly hear them, without judgment or distraction. Put yourself in their shoes. Strive to understand their perspectives and feelings, and respond with genuine compassion. This deep level of engagement communicates profound loyalty, showing them that their experiences and emotions truly matter to you. By dedicating these 2 days to mindful reflection and deliberate action, you will not only strengthen your most vital relationships, but also enrich your whole life with a profound sense of belonging and purpose that loyalty fosters. Moving on to days 3, 4, and 5, our focus shifts inward, challenging us to embrace humor and grace when we inevitably make mistakes, rather than taking ourselves too seriously. This particular lesson resonates deeply with the spirit we often encounter in characters like Anderson Crow, who, despite his stern exterior, likely possessed a hidden capacity for self-awareness and perhaps a wry smile at his own human fallibility. Life is an ongoing experiment, fraught with missteps and errors. How we choose to react to these moments of imperfection, whether with crippling self-criticism or with a light-hearted acceptance and a commitment to learning, profoundly shapes our resilience and our ability to connect authentically with others. It's about understanding that perfection is an illusion, and that our vulnerability, when acknowledged with grace and a touch of humor, can actually be the source of strength and relatability. Let me paint a picture with a real-world example. Imagine Sarah, a mid-level manager at a bustling tech company, known for her meticulous attention to detail and a generally serious demeanor. One morning, she was presenting a crucial quarter-end report to a room full of executives and her team. She had rehearsed endlessly, her slides were flawless, and her data impeccable. However, halfway through her presentation, while eloquently explaining complex market trends, she stumbled over a word, then another, and then, to her utter dismay, accidentally clicked ahead 3 slides, revealing a humorous, somewhat embarrassing meme she had discreetly saved on a hidden slide, intended as a personal pick-me-up during stressful times. The room fell silent for a beat, a collective gasp hanging in the air. Sarah's face flushed crimson. For a moment, she felt the familiar grip of panic and self-reproach tightening in her chest. But then, a flicker of something different ignited. She paused, took a deep breath, and a small, genuine smile touched her lips. "Well," she announced, her voice regaining its composure, "it appears my name Lord has made an unscheduled appearance. Clearly, my subconscious is demanding a moment of levity from these intense projections. A ripple of laughter spread through the room, easing the tension. He then expertly navigated back to the correct slide, adding, "Now that we've all had a good laugh at my expense, let's get back to the serious business of market share, shall we?" By embracing the unexpected curve with self-deprecating humor and a touch of grace, Sarah not only recovered her composure but also inadvertently endeared herself to her colleagues and superiors. She transformed a potentially mortifying moment into a relatable, humanizing one, demonstrating that even in high-stakes environments, it's okay to be imperfect, and that humanity can be far more powerful than an unwavering facade of perfection psychologically. Why is it so vital to embrace humor and embrace when we stumble? The relentless pursuit of perfection, often fueled by societal pressures and internal critics, can be an insidious trap, leading to chronic anxiety, fear of failure, and burnout. When we make a mistake and react with self-flagellation, we reinforce negative self-beliefs and hinder our ability to learn and adapt. Conversely, approaching errors with humor creates a cognitive shift. Humor helps us gain perspective, allowing us to detach emotionally from the immediate sting of a mistake and see it in a broader context. It reduces the perceived threat, turning a perceived catastrophe into a mere bump in the road. This shift activates different neural pathways, moving us away from the fight-or-flight response triggered by shame and towards a more constructive, problem-solving mindset. Grace, on the other hand, embodies self-compassion. It's about extending the same kindness and understanding to ourselves that we would readily offer to a friend. When we are gracious with our own imperfections, we cultivate a deeper sense of self-acceptance, which is the cornerstone of psychological resilience. It allows us to acknowledge our fallibility without letting it define our worth. Furthermore, when we demonstrate this humility and humor openly, it fosters psychological safety in our relationships and communities. It signals to others that it's okay to be imperfect, creating an environment where vulnerability is welcomed and genuine connection can flourish. This not only strengthens our individual well-being but also enhances the collaborative spirit of any group we belong to. For days 3, 4, and 5, here are your practical application steps. First, become mindful of your internal dialogue when you make a mistake, however small. Do you immediately launch into self-criticism, or can you observe your error with a detached, perhaps even amused perspective? The first step is awareness of your ingrained reaction. Second, recall a recent, relatively minor mistake you made. Instead of replaying the negative feelings, try to reframe that mistake with a touch of humor. Can you identify something inherently absurd or comical about the situation? Could you recount it to a trusted friend in a way that elicits a chuckle, even at your own expense? The goal isn't to diminish responsibility, but to lighten this emotional load. Third, practice admitting small errors with grace. For instance, if you send an email with a typo or accidentally misstate a fact in conversation, simply acknowledge it was a light-hearted oops. My apologies. Clearly my brain is still buffering this morning. Or my mistake. Let me clarify that. Observe how this simple, abundant admission can disarm potential criticism and create a more open atmosphere. Fourth, develop a personal mentor or go-to phrase for self-compassion when you realize you made a blunder. Something like, I'm human, and humans make mistakes. What can I learn from this? Or progress, not perfection. Repeat it gently to yourself to interrupt the cycle of self-criticism and foster a more forgiving internal voice. And fifth, intentionally observe others who handle their mistakes with admirable humor and grace. How do they react? What language do they use? How do others respond to them? By observing and emulating these positive behaviors, you can gradually internalize and integrate them into your own repertoire. Remember, cultivating this approach isn't about avoiding accountability. It's about fostering resilience, building stronger connections, and living with a lighter, more accepting heart. These 3 days are an invitation to practice self-kindness, to see your imperfections not as weaknesses, but as integral, endearing parts of your human journey. As we journey into the concluding phase of our 7-day action plan, day 6 and 7, we turn our attention outwards, prompting you to perform a selfless, observant act for a neighbor, with a powerful intention of strengthening your own local community. This practice encapsulates the very essence of the vibrant, interconnected community portrayed in the daughter of Anderson Crow, where individuals, despite their idiosyncrasies, understood the subtle yet profound necessities of looking out for one another. It's an invitation to move beyond mere civility and into the realm of active, compassionate engagement, to become an integral, contributing thread in the rich tapestry of your immediate surroundings. In an increasingly fragmented world, where anonymity can often prevail even among those living next door, these small, deliberate acts of kindness are the building blocks of true social cohesion and shared well-being. They remind us that we are not isolated islands, but rather integral parts of a larger whole, with the capacity to significantly impact the quality of life, not just for ourselves, but for everyone around us. Allow me to share a particularly heartwarming illustration of this principle. Consider Merida, a woman in her late 60s, who lived in a quiet suburban neighborhood. She was generally reserved, but possessed a keen eye for detail and a deep appreciation for her neighbors, even if she didn't always engage in lengthy conversations. One chilly winter afternoon, after a particularly heavy snowfall, Maria noticed something about her elderly next-door neighbor, Mr. Henderson. His driveway, usually cleared meticulously, remained covered in a thick blanket of snow. She knew Mr. Henderson lived alone, and had recently had some mobility issues. Without a word to anyone, and certainly without any expectation of recognition, Mary simply put on her warmest coat, grabbed her snow shovel, and quietly, painstakingly, began to clear his entire driveway and the path to his front door. She worked methodically, pausing only to catch her breath, making sure every inch was clear and safe. She didn't ring his doorbell. She didn't wait for a thank you. As soon as she finished, she quietly returned to her own home, leaving behind a perfectly cleared path and an unspoken gesture of care. Later that evening, Mr. Henderson, noticing his clear driveway, was deeply touched. He knew it had to be Maria, but he also understood the quiet dignity of her act. The next day, he brought her a small plate of homemade cookies, a simple gesture of gratitude. This wasn't about the cookies, or even the cleared snow. It was about the silent communication of community, of someone paying attention, noticing a need, and meeting it selflessly. Maria's observant act didn't just clear a driveway. It cleared a path for deeper connection and reinforced the invisible bonds that held their little street together, reminding everyone that they were part of something larger, something caring. From a psychological standpoint, why does performing a selfless, observant act for a neighbor hold such profound significance? This practice taps into what psychologists call prosocial behavior, voluntary actions intended to benefit another person. When we engage in such acts, our brains experience what's often termed the happy high, releasing endorphins and promoting feelings of well-being, satisfaction, and a sense of purpose. It counteracts feelings of isolation and loneliness, not just for the recipient, but for the giver as well. By actively engaging with our local community in this way, we contribute to building social capital, the networks of relationships among people who live and work in a particular society, enabling that society to function effectively. Strong social capital correlates with improved public health, safety, and overall community resilience. When we feel connected to our neighbors, we feel safer, more supported, and more deeply rooted in our environment. Furthermore, the observant aspect of this exercise is crucial. It sharpens our empathetic radar, training us to pay closer attention to the subtle cues of need in our environment. This heightened awareness extends beyond immediate neighbors, fostering a more compassionate and engaged approach to the world at large. It encourages us to step outside our own immediate concerns and consider the welfare of others, breaking down the psychological barriers that can lead to apathy and indifference. Such acts, though seemingly small, ripple upwards, creating a positive feedback loop that encourages reciprocal kindness and weaves a stronger, more vibrant social fabric. It's a powerful antidote to the atomization of modern life, reminding us of our shared humanity and our collective responsibility to foster a supportive and caring environment for all. For days 6 and 7, here are your practical application steps for performing a selfless, observant act. First, intentionally identify a neighbor, or perhaps a few neighbors, whom you don't know extremely well, but whose well-being you could positively impact. It could be someone elderly, a new family, a single parent, or simply someone whose routine you observed. The aim is to choose someone for whom your act would be truly beneficial. Second, dedicate time to practicing observant awareness. This isn't about intrusive watching, but rather about heightened mindfulness. As you go about your daily routine, walking your dog, collecting the mail, leaving for work, pay closer attention to the subtle details of your neighbors' lives. Do you notice a cluttered porch, an overflowing mailbox, untended garden beds, a shovel with heavy packages, or perhaps a car that hasn't moved in a while? These observations are the seeds from which selfless acts often grow. Third, brainstorm a discrete, selfless act based on your observations. The key here is discrete and selfless. It should be an act performed without the expectation of recognition, thanks, or reciprocation. It could be something as simple as bringing in the trash bins from the curb, raking leaves that have drifted into their yard, leaving a small, anonymous potted plant on their doorstep, offering to pick up a forgotten grocery item you know they use, or even just leaving a friendly, handwritten note of encouragement if you've noticed they're going through a tough time. The act should be tailored to a perceived need, not just a random gesture. Fourth, execute the act without drawing attention to yourself. This means doing it quietly, perhaps when they are not home or when you can do so unobtrusively. The power of the act lies in its pure intention, not in any praise or recognition it might garner. The reward is in the doing itself, and in the quiet satisfaction of knowing you've contributed positively to someone else's day and to the fabric of your community. And finally, after you performed your act, take a moment for reflection. How did it feel to observe and then to act? What impact, however subtle, do you believe it might have had? This reflection isn't about self-congratulation, but about cementing the positive psychological and emotional benefits of pro-social behavior, encouraging you to continue fostering these small, yet powerful, connections in the future. By dedicating these 2 days to our focused, selfless acts, you will not only strengthen the bonds within your local community but also enrich your own life with a profound sense of purpose, connection, and belonging. You will embody the very spirit of community care that made the world of Anderson Crow so deeply compelling. As we bring our 7-day action plan to close, remember that these aren't merely isolated exercises, but interconnected threads designed to weave a richer, more vibrant tapestry in your daily life. We began by affirming the invaluable nature of unwavering loyalty to our chosen family, those kindred spirits who walk beside us, inspired by Crow's fierce devotion to Rosalie. We then explored the liberating power of embracing humor and grace in the face of our own imperfections, learning to laugh at ourselves rather than succumb to the paralyzing grip of self-seriousness. And finally, we turned our days outward, engaging in selfless, observant acts to strengthen the very communities in which we reside, echoing their unspoken pacts of support within Crow's world. Each of these steps, rooted in the timeless wisdom embedded within the daughter of Anderson Crow, is a gentle invitation to live with greater intention, deeper connection, and a more expansive heart. This plan is not a finish line, but rather a starting point, a catalyst for ongoing reflection and proactive engagement. The true test and the lasting reward comes from carrying these practices forward, making them a consistent part of your personal ethos long after this week concludes. Think of the lasting impact if every week you dedicated even a small moment to affirm a chosen family member, to laugh at your own minor gaffes, or to perform a quiet kindness for a neighbor. Such consistent, mindful engagement has the power to transform not just your individual experiences, but the collective human experience itself, one heartfelt action at a time. As you move forward from this section, carry with you the profound understanding that the most compelling narratives are not just found in books, but are actively written in the choices we make every single day. You are the author of your own story, and by applying these principles, you are crafting a narrative rich with connection, resilience, and compassionate engagement. Now, with these empowering action steps firmly in mind, let's prepare to transition to our next segment, where we will delve even deeper into the enduring legacy and universal lessons of the daughter of Anderson Crow, exploring how its themes continue to resonate in contemporary society and offering further pathways for integrating its timeless wisdom into our modern lives. The journey of insight and application continues. Section 7 Summary. Welcome, dear listener, to this reflective final chapter, Section 7, where we will lovingly revisit the remarkable journey we've shared through the quaint, yet surprisingly profound, world of Pinkerton. As we approach the culmination of our adventure, this dedicated segment, spanning what would ideally be from minute 262 to 268, isn't merely a factual recap, It is designed to be a deeply satisfying emotional wrap-up of the nearly 270 minutes we have invested together in the lives and trials of Anderson Crowe and his beloved daughter Mary. Think of this as a gentle, reassuring exhalation after a long and exhilarating breath-holding dive into a captivating narrative. We've traversed complex, emotional landscapes, navigated intricate mysteries, and witnessed profound transformations. Now, it's time to consolidate those experiences, allowing the warmth of the story's resolution to settle comfortably within us. What does it truly mean to achieve a deeply satisfying emotional wrap-up in a story such as this? It signifies more than just knowing what happened to the characters. It's about feeling the rightness of their fates, the justice served, and the love affirmed. It's about recognizing the arc of growth, the lessons learned, and the enduring themes that resonate long after the final page is turned, or in our case, the final word is spoken. We seek that comforting sense of completion, a narrative closure that not only ties up all the loose threads of the plot but also profoundly satisfies the emotional investment we, as listeners, have made. We have laughed with Anderson, perhaps felt a twinge of exasperation, and undoubtedly cheered for Mary. Now, we crave that sense of all is well, a validation of our empathy and attention. This feeling of contentment is crucial because it transforms a mere story into a memorable experience, one that shapes our understanding and leaves a lasting impression. It's the difference between a tale told and a journey truly felt. Let us now delve into the specific cornerstones that construct this emotional satisfaction. Beginning with the heart of our story, Anderson Crowe himself. One of the most compelling aspects of our entire narrative has been the touching, indeed often poignant, arc of Anderson Crowe. We first encountered him as a figure who, let's be honest, might have initially struck us as something of a town joke, an eccentric constable in the sleepy town of Tinkletown, perhaps more dedicated to his peculiar routines and pronouncements than to truly effective law enforcement. He was a man of meticulous notes, intricate, sometimes misguided theories, and a distinct lack of the traditional gravitas one might associate with a figure of authority. He was often underestimated, perhaps even quietly ridiculed by some of the town's more sensible citizens, his earnestness occasionally bordering on the comical. His methods were unconventional, his deductions often took circuitous routes, and his pronouncements could be perplexing. Yet, beneath this often bumbling exterior, a different man resided, a man of unwavering principle, integrity, and, most profoundly, and boundless, fierce love for his daughter Mary. Throughout the unfolding events, we witnessed a profound metamorphosis. Anderson's dedication, initially seen as mere quirkiness, slowly but surely revealed itself as a tenacious, unyielding commitment to justice and truth. His seemingly odd methods, his obsessive observations, and his peculiar habit of noticing the seemingly insignificant details which others overlooked, proved not to be hindrances but rather invaluable assets. It was through these very qualities that he began to unravel the intricate tapestry of secrets and deceptions woven within Tinkletown's seemingly tranquil facade. His perseverance, often against skepticism from those around him, became but quiet testament to his true character. He wasn't just solving a mystery. He was inadvertently proving his own worth, not just to the town, but perhaps most importantly, to himself. His initial bumbling gave way to a quiet competence, his eccentricity to a form of unique genius. By the story's end, Anderson Crowe is no longer a figure of gentle amusement or a subject of condescending smiles. He has transformed into an intensely validated, beloved father figure, not just in the eyes of his cherished Mary, but also in the collective consciousness of Tinkertown. The town, once quick to dismiss him, now sees him with new eyes, recognizing his heroism, his wisdom, and the steadfast, protective love he embodies. His unconventional approach, once a source of mild ridicule, is now understood as the very instrument that brought peace and justice back to their community. His paternal devotion, always present, always burning brightly, is now openly acknowledged and deeply appreciated. He is no longer just Constable Crowe. He is Anderson, the father who moved heaven and earth for his daughter, the man who, in his own inimitable way, seized the day. To truly grasp the impact of Anderson's transformation, consider a real-world storytelling example: the character of Albus Dumbledore in the Harry Potter series. While initially presented as a powerful, wise, and somewhat mysterious headmaster, there's a certain aloofness, an enigmatic quality that keeps him at a distance. As the series progresses, particularly in the later books and the series' backstory, we come to understand his past struggles, his mistakes, his profound regret, and the immense burden he carries. He evolves from a seemingly omniscient mentor to a deeply human, flawed, yet ultimately heroic figure whose love and sacrifice for Harry become intensely poignant. We witness his vulnerability, his moral quandaries, and his deep-seated desire to protect, often at great personal cost. This evolution makes his wisdom and ultimate actions far more impactful because we see the man behind the myths. Similarly, Anderson Crowe, though on a different scale, moves from a one-dimensional, slightly comic figure to a multi-layered hero whose quiet strength and unwavering love earn him profound respect and affection. From a psychological perspective, why does Anderson Crowe's journey from town joke to validated father resonates so deeply with us? It taps into several fundamental human needs and desires. Firstly, there's a universal appeal of the underdog story. We are inherently drawn to characters who overcome initial disadvantages, skepticism, or even ridicule to achieve greatness or prove their worth. It speaks to our own aspirations to be seen, to be understood, and to overcome the judgments of others. We often feel underestimated in our own lives, and seeing Anderson succeed provides a victorious triumph. Secondly, it powerfully addresses a need for recognition and validation. Anderson's journey is one of earning the respect he always deserved but was rarely given. This resonates because, on some level, we all yearn for our efforts, our true intentions, and our deeper selves to be acknowledged and appreciated by our communities and loved ones. His validation isn't superficial. It's earned through consistent, loving action. Finally, and perhaps most profoundly, it underscores the enduring power of paternal love and protection. The core of Anderson's motivation is his daughter, Mary. His love is the engine driving his transformation, and witnessing this profound bond being affirmed and celebrated provides immense emotional satisfaction. It speaks to the deep-seated human need for family, for belonging, and for unwavering support, particularly from a parental figure. This act is a testament to the idea that true worth isn't found in conventional success or outward appearances, but in integrity, perseverance, and the boundless capacity to love. So, How might we apply the insights from Anderson and Crow's journey to our own lives? Practical application steps for the listener are manifold. First step, it encourages us to look beyond superficial judgments and appearances, both in ourselves and in others. Just as Tinkertown residents initially misjudged Anderson, we too can be quick to dismiss individuals or even aspects of our own character based on external quirks or unconventional approaches. The lesson here is to seek deeper truths, to understand the motivations and strengths that lie beneath the surface. Challenge your initial perceptions. Secondly, Anderson's unwavering perseverance in the face of skepticism offers a powerful lesson. When you encounter challenges or when others doubt your methods or abilities, remember Anderson Crow. Hold firm to your convictions, especially when they are rooted in integrity and a desire for good. Your unique approach might just be the key to unlocking a solution others have missed. Thirdly, and perhaps most importantly, cherish and prioritize your own deep emotional connections, particularly familial ones. Anderson's profound love for Mary was his anchor and his greatest strength. Nurture these bonds, for they provide the unwavering support and motivation that can empower you to overcome any obstacle. Finally, consider how you define validation. For Anderson, it ultimately came from within, from knowing he had done his best for Mary and for justice, even before the town recognized it. Seek internal conviction and self-respect, rather than solely relying on external applause, though it is certainly sweet when it arrives. Now, let us shift our focus to the intricate tapestry of the plot itself, specifically the neat resolution of the central mystery and the satisfying downfall of the aristocratic villains. From the earliest chapters, Tinkertown presented itself as a town with hidden depths, a seemingly idyllic facade beneath which simmered generations of secrets, deceptions, and veiled injustices. The core mystery, encompassing stolen inheritances, concealed parentage, and the manipulative machinations of prominent families, created a pervasive tension. We, alongside Anderson, felt it unease. The subtle hints of corruption beneath the polished surfaces of the town's elite. It was a classic setup, where the powerful and the privileged believed themselves untouchable, their deeds buried under layers of social standing and influence. The journey to resolution was a masterclass in narrative unfolding. Piece by piece, through Anderson's painstaking efforts and Mary's insightful contributions, the puzzle began to coalesce. What seemed like disparate clues, accidental encounters, and confusing historical details slowly formed a coherent picture. The reveal of the truth was not a sudden, deus ex machina moment, but rather the satisfying culmination of diligent investigation, persistent questioning, and careful observation. The scattered fragments of evidence was confusing, now clicked into place, illuminating the dark corners of Tinkertown's past. The conspiracy, so cunningly constructed, began to unravel, exposing the fragility of even the most elaborate deceptions. And what of our aristocratic villains? These were characters who, by virtue of their wealth, lineage, and social standing, had long enjoyed a sense of impunity. Their motivations were rooted in classic human feelings: greed, the preservation of unknown status, the fear of exposure, and a chilling disregard for the rights and happiness of others. They operated under the assumption that their position shielded them from consequences, that their carefully crafted illusions would hold indefinitely. However, as the truth emerged, so too did the inevitability of their downfall. The satisfying aspect of this resolution lay not just in their exposure, but in the poetic justice of their undoing. Their own intricate lives, the desperate attempts to maintain control, ultimately became the very instruments of their ruin. The meticulously constructed house of cards collapsed under the weight of its own deceit. The restoration of order and justice was complete, not through an external force, but through the patient, unwavering pursuit of truth by an underestimated constable and his bright daughter. The balance was restored, roles were righted, and the moral compass of Tinkertown, though momentarily skewed, was firmly reset. Consider a compelling real-world storytelling example that mirrors this satisfying sense of justice. Many of Agatha Christie's Hercule Poirot novels, such as Murder on the Orient Express or And Then There Were None. In this intricate whodunits, the villains are often individuals of apparent respectability, intelligence, or high social standing who believe themselves to be above suspicion, who are wrong, through sheer intellectual prowess and meticulous attention to human psychology, systematically dismantles their carefully constructed alibis and exposes their dark deeds. The satisfaction comes not just from identifying the culprit, but from the intricate revelation of how the crime was committed and why, leading to an undeniable and often public downfall for those who thought themselves untouchable. The pleasure lies in seeing the seemingly impenetrable facade of wealth or cleverness crack under the weight of truth, ultimately leading to justice, often delivered with elegant precision. Psychologically speaking, why does the neat resolution of a mystery and the downfall of villains resonate so profoundly within us? This narrative element taps into deep-seated human desires and cognitive biases. Firstly, there is the innate human need for justice and fairness. When we perceive a wrong, an injustice, or a betrayal, we crave balance and rectification. Seeing the villains receive their comeuppance, especially when they embody privilege and malice, provides a powerful catharsis. It reaffirms our belief in a moral universe, even if that universe is fictional. It satisfies our fundamental sense of right and wrong and offers a vicarious experience of order being restored from chaos. Secondly, our brains are wired to seek patterns and closure. A well-constructed mystery challenges our intellect, inviting us to speculate and piece together clues. When the resolution finally arrives, and all the fragmented pieces of the puzzle perfectly interlock, it triggers a profound sense of cognitive satisfaction. It's the pleasure of understanding, of having our intellectual curiosity fully appeased. Thirdly, the downfall of aristocratic villains specifically speaks to our inherent discomfort with unchecked power and hypocrisy. We often resent those who use their status or wealth to manipulate or harm others, believing themselves immune to consequences. Their eventual exposure and defeat validate our skepticism towards unknown privilege and reinforces the idea that true power is found in integrity, not in social standing or wealth. It's a powerful affirmation that even the most elaborate deceptions cannot withstand the relentless pursuit of truth. From a practical standpoint, what can we learn from the resolution of Tinkertown's mystery? That application steps are valuable in navigating our own complex realities. First step, the story encourages us to maintain a healthy skepticism towards appearances, especially when dealing with individuals or institutions that seem overly powerful or unassailable. Remember that beneath polished exteriors, there can often be hidden truths. Question, investigate, and don't be afraid to delve deeper than what is presented at face value. Second, it reinforces the importance of standing up for what is right, even when the odds seem stacked against you. Anderson Crowe, initially an unlikely hero, demonstrated that persistent and principled action, even from an unassuming individual, can bring down formidable structures of deceit. Never underestimate your own capacity to seek or support justice. Third, it highlights the value of meticulous attention to detail and patience in problem solving. Complex problems rarely have simple, immediate solutions. Like Anderson, we must be willing to observe, gather information, and patiently piece together fragmented data to understand the full picture, whether it's in a personal dilemma or a professional challenge. Finally, this aspect of the story serves as a reminder that integrity is the only true long-term foundation for any endeavor. Deception, manipulation, and greed may offer short-term gains, but ultimately, they are unsustainable and lead to ruin. Building your life and relationships on a foundation of honesty and ethical conduct is the only path to genuine, lasting success and peace of mind. And now, as we draw our journey to a close, let us reflect on the enduring magic of Tinkertown itself, leaving you, dear listener, with a nostalgic and comforting sense of connection to this remarkable place. Tinkertown was never just a backdrop for our story. It was a character in its own right, a living, breathing entity that shaped and was shaped by its inhabitants. At first glance, it might have seemed like any other quaint, sleepy American small town, tucked away from the hustle and bustle of the wider world. Its charm lay in its apparent simplicity, its familiar rhythms, and its picturesque, its somewhat provincial atmosphere. Yet, beneath this tranquil surface, we discovered a town full of hidden depths, vibrant eccentricities, and a surprising moral fortitude. It was a place where generations of stories intertwined, where history lingered in the cobblestones, and where every citizen, no matter how minor, played a role in the grand narrative. The magic of Tinkertown isn't full of supernatural spells or fantastical creatures. It's a far more profound and relatable magic. It's the magic of community, of shared humanity, of the intricate web of relationships that define small-town life. It's the magic of knowing your neighbors, for better or worse, of shared celebrations and collective sorrows. It's that comfort that comes from a sense of rootedness, of belonging to something larger than oneself. In Tinkertown, we witness the enduring power of human connection, the resilience of a community facing internal strife, and its capacity for healing and reaffirmation. The town, despite its flaws and its secrets, ultimately represented a place where the good and did prevail. It possessed a unique character, a blend of tradition and burgeoning modernity, of local gossip and profound loyalty, making it utterly unforgettable. It's a place that, even in its imperfections, offered a comforting sense of home. This reflection aims to leave you with a nostalgic warmth, a feeling akin to revisiting a beloved childhood haunt or flipping through old, cherished photographs. It's the bittersweet joy of concluding a truly immersive experience, coupled with the lingering tenderness for the world you've inhabited. The enduring appeal of Tinkertown lies in its universal resonance. It's a microcosm of the wider world, showcasing humanity's full spectrum of virtues and vices, yet always with the underlying promise of hope and resolution. It reminds us that even in seemingly ordinary places, extraordinary stories are constantly unfolding, and that the fabric of everyday life is interwoven with threads of heroism, love, and quiet triumph. It instills a sense of peace, knowing that the journey has ended well, and that the spirit of Tinkertown, its resilience, its community, its unique charm will endure. To truly appreciate the magic of Tinkertown, let's look at a real-world storytelling example, the fictional town of Stars Hollow from the television series Gilmore Girls. Like Tinkertown, Stars Hollow appears on the surface to be a quirky, idyllic small town in New England. It's populated by an eccentric cast of characters, from the perpetually bickering town selectman and chef to the owner of the local diner and the town's resident troubadour. The magic of Stars Hollow isn't in any supernatural element, rather, it's in the profound sense of community, the interconnectedness of its residents, and the feeling that everyone truly knows and cares for everyone else, even amidst their amusing quirks and disagreements. The town itself is a character, offering comfort, belonging, and a slightly whimsical charm. Listeners and viewers become deeply invested in the town's festivals, its traditions, and the daily lives of its citizens, feeling a nostalgic warmth and a yearning for such a close-knit, supportive environment. From a psychological standpoint, why does a nostalgic, comforting reflection on a fictional place like Tinkertown matter so much to us? Firstly, it taps into our fundamental human yearning for belonging and community. In an increasingly fragmented and globalized world, the idea of a close-knit town where people genuinely know and care for each other provides immense psychological comfort. It speaks to our innate need for social connection, for sense of rootedness, and for a place where we feel seen and valued. Secondly, the comfort derived from such a reflection is a form of healthy escapism. Stories like The Daughter of Anderson Crow allow us to momentarily step away from the complexities and the stresses of our own lives and immerse ourselves in a world that, despite its changes, ultimately offers solace and resolution. This mental retreat can be restorative, providing a sense of calm and well-being. Thirdly, nostalgia itself is a powerful and often positive emotion. It connects us to feelings of warmth, familiarity, and security, often associated with simpler times or cherished memories, even if those memories are of a fictional world we've only visited through a narrative. It allows us to process the stories and not as a loss, but as a treasured experience. Finally, the enduring appeal of such a setting reminds us that magic can be found in the everyday. It encourages us to look for the extraordinary in the seemingly ordinary aspects of our own lives and communities, fostering a sense of appreciation for our immediate surroundings. How might we practically apply this comforting reflection on Tinkertown to our own lives? The steps are simple yet profound. Firstly, take a moment to appreciate your own community, however large or small, however quirky or conventional. What are its unique characteristics? Who are the interesting features that make it vibrant? Recognizing and valuing these elements can deepen your sense of connection and belonging, fostering your own magic. Secondly, actively seek out and foster genuine connections with those around you. The strength of Tinkertown lay in its interconnectedness. Make an effort to engage with your neighbors, colleagues, and local shopkeepers. Small acts of kindness, shared conversations, and mutual support contribute significantly to the fabric of your own community. Thirdly, find the magic in the everyday. Just as Anderson Crow found extraordinary truth in mundane details, train yourself to see the beauty, the humor, and the profound in your daily life. It might be the aroma from a local bakery, the changing colors of the leaves, or the simple joy of a shared laugh. Cultivating this awareness enriches your experience of the world. Finally, remember that you too are part of your community's story. Your actions, your presence, and your contributions, however seemingly small, help to shape its character and contribute to its enduring spirit. Be an active participant, a positive force, and a guardian of its unique charm. As we conclude this summary, it's clear that the daughter of Anderson Crowe has been a journey rich in emotional depth, intellectual intrigue, and enduring charm. We have witnessed the remarkable transformation of Anderson Crowe from an underestimated, endearing figure to a truly beloved and validated father and hero whose unique strengths brought justice to Tinkletown. We have experienced the satisfying unraveling of a complex mystery, cheering for the downfall of those who sought to exploit their privilege and undermine the truth, finding catharsis in the restoration of order and fairness. And finally, we are left with a warm, nostalgic embrace of Tinkletown itself, a place that, despite its secrets and shadows, ultimately stands as a testament to the enduring power of community love and the quiet magic of everyday life. This story has, we hope, not only entertained but also resonated deeply, reminding us of the importance of looking beyond the surface, trusting in perseverance, and cherishing the bonds that truly matter. It has been a privilege to share this narrative with you, and as the final notes fade, may the spirit of Anderson Crowe marry, and the charming, unforgettable Tinkletown remain a comforting presence in your thoughts. Thank you for listening, and may your own journeys be filled with discovery, justice, and enduring affection. As we close this chapter, let us take a moment to reflect on the tapestry we've woven together over these many hours, a narrative rich with laughter, suspense, tenderness, and ultimately profound triumph. We have walked alongside these characters, felt their anxieties and their joys, and witnessed the remarkable power of ordinary people rising to extraordinary occasions. This wasn't just a story about solving a mystery. It was an exploration of identity, belonging, and the unwavering strength of the human spirit, particularly when tested by adversity and deceit. This journey, spanning many hours, has invited us not merely to observe, but to participate, to invest ourselves emotionally in the fates of Anderson, Mary, and all the denizens of Tinkletown. It's a testament to the enduring appeal of a good story, and to the way fictional lives can illuminate universal truths about courage, loyalty, and the surprising places we find strength. We hope you found solace, inspiration, and perhaps a renewed sense of belief in the quiet heroes among us, those who, like our beloved Anderson, may seem unassuming but carry the greatest hearts. At the heart of our story, of course, stands the unforgettable figure of Anderson Crowe. When we first met him, he was perhaps easy to dismiss, a man of grand pronouncements and earnest, yet sometimes misguided efforts, often seen as the amiable eccentric of Tinkletown. His reputation as a tongue drop was born more out of affection than malice, but it was a label that, for time, overshadowed his deeper qualities. Yet, it was precisely his perceived naivete, his steadfast, almost childlike belief in fairness and decency, that became his greatest asset. He wasn't constrained by conventional wisdom or cynical expectation, rather, his quirky insights and dogged persistence, often dismissed as mere bluster, were the very tools that systematically chip away at the formidable edifice of deceit. His unwavering love for Mary, his adopted daughter, served as the bedrock of his character, a pure and unshakable force that fueled his relentless pursuit of the truth, making him brave beyond expectation. We saw him evolve from a slightly bumbling, well-meaning sheriff into a figure of quiet, indomitable strength, a man whose unique methods, once sharply at, proved to be astoundingly effective. His journey was one of intense validation, not just from the townsfolk who finally saw his true capabilities, the sharp mind beneath the folksy exterior, but profoundly within himself. He shed the mantle of the just and donned that of the pardoned, becoming unequivocally the beloved father figure Mary so desperately needed and the hero Tankletown unknowingly deserved, proving that true wisdom often resides not in sharp intellect alone, but in an honest heart and unwavering dedication to what is right. His triumph wasn't loud or boastful. It was a profound, deeply personal victory rooted in love and integrity, solidifying his place as a man of substance and unwavering moral compass. He taught us that appearances can be deceiving, and that the greatest strength often lies in unwavering goodness and a steadfast belief in those we cherish. The tangled threads of Mary's mysterious past, once shrouded in secrecy and aristocratic manipulation, were meticulously unraveled through Anderson Crow's tenacious efforts, supported by Mary's own courage and the surprising insights from loyal friends. This intricate web of deceit, spun by those who sought to deny Mary her rightful heritage, to erase her true identity for their own gain, was systematically exposed. We witnessed the neat resolution of the central mystery, the true circumstances of Mary's birth, the cruel machinations that separated her from her royal family, and the audacious theft of her inheritance. The long shadow cast by the aristocratic villains, figures like the chillingly detached the Lady Harriet and the calculating Mr. Finch, who embodied the very words of privilege and greed, finally receded. Their downfall was not merely a plot device. It was a deeply satisfying act of justice, a vindication that felt earned and complete. Their schemes, built on lies, manipulation, and a callous disregard for human lives, crumbled under the weight of truth and Crow's relentless pursuit, exposing the hollow core of their ambition. We saw their carefully constructed facade shattered, revealing the moral bankruptcy beneath, a stark contrast to the genuine warmth and the humanity of Tinkerton. It was a powerful reminder that no amount of status or power, no lineage or wealth, can ultimately withstand the brilliant light of truth and the unyielding force of genuine bull. The restoration of Mary's name and inheritance wasn't just about legal rectitude. It was about the restoration of her identity, her legacy, and her rightful place in the world, secured by the fierce, unconditional love of her undimensional father and the collective spirit of a town that rallied around them. And what of Tinkerton, that peculiar, endearing little world we've come to know so intimately? It started as a backdrop, the charming collection of eccentric characters and quaint customs, but it grew to be so much more. Tinkerton itself became a character, vibrant and alive, a microcosm of humanity's enduring spirit. We reveled in its quirks, chuckled at its gossips, and marveled at its underlying resilience. It's a place where the baker knows your deepest secrets, where the postman doubles as a confidant, and where community truly means something, a place where neighbors truly care, even if they sometimes express it through well-intentioned meddling. The rustle of leaves Downing Street, the aroma of Mrs. Henderson's fresh pies wafting from the bakery, the gentle creak of the porch swings, the familiar rhythm of daily life. These details have painted a vivid picture in our minds, creating a sense of a place truly cherished, a comforting haven for the more cynical corners of the world. Tinkertown, for all its small-town peculiarities, proved to be a steadfast bastion of decency, a sanctuary where, despite momentary disruptions and sinister plots, good ultimately prevails, and where the human heart, in its simple honestness, can overcome even the most elaborate schemes of villainy. It is a comforting thought, isn't it, to imagine a place where even the most overlooked individuals can rise to heroism, where truth finds its way, and where love, in its many forms, familial, communal, romantic, is the strongest, most transformative force of all. As we bid farewell to Anderson Crowe Murray and all the wonderful souls who populate this narrative, may the magic of Tinkertown linger in your thoughts, an aesthetic whisper of enduring warmth and quiet triumph. May the lessons learned of trusting one's instincts, of that incredible power of unconditional love that transcends bloodlines, and also unwavering belief in justice even when the odds seem insurmountable, continue to resonate deeply within you. This journey has been more than just a story. It has been an invitation to believe in the extraordinary hidden within the ordinary, to find heroism in the most unexpected places, and to cherish the bonds that transform us and define us, reminding us that even in the smallest corners of the world, epic tales of courage and devotion unfold. Thank you for embarking on this unforgettable adventure with us, for giving your time and your hearts to this narrative. May the spirit of Tinkertown, with its gentle humor, its profound heart, and its enduring magic, remain a comforting presence in your own journeys, a reminder that every small town, every quiet life, holds a potential for grand narratives and a lasting affection, and that the greatest treasures are often found not in wealth or status, but in the simple, profound connections we forge. Section 8, Call to Action. Welcome back, dear listener. You've journeyed with us through the charming, peculiar, and utterly captivating world of Tinkertown, a world brought to life by the masterful pen of George Parmakachan in The Daughter of Anderson Crowe. We've laughed, perhaps gasped, and certainly pondered alongside the indomitable Sheriff Crowe and his spirited daughter Gloria. As our adventure together draws to a close, this isn't merely the end of the story. It is, in fact, an invitation to deepen your connection, to amplify your experience, and to carry the spirit of Tinkertown with you long after the final word has faded. This concluding section, indeed, serves as a gentle yet purposeful call to action. Our primary aim, our earnest desire, is to direct you, our cherished listener, to engage further with this audio book and with any supplementary materials we've carefully prepared for you. Think of it not as a closing chapter, but as a bridge from passive listening to active participation, from solitary enjoyment to shared enthusiasm. We believe that the true magic of storytelling isn't just in the words themselves, but in the echoes they leave, the conversations they spark, and the inspiration they ignite. Have you ever finished a truly magnificent book, feeling that the last full pang of regret that it's over, yet simultaneously brimming with thoughts and feelings you wish to share? That very sensation is precisely what we hope to channel, providing avenues for those feelings to flourish and find expression. It's about transforming the experience from a transient moment into a lasting impression, embedding the narrative more deeply within your own personal tapestry of experiences. For what is a story, after all, if not a shared journey? And what better way to honor that journey than by extending its reach and impact? This active engagement is not just about supporting the creators, it's fundamentally about enriching your own relationship with the content, allowing the narrative to resonate on multiple levels and contribute to your broader intellectual and emotional landscape. It ensures that the time you've invested translates into sustained value, far beyond the initial listening period. Now, let's explore some specific ways you can continue this engaging journey. Begin with a simple yet incredibly powerful gesture. Firstly, we sincerely invite you, if you have found delight and value in our retelling of The Daughter of Anderson Crow, to consider leaving a 5-star review wherever you acquire this audiobook. And as you do so, perhaps in the comment section, we would be absolutely thrilled if you would share your favorite Tinkertown character. Why do we ask for this? Because your voice, your individual perspectives, holds immense power. It is the lifeblood of creative endeavors in the digital age, a beacon for others seeking their next captivating listen. Consider, if you will, a bustling local theater. The curtain falls on a spectacular performance. The actors take their bows, and the audience erupts in thunderous applause. But the true measure of that performance, its lasting impact, isn't confined to the applause within those four walls. It unfolds in the lobby afterward, where animated conversations sparse. Oh, wasn't the lead actress simply divine? One person exclaims, "I still sparkling with the magic of the stage." I particularly loved the quirky humor of the supporting character who kept everyone guessing. Another chimes in, recounting a specific line that made them laugh aloud. You absolutely must see it. They tell their friends the next day, recounting their favorite scenes, perhaps even imitating a memorable line or describing their incredible set design. This isn't just casual chatter. It's a lifeblood of artistic endeavor. It fuels future productions, it guides new patrons, and it builds a vibrant community around shared appreciation and artistic discovery. Your 5-star review and your comment about a favorite character are precisely that post-show discussion, amplified for a global audience. They become the digital equivalent of someone excitedly recommending the play to a friend, not only boosting its visibility but also enriching its narrative with your personal touch, painting a more complete picture for those yet to discover it. It's an act that costs you very little time, yet yields immeasurable benefit to both the creators and future listeners, cementing the legacy of the story. From a psychological standpoint, this request taps into several fundamental human drives. Firstly, there is the principle of reciprocity, a deep-seated human tendency to respond to a positive action with another positive action. We, the creators and narrators, have endeavored to bring you a rich, immersive storytelling experience, investing hours of meticulous work, heartfelt dedication, and creative energy into every word and nuance. When you've enjoyed that experience, there's a natural, almost unconscious impulse to give something back, to acknowledge the value received, and to express gratitude. Leaving a review is a simple, effective, and profoundly meaningful way to fulfill that sense of reciprocal exchange, a gentle nod of appreciation. Secondly, and perhaps more importantly in the crowded digital landscape, Your review provides invaluable social proof. In a world saturated with choices, where millions of audiobooks compete for attention, how do we decide what to read or listen to next? Often, we rely on the wisdom of the crowd, on the experiences of others who have walked that path before us. A high star rating, coupled with genuine, positive comments, acts as a powerful beacon, guiding potential new listeners towards a story they might otherwise overlook amidst the vast sea of options. It whispers, "This is worth your time." Others have loved it too. It alleviates decision fatigue and builds confidence in the choice, offering a shortcut through overwhelming complexity. Thirdly, sharing your favorite character is a powerful act of identity affirmation and community building. When you declare, "I love Sheriff Crow's unwavering integrity and his wonderfully dry wit, her glorious independent spirit, and her remarkable cleverness truly resonated with me, reminding me of the strength of young women," you are not just offering an opinion. You're expressing a piece of yourself, your values, your preferences, and your connection to the narrative. This act transforms a solitary listening experience into a shared communal one, connecting you, however subtly, with others who felt the same way, fostering a sense of belonging to a broader audience that appreciates McCutcheon's unique charm and timeless themes. It humanizes the anonymous digital space, creating pockets of shared enthusiasm and mutual understanding among listeners. And by asking this right at the very end of our journey together, we capitalize on the recency effect, your memories of Tinkletown, its inhabitants, and their adventures are still fresh, vivid, and brimming with emotional resonance, making it easier and more natural for you to articulate your connection and provide a truly heartfelt review. So, how can you put this into practical application? It's remarkably straightforward and takes mere moments. Open the audiobook application or platform you use to listen to the Daughter of Anderson Crow, whether it's Audible, Apple Books, Google Play, Libby, or any other service that hosts this title. Navigate directly to the page for this particular title. You typically find a section dedicated to ratings and reviews, often prominently displayed. Take a moment to consider your overall enjoyment and engagement with the story, the narration, and the production quality. If you believe it's delivered a 5-star experience, select that option with confidence, knowing you are providing valuable feedback. Then, move to the comment or review box. Don't feel pressured to write a lengthy essay or a literary critique. A few sincere sentences are perfectly adequate and often more impactful. And here's the key part, the element that truly brings your review to life. Think about the character who truly captured your imagination, who made you smile, ponder, or perhaps even empathize deeply. Was it the ever-vigilant Sheriff Anderson Crow, with his unwavering sense of duty, his often comical predicaments, and his surprising depth of character? Was it his bright, courageous, and resourceful daughter Gloria, whose independent spirit and cleverness shone so brightly, consistently proving the mettle? Or perhaps one of the wonderfully eccentric residents of Tinkletown, whose quirks added so much flavor and humor to the narrative, making the town feel truly alive? Simply type that character's name, and perhaps a brief reason why they resonated with you, into your review. It's a small act that creates a ripple effect, supporting the work you've enjoyed and guiding others to discover this timeless tale. Your opinion genuinely matters, and it contributes significantly to the vibrant ecosystem of storytelling, ensuring that good stories find their audience. Moving beyond the realm of shared appreciation, our second invitation is an equally enriching one. We strongly encourage you to download the accompanying PDF guide that is available with this audiobook. This isn't just a static document, a mere appendix to the story. It's a dynamic tool, meticulously crafted to help you track your own personal 7-day action plan, inspired by the profound themes, character arcs, and valuable lessons embedded within the daughter of Anderson Crow. Imagine, for a moment, visiting a magnificent art museum, perhaps one filled with grand halls and masterpieces spanning centuries. You wander through, admiring the brushstrokes, absorbing the beauty, the history, and the emotional resonance of each piece, duly feeling inspired, perhaps a little overwhelmed by the sheer volume of brilliance, but deeply moved and enriched. Now, imagine that as you exit, you're handed an optional, interactive guide. This guide doesn't just summarize what you saw. Instead, it offers thought-provoking prompts for deeper reflection on specific artworks, suggests creative writing exercises inspired by the particular artistic period, or even encourages you to try sketching the scene from memory, connecting with the art on a more personal level. It's a tool that allows you to carry the museum experience beyond its walls, transforming passive observation into active engagement, offering a pathway to internalize and apply what you've encountered, making the learning truly your own. Our accompanying PDF that functions in precisely this manner for the daughter of Anderson Crow. It's not simply an appendix. It's a launchpad for continuous learning, personal growth, and reflective practice, designed to ensure that the wisdom and insights gleaned from McCutcheon's narrative don't simply fade away as the final words are spoken, but rather become integrated into your own perspective and understanding of the world. It offers a structured way to revisit the story's core messages and apply them in meaningful, tangible ways to your daily life, making the narrative a living, breathing influence. The psychological underpinnings for engaging with such a guide are manifold and robust. Firstly, it significantly enhances the perceived value of the entire audiobook package. You've invested your valuable time and resources into this story, and offering supplementary, actionable material demonstrates a commitment to your long-term benefit, not just your momentary entertainment. It signals that this experience is meant to be more than just a fleeting diversion, that it holds deeper layers of meaning and utility. Secondly, and critically, it bridges the often challenging gap between theory and practice. Stories, especially those rich with human experience, character development, and moral dilemmas, often contain profound truths and valuable lessons about life, courage, integrity, and community. However, simply hearing these truths doesn't automatically translate into personal change or application. The guide provides that crucial scaffolding, offering concrete steps, probing questions, and prompts that move you from passive absorption of the narrative to active implementation of its insights. This satisfies a deep human desire for growth and improvement, for taking what we learn and making it our own, for transforming knowledge into wisdom. Thirdly, the concept of a 7-day action plan subtly yet powerfully leverages the psychological principle of commitment and consistency. By suggesting a structured, time-bound plan, it encourages an initial, low-stakes commitment, making it significantly more likely that you will follow through and engage with the material. Humans tend to strive for consistency between their stated intentions and their actual behaviors, and a clear plan provides the framework for this. Moreover, breaking down larger goals into manageable daily steps focusing on one insight per day significantly reduces overwhelm and fosters a sense of achievable progress, boosting motivation and making sustained engagement feel less daunting. It encourages a structured re-engagement with the story's themes, allowing you to reflect on character traits like Sheriff Crow's unwavering dedication to justice or Gloria's remarkable resilience and independent thought, and then consider how those qualities might be cultivated or recognized in your own life or community. So, how can you actively engage with this invaluable resource? Your practical application steps are clear and straightforward. Locate the designated download area for this audiobook, often found on the same platform where you purchase or access the audio, usually in the resources or extras section. Search specifically for the Daughter of Anderson Crow companion guide or similar, clearly identifiable title. Download the PDF file to your computer, tablet, or smartphone. Once it's open, take a few moments to calmly explore its contents. You'll find sections designed to deepen your understanding of the historical context in which McCutcheon wrote, the intricate character modulations driving the narrative, and the underlying thematic elements woven throughout the work. But pay particular attention to the 7-day action plan. The section is specifically crafted with concrete, daily prompts and exercises. Perhaps on day 1, you'll be encouraged to reflect on the time you displayed unexpected courage in the face of adversity, much like Gloria often did. On day 2, you might consider how unwavering integrity, like Sheriff Crow's, impacts your daily interactions, professional ethics, or personal relationships. Each day offers a fresh lens through which to revisit a specific part of the story, a character's decision, or thematic concept, and then connect it directly to your own experiences or to observe its presence and relevance in the world around you. Choose just one insight or question from the guide to focus on each day. Dedicate a manageable amount of time, just 5 to 10 minutes, to pondering it. Perhaps journaling your thoughts, discussing it with a friend, or simply observing how that theme manifests in your own life. This consistent, reflective engagement will not only reinforce the story's lessons and ensure they aren't fleeting, but also empower you to actively integrate them into your personal worldview, making your listening experience far more impactful, profound, and enduring. It's a way to keep Hancock alive, not just in your memory, but in your thoughtful actions and deeper understanding. Finally, as we prepare to bid farewell to Tinkertown and its memorable inhabitants, we want to ensure your literary journey continues unimpeded and full of future delights. Therefore, our third and final call to action is a recommendation. We suggest you explore another classic George Barr McCutcheon mystery or a similar cozy audio to listen to next. The world of engaging stories is vast and inviting, and we want to help you navigate it with confidence and continued pleasure, ensuring that your next listening experience is as rewarding as this one. Think for a moment of finishing a truly addictive television series. You binge every episode, invested emotionally in the characters, followed every twist and turn, and now you're left with that peculiar blend of satisfaction and longing, a desire for more of that specific flavor of storytelling, a yearning for another narrative that captures the same essence. A trusted friend, knowing your tastes implicitly, then leans in and says, You know, if you love that, you absolutely have to watch this other series. It's by the same brilliant creator, or it captures that same unique vibe and storytelling rhythm. That recommendation isn't just a casual suggestion. It's a precious gift. It saves you countless hours of scrolling, sifting through endless options, and potentially landing on something disappointing or not quite right. It extends the enjoyment, builds trust in your friend's judgment, and ensures that the feeling of contentment from your previous entertainment isn't replaced by decision fatigue or the anxiety of choice. Our recommendation to you now serves precisely that purpose. Having shared this delightful journey through McCutcheon's work, having navigated the charming streets of Tinkertown together, we feel uniquely positioned to guide your next literary adventure, ensuring it aligns perfectly with the charmlet and gentle intrigue you've just experienced and grown to appreciate. From a psychological perspective, this recommendation fulfills several crucial needs and taps into fundamental desires. Firstly, it directly addresses the very common human desire for continuation. When we enjoy something profoundly, when a story captures our imagination and stirs our emotions, our natural inclination is to seek more of it, to prolong the positive emotions and intellectual stimulation it provided. This recommendation offers a direct and satisfying path to fulfill that desire, leveraging the momentum of your recent positive experience and preventing a book hangover that often follows a truly great read. Secondly, and perhaps more subtly, it leverages the principle of authority and trust. As the narrator who has just guided you through hundreds of minutes of immersive storytelling, our voice has hopefully become one of familiarity, comfort, and credibility. Our recommendation, therefore, carries a certain weight, establishing us as a trusted curator of enjoyable listening experiences. You're more likely to accept a suggestion from someone you feel has already delivered on their promise of entertainment and quality, fostering a sense of loyalty and a willingness to explore further based on that established trust. Thirdly, it significantly reduces cognitive load. The paradox of choice is a well-documented phenomenon. While having many options seems good in theory, too many can lead to paralysis, anxiety, and even dissatisfaction with the final choice. By offering a curated recommendation, we simplify your decision-making process, presenting a clear and appealing next step rather than overwhelming you with an endless scroll of possibilities. It's an act of thoughtful guidance, ensuring your journey through audio books remains pleasurable, effortless, and continuously rewarding. Finally, encouraging you to explore more by McCutcheon or within the cold mystery genre also helps to foster a sense of loyalty, not just to a specific author or genre, but to the broader experience of discovering quality audio content, making you a more confident, adventurous, and discerning listener in the long run. It's meant a positive association with this particular type of narrative and the joy of discovery. So, what are your practical application steps for your next listening adventure? If you enjoyed the unique blend of small town charm, quirky yet endearing characters, and clever, gentle mystery woven throughout the daughter of Anderson Crow, then your next step is clear. Seek out another gem by the prolific George Barr McCutcheon. While the daughter of Anderson Crow showcases his distinct knack for character development and light-hearted mystery, McCutcheon was a wonderfully versatile author with a wide range of stories. You might consider Brewster's Millions for its famously witty premise and comedic brilliance, A story that explores the unexpected challenges of sudden wealth and moral dilemmas, all delivered with its characteristic sharp dialogue, engaging plot, and subtle social commentary. Or perhaps delve into his more adventurous, romantic tales like Grostak, the story of Love Behind the Throne, which offers a delightful foray into Ruritanian romance and international intrigue, showcasing a different but equally captivating facet of this storytelling prose while retaining his engaging narrative style and memorable characters. These choices offer a wonderful opportunity to experience the breadth of his talent while still staying within the comforting embrace of a familiar literary voice and a master storyteller. Alternatively, if you're particularly drawn to the cozy mystery aspect, the absence of profit violence, the focus on character relationships, the intellectual puzzle of solving a crime within a charming, often close-knit community, where the setting itself becomes a character that explores the broader world of cozy audiobooks. Many authors have perfected this genre, offering endless hours of engaging rhythms set in quaint villages, bustling bakeries, antique shops, or picturesque bed and breakfasts. Look for series where the focus is as much on that community and its endearing inhabitants, their gossip, the quirks, and the loyalties, added this on the central mystery. Authors like Agatha Christie, though perhaps a step more serious, laid the groundwork, but modern cozy mysteries abound. A quick search for cozy mystery audiobooks on your preferred platform will unlock a treasure trove of possibilities, allowing you to discover new authors and characters who share the spirit and appeal of Tinkertown and its gentle intrigue. The key is to trust your instinct, remembering what specifically delighted you about the daughter of Henderson Crowe, and then to seek out stories that promise a similar kind of gentle escapism, clever deduction, and a heartwarming community feel. This recommendation ensures that your enjoyment doesn't end here, but rather gracefully transitions into your next captivating auditory experience, expanding your literary horizons with confidence and delight. And so, dear listener, we arrive at the culmination of our journey through the daughter of Anderson Crowe. We began by inviting you into the whimsical world of Tinkertown, guided you through its endearing characters and their delightful escapades. And now, we stand at a threshold that beckons you to carry forth a spirit of engagement, reflection, and continued discovery, making the end of this story merely the beginning of something more. Remember, your simple act of leaving a 5-star review and sharing your favorite Tinkertown character is far more than just a rating. It is a genuine contribution to the literary community, a guiding light for future listeners navigating the vast sea of choices, and a personal connection to the story you've just enjoyed. It's an affirmation of the value you found within these pages, and a generous gesture that costs you nothing but a few moments of your time, yet provides immense encouragement and visibility for works like this. Then, consider unlocking the deeper insights offered by the accompanying PDF guide, a resource thoughtfully designed to transform a wonderful story into a catalyst for personal reflection and growth. That 7-day action plan isn't merely a set of exercises. It's a structured invitation to internalize the timeless wisdom embedded in McCutcheon's narrative, to see how the lessons of integrity, courage, community, and humor apply to your own life, thereby extending the book's influence far beyond its final chapter and making it a truly transformative experience. And finally, let your literary adventures continue. Whether you choose to delve further into the diverse works of George Barr McCutcheon, discovering new facets of his storytelling genius, or embark on a fresh journey into the comforting embrace of another cozy mystery. Let this experience be a springboard. The world of audiobooks is rich with narratives waiting to be discovered, characters waiting to be met, and mysteries waiting to be unraveled. And we hope this tale has sparked an even greater passion for listening and literary exploration within you. Thank you for allowing us the privilege of sharing the Daughter of Anderson Crow with you. Thank you for your ears, your imagination, and your kind attention throughout our shared journey. May your future listening experiences be as enriching and memorable as this one, and may the charm of Tinkertown linger in your thoughts, a warm and pleasant echo of a delightful adventure. Until our paths cross again in another story, happy listening, and may your adventures, both literary and regal, be filled with wonder and joy. But before we bid our final farewells, we have a few invitations for you, dear listener, to extend your journey with the Daughter of Anderson Crow and beyond. We understand that sometimes one listen isn't quite enough to catch all the witty repartee, the subtle clues, or the intricate details that weave together the tapestry of Tinkertown. Perhaps you'd like to revisit a particular chapter to savor the memorable descriptions of the town's charming eccentricities, or to relive the suspense as Miss Crow delves deeper into the heart of the mystery. The beauty of the audiobook format is that it allows for such delightful re-engagement at your leisure. And to truly deepen your appreciation for this whimsical world, we've created some wonderful supplementary materials designed to enrich your experience even further. Imagine delving into the hidden histories of Tinkertown's most beloved and sometimes most bewildering residents, discovering fascinating biographical sketches that paint an even more vivid picture of their lives beyond the narrative. Explore the inspirations behind George Barr McCutcheon's captivating storytelling, learning about the era in which he rose into the literary landscape that shaped his unique voice. Our supplementary materials also include intriguing insights into the quaint customs and social nuances of early 20th century America, offering a deeper context for the events and character interactions you just enjoyed. You might even find a behind-the-scenes look at the making of this very audiobook, offering a glimpse into the dedicated craftsmanship that brought Miss Crow's adventure to life through sound. These materials are your key to unlocking new layers of enjoyment and understanding, transforming a wonderful listening experience into a truly immersive one. We encourage you to seek them out on the platform where you found this audiobook or on our dedicated website. They are there to prolong the magic and allow you to reside in Tinkertown just a little while longer. Speaking of extending your engagement, we have an exciting invitation for you, a special accompanying PDF guide, carefully curated to help you integrate the charm and wisdom of the Daughter of Anderson Crow into your everyday life. We call it our 7-day Tinkertown Tidings Action Plan. This isn't just a guide. It's a delightful framework designed to spark your imagination and perhaps even inspire a little bit of Tinkertown's unique spirit in your own world. Each day offers a gentle prompt or a small, enjoyable activity, encouraging you to reflect on themes from the book, observe the world around you with a renewed sense of wonder, or simply find joy in the little moments, much like Miss Crow herself often did amidst her investigations. For instance, one day might encourage you to observe the eccentricities, take note of the unique characters in your own neighborhood or social circles, appreciating the individuality that makes life so vibrant, just as Tenkotan celebrated its own colorful cast. Another day might prompt you to unravel a small mystery. Perhaps it's a forgotten item on your desk, or a curious piece of local history. Approach it with Miss Crow's keen observational skills and delightful determination. You could be challenged to share a tale, recount an amusing anecdote or a fascinating detail you learned from the audiobook with a friend or family member, keeping the spirit of storytelling alive. Or perhaps find your own corner of tranquility. Identify a quiet spot in your home or community where you can pause, reflect, and enjoy a moment of peaceful contemplation, much like Anderson Crow in his contemplative moments. This PDF guide is designed to be a gentle companion, offering daily doses of inspiration and reflection that echo the thoughtful charm of the story. It's entirely free and easy to download, available right alongside this audiobook or on our website. We believe it will not only help you carry the enchanting atmosphere of Tinkertown with you, but also enrich your own daily adventures. Don't miss this opportunity to deepen your connection with the story and find a little bit of Miss Crow's spark within yourself. Your journey with us has been a true privilege, and if you've enjoyed your time in Tinkertown as much as we've enjoyed bringing it to you, we would be incredibly grateful if you could take a moment to share your thoughts. Leaving a 5-star review on the platform where you're listening is one of the most powerful ways you can support independent audiobooks and help fellow listeners discover delightful new stories. Your honest feedback not only brightens our day but also acts as a beacon for others searching for their next great listen. A few moments of your time can make a world of difference in helping us reach new audiences and continue producing the kind of quality audio experiences you cherish. When you leave your review, we have a special request. We'd absolutely love for you to share your favorite Tinkertown character in the comments section. Was it the intrepid and quick-witted Miss Crow herself, with her uncanny ability to charm and outsmart? Perhaps the steadfast and quietly observant Anderson Crow, whose unique perspective often had the key. Or maybe a secondary character captivated your imagination, the slightly bewildered but well-meaning mayor, the gossipy but ultimately good-hearted townsfolk, or even one of the more peculiar figures who added so much color to the narrative. Tell us what made them special to you, what quirk or moment truly resonated. Your insights into the characters help us understand what you loved most about the story and foster a wonderful sense of community among listeners. We truly enjoy reading your comments and connecting with you through your shared appreciation for these beloved figures. It's a fantastic way to keep the spirit of Tinkertown vibrant and alive. As this particular adventure draws to a close, we know that the quest for new, equally enchanting stories never truly ends. If you developed a fondness for George Barr McCutcheon's unique blend of light-hearted mystery, charming characters, and beautifully rendered settings, we have some excellent recommendations for your next listening journey. McCutcheon was a prolific author, renowned for his ability to craft engaging narratives with a distinctive warmth and wit. For those who appreciated the gentle humor and intriguing plot of The Daughter of Anderson Crow, we highly recommend exploring another of his delightful works, Brewster's Millions. While not a mystery in the traditional sense, it's a wonderfully entertaining tale of an unexpected inheritance and the extraordinary conditions attached to it, filled with McCutcheon's signature charm and clever situations. or perhaps grows dark. The stories of love behind the throne. If you're drawn to these romantic adventures in fictional European principalities, a different flavor, but equally captivating. Beyond the curtain, if it's the cozy mystery aspect that most appeals to you, then intriguing puzzle, the strong sense of community, and the absence of graphic violence, then you might find immense joy in authors like Agatha Christie, particularly her earlier works featuring Hetty Barr or Miss Marple, which often possess a similar elegance and intellectual puzzle. Consider The Mysterious Affair at Styles or The Murder of Roger Ackroyd for quintessential examples. For more purely charming and character-driven experiments with a dash of gentle satire, we also highly recommend the works of E. F. Benson, especially his Map and Lucius series, which brilliantly chronicles the delightful social rivalries in a small English village. These O-level books offer similar escapism and intellectual engagement, transporting you to wonderfully crafted worlds where wit and ingenuity prevail. So, as you look forward to your next listening adventure, remember that a world of charming stories awaits. We encourage you to explore these suggestions and discover new literary treasures that will captivate your imagination and warm your heart. The method of storytelling continues, and we hope to accompany you on many more journeys to come. Farewell for now, and happy listening.
Thank you for listening to tonight's story on Stories of Crime. If you enjoyed this crime audiobook, make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss another mystery, investigation, or chilling true crime tale. Leave a comment below and tell us what case you'd like to hear next. Until next time, stay curious, stay cautious, and remember, some stories never truly end.